What the fuck just happened?
What can Kashira get done today?
Yeah, Go Next Esports is obviously one of the teams I like to talk about. Non-biased EU team again.
Hello?
Yeah, you're so biased. Wait a second. Is anyone seeing a pattern?
Yeah, no, I mean, it is what it is. You know, gotta cheer for the home squad. And the
Hello?
Kashira, a lot of the times, you know, he's gone through waves of like ups and downs. Like, you know, we've been playing together for like almost 5 years now. And he's gone from people saying, oh, dude, this guy's Pepega, to now he is owning everyone. And then he almost won a LAN. People still forget, he almost won a LAN. That's not many teams in the world that can say that.
One fight away?
Yeah, exactly. One fight away from winning LAN, and now having, you know, the consistency of practicing and stuff. And by the way, Crypto.
お、黒ガムみんな、こんにちは。一言ください。
On Crypto back in the day as well. I think that they can definitely make something happen, and they have always been consistent. And Kashira is a huge, you know, role in leading that.
Yeah, I mean, Eric, he's been consistent for so long. Kashira, obviously a leader. Yet to have his big moment, though.
Yeah, I mean, Kashira has definitely been someone that's been at the top of the EU scene for a while. I think they've dominated a lot of the pro leagues and then came out and kind of been a little lackluster. So overall, I mean, he's been one of my favorite people. I actually hung out with him at the X Games. That's how long he's been around.
Wow.
And I became close with him there. So I've always been a secret fan of him in the background for sure.
Well, so many big names to talk about as well. Let's go ahead and introduce you to their competition, though. It's Group D.
Now getting flanked, and he responds. And Slayers is here to pop in, still has a little bit of HP, and manages to clutch it up. Push against Big E, the CEO, you know what he does?
There's the Eva tower. Oh my god!
Some phenomenal teams in there as well. Even just looking at Legends Gaming and how well they've been playing. We saw them a few weeks ago at DWC. Now a chance to see them yet again. But there's one team that is essentially synonymous with Apex Legends LAN events. It's crazy we haven't said their name up until now. But Snipe, can you do us the pleasure of talking about that three-letter org?
Yeah, so I'm unironically rocking the same colors as the team I'm going to be talking about, and it's going to be a heart favorite, TSM. So you can't really pass up on this roster. This roster has insane potential, and you know, I don't think we've seen that yet. I think they're still kind of finding themselves, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the positives, the negatives, and this is a tough team. They have a bounce-back tournament. You know, you have Reps and Verhulst. I know they took that last event at EWC really rough. This is the first finals that they missed, and it not being without Hal, like him being there and then him succeeding. You know, there's like a little bit of a rivalry there. They still have a lot of love for each other. And just the EWC format was tough. You know, they did perform really well in the semifinals, but it only being the top two teams, they got knocked out in third place. And this is just one of those events where leading up to it, I think a lot of the stuff that they worked on is they were a little too antsy in situations where they had zone early and felt like they had to like extend to get some KP because the game was just unfolding, and it's easy for that to happen. I feel like after third party something, you know, you don't want to just get placement points, you want to get KP, but that comes to you and you just need to be able to sit on your hands, and I think that was something that Hal brought. And then they're a little too passive on edge. It takes too long to maybe take that one fight that you really need to take to get them in zone before the zone gets on their back, and all of a sudden, you know, it's like we have to move zone 3, it hurts too much. I think if they get comfortable in that middle area, this is a team that could honestly win this whole event. I think I'm excited to see their growth. They've been absolutely killing it when it comes to the lead-up scrims into this. And once they find themselves, I mean, I'll put them right there in the top 5 with any other team to take this tournament.
Lauren, it's hard not to think of TSM as potential favorites. We know Hal isn't there, but that dynamic created some tension in a way, and that was maybe what got their engines going. Zap feels like he fits in really well, and also they've been putting the work in and building something maybe a little bit less controversial internally, but it seems like it might just be picking up steam at the right time. Certainly if they're going to want to win and get a win, this is the moment to prove it.
Absolutely, and we were talking about this before we went live again. Maybe having that one slower tournament for them was at the perfect moment. You're talking about timing, getting that out of the way, coming to Split 2 playoffs now, getting all those negative vibes out, and also kind of teaching themselves how to deal with it mentally. How do you recover after something like that? Because you know internally they have set a very high bar for themselves. They are two of the most legendary players in the entire scene, and they expect great things from themselves in the same way that their fans do. So now coming here, we know what they're capable of, and I like what you were both saying. They definitely feel like they're kind of settling into their trio, looking really strong, and I think they can do big things here at playoffs.
Yeah, being confident sometimes is not doing anything, right? Sitting down, sitting back, letting the game come to you. So we'll see if they're able to seize those moments or let them wash over them. It'll be an interesting one to see because there's still so many great teams here. It's difficult to pick one specifically. But sometimes the POI draft can give us an indication on who's going to succeed. We saw with SSG in Group A versus B, you guys were, picking different teams, not Moist, and they did well. They ended up pulling it out, the not Moist picks. But you said, man, if I had seen SSG's landing spot, might have changed the difference on whether I would have gone for them. Snipe, I'm going to give you a chance now. Are you changing your pick after looking at some of these, or no? You still feeling confident?
I picked Moist to win, and I thought I would change to SSG. I'm glad I didn't because they ended up coming out on top.
Right.
I picked Furia actually in this to win, and they have a good POI and thermal station. I do still like how TSM has been performing and getting Skyhook West right off the bat, and they also have a good launch pad when it comes to Stormpoint. I think those are incredibly strong POIs, especially for the way that these maps have been unfolding. So I'm happy with the Furia pick. I think that they've really been building up a lot of potential leading up to this LAN and a lot of hype, and I would love to see them perform and make a finals because they missed it barely last time. So I will still pull for that team.
Grace, we saw Stay Naughty on there as well. I mean, we're seeing shots of the crowd. I love this eyebrow raise going on as well. MK is going to be a team to be threatened with. Cloud9, kind of an under-discussed team, but so much potential there.
Yeah, definitely potential. I've played with Cloud9 in the past, with Naughty specifically, and I know that the potential is definitely there.
Right.
The real question is, can you bring it out not only at this in this phase of the tournament, but throughout the whole tournament? I know their peak is high, but can they keep that average across the board is the real question.
Now, one big thing I want to talk about as we look at this Climatizer East, that's where Gaming Gladiators are going. We're going to start transitioning into that, Lauren. I know you and I are kind of on the same wavelength. What's your thought on them? Big name for me in terms of a top-performing team coming into this.
Absolutely. I mean, third online for Split 2, fourth at EWC. They have been wildly consistent. I mean, shout out to Jayhawk as well, because I saw his tier list online, and he did put Gaming Gladiators up there as one of those teams that can absolutely win this event. I mean, when you consider Blasts, Lifka, and Light, that is a scary trio.
Yeah, and talking to Jamie, he took the car with us as well. I love just the family affairs, guys. Sister Charlotte here again, 2 events in a row. I just think that sometimes there's some energy there when you've got family in the building. You've got good vibes going on. They did incredibly well over these last few weeks. So Gaming Gladiators, you and me, we've got them taking the hit on this one. 29 points. I can't be looking at this. We got to go to the next page, guys. This is not fun for me to look at. Snipe, you're doing okay. You talked to us about it. You're going with Furia, a really strong team. Obviously,
ただいまただいま。いや、そろそろ始まると思ったんだけど。
Madness's journey to have this other part of the arc that people really, are happy to see.
Yeah, I've been hyping up Madness for a while now. I think his redemption arc has been incredible to watch, and as well as Vexlon. Vexlon has been like in and out of Pro League a couple different times. He was almost not even in this last Pro League, and then Watson stepped down. He took the spot, and then that team has been, consistently getting a lot better. So I'm proud of them, and another team that I think is big highlight for this.
毎朝飲め。俺はそれで調子いい。R1 って何？
Looking like a top player in the game. And I would love to see that team pop off.
お前毎朝バイク飲んでるの？
They were getting top 5s. They weren't winning. Maybe just that little bit more stability, a little more people on that same page of stability and kind of control legends that allows them to shine. All of that to be found out soon. And if you want to watch, whether it's complexity, follow along with, your favorite personalities, Gaming Gladiators. Maybe you just want to check in on TSM. Go to Face It Watch. That'll help you select the types of teams that you want to look at, hear their audio, see their rotations, really watch the ALGS your way. One of my favorite things is just bringing up the map, giving yourself a little bit of that overview so you can see what the casters see or the commentators see. The potentials of what a zone could bring. All of that and more by checking out
R1.
Face It Watch. Go to faceit.com.
Also,
remember, Twitch drops. That's right, just watching is earning. Twitch.tv/playapex over the course of these next 4 days will grant you all of these goodies from skins to gun and charms to show off in game and say, yeah,
マウスの話どうなった？
watching Manheim. Were you?
どうだろうな。なんか新しいマウスを使おうかなと思ってるんだけど。
Casters are here and the games are here. It is C versus D. So guys, as we get ready to hand it over, are we ready to go?
Of course we're ready to go. We've been waiting all day to get going here, Rain Day. Who do you think we are? We've been waiting in the
アルティーさんにやめたの。いや、グラスマウスパッド使いたいな、俺。正直。
Very excited. I had too much energy, Dan. It was a bit weird, but here we are.
何の R1
That means we're going to have some good games. That's how it always
なんだっけ
a trend here at the ALGS, excuse me. And I can't wait. I mean, we've already heard about the groups and what the analysts have been saying about these groups. There's a few underdogs featuring here. And it's hard to try and predict where this group is going to go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think coming into this tournament, I was looking at it, kind of the overarching story for me is, I just feel there's an element
今ロジ
about it. Just looking at
G Pro Lite 使ってる G Pro Lite Super Lite
the fact that we have a new meta that's come through as well, a new season, all of these things kind of
明治 R1
not quite knowing what's going to happen here. And I think
いやこれ日本
first set of games today,
体ないよこれ
set of games, and like you say, we've got C and D in the lobby, and you're looking at some of these teams as potential underdogs, not just maybe for the group to do well, but I think looking forward to the end of the tournament as well. There's a few names I look at in this lobby as being potential names we'll be talking about come Sunday.
Yeah, I think that there is not an clear and evident winner at this tournament yet. Even from the games that we've just seen, some of the big favorites maybe didn't perform as well as we would expect. So now we need to see who can kind of raise the bar and who can match those point totals as well. We always talk about the average points. You want to get around 30 or so in every single group game. But if you can have like a 70-point series like we just saw from Moist, that propels you up those leaderboards and gives you a fantastic chance to get into the good side of the bracket.
Well, there's an interesting thing to talk about, of course. Like you say, there's a lot of unpredictability. A big game can be absolutely massive. I think just while we're waiting for the games to get underway, we're going to bring Rain Day back in here to have a little bit of a discussion.
Yeah.
Rain, what are we talking about, brother? Do you know what? We always talk about predictions. We see predictions, but I want the reasoning behind your predictions on the desk. I want to know why you're going where you're going.
That's a great one. I'm not going to take the spotlight here. Lauren, I'm going to throw you reasoning. Gaming Gladiators, we've been talking about them.
Listen, I feel like, Mark, you didn't hear all the facts, okay? Because it's the placements alone for Gaming Gladiators, the consistency alone for this trio.
Tell 'em.
There's someone that I am keeping my eyes on. Also, the zones from the first series, if they end up even remotely close to where GG is, that's pulling in their favor. They have lots of positives in their column right now.
That's
Kinnikuman!
Snipe, get in on this as well because they were talking about they feel like it's unpredictable. Dan had mentioned that.
If
Also. Do you
to
feel like we've already
Kosovo
started for
Azas.
a bit of an unpredictable tournament here?
I think the changes in the meta are going to make this whole event as unpredictable as you can.
ありがとう
I already predicted I think we're going to have a tournament winner that has won a tournament. We're now back-to-back events now with two different teams that we have not seen win. I think it's just that type of year, and I'm excited to see that final outcome. I think, like we talked about, there's a lot of teams that can take that spot. So.
Also, guys, are we seeing, I mean, just the rise of South America? I mean, Cholos Major, we were looking at that a few weeks ago going, wow, this is unbelievable. South America showing up. You know, I feel like, Dan, it's now become something.
お願いますそれめっちゃモテたいお願いますそれめっちゃ痩せたい
Every region can perform well at this tournament. I think that's why it is such an unpredictable one. We don't have the dominant regions that we used to have back in the day, Mark, and I think that's why we're going to see just everyone try and put their best foot forward and try and dominate in these early stages because then they start to become the favorites. Then people start to fear them. They don't want to rotate near them. They don't want to cross them in their path when they're trying to move through this map.
We always talk about teams who end up demanding respect and demanding to be talked about. They become too good to ignore, right? And South America have been quietly going about their business over the last few events as well, and I am expecting them to certainly have one or two teams who can progress and make it into those latter rounds here. So I'm excited to see what they can do.
いつ始まるのわかんね
North America, we've had APAC North,
えわからね
just saying.
We're waiting. We're trying to fill that one out. You know, Amia, we've got the resident kind of like you know. The two of you and Graceful together, that's almost too much Amia action going on for me. I mean, the bias is just so crazy here. But, you know, one team we haven't really talked about a lot is ExoClan. And I think they come in with a great story in K20 and Slayers, one of the longest-standing duos who have made pretty much every land. You could hear the crowd there. I know you guys like a little bit of noise. They've been representing in...
兄37ヶ月
Are
経
we
つ
at an Arsenal game, Mark? Are we
ありがとうございます
feeling like the same?
ちょっと良くなっちゃうなんか長いなまずマウスの話しよう マウス使いたい。今の探してるマウスってさ、Razer Viper V3 Pro。なんか日本に探したんだけど、なかったわ、これ。なかった。Fuck is the store, bro? どうだろうな、that other V3。いや、なんかこのシェイプ。Wait, I don't know how to say. I know how to say. シェイプ。この形って、なんだろうな。多分、ダメかも、俺。この形。エルゴっていいですか、その形。あー、うるさい。何これ。VT プロのやつどこないの？あれなんで出てないの？SR だしか出てない。あ、なるほどね。これ、そうなの？でも、エルゴってさ、クソ久しぶりだからわからないな。なんだろう。わからん。
Like you say, they're going to play from all day, but from a POI that gives you a clear game plan
Waからん。
to approach things, right? You're going to take your time looting over at SkyWest. There's a lot of loot to gather, and you're going to usually be playing Edge from there with a strong loot.
ソウルどうですか？マウスパッドの。
Just making the macro a little bit more simple can be very, very positive for them as getting on the same page, winning some of those team fights, and looking good going into the games a little bit later on as well. But as you can see here, it looks like we're getting ready to get into this game here in Mannheim. We've got C&D on the stage right now. Match 1 on World's Edge is about to get underway.
And already, Bleed Esports are going to be up at Skyhook East, so there is a chance for them to have a little scrap with maybe a couple of TSM members. As we look across and just see what could be happening elsewhere on the map, you can see GG and SSE X-Ray are over towards Climatizer and Epicenter. They're not going to be contesting, of course, but they are close enough that individuals were having a little look at one another, but no fight happening here.
Interesting to talk about GG, right? I mentioned how certain teams in the ALGS
Yes, all right.
are too good to ignore, and I think this is the perfect example of it, right? GG, they made a big change about halfway through the split, and now with this team, they've come together, and there seems to be a chemistry and an ability to pull points out of every game and every situation. It's very rare we will go into the top 10 of a game, especially when we're watching the EMEA Pro League, getting towards that end game, and GG would not be in one of those prio positions. They proved
クリマタイザー誰も来ないか。
you can really perform on the biggest stage as well. So keep your eyes on GG this tournament as we take our first look at where we're going to be heading.
Yeah, heading up towards between Landslide, between Monument is where we're going to be going. So I wouldn't be surprised if people take control of the tower. Maybe there'll be a few people taking control of like Grandma's house and that kind of area, the Survey Beacon house, just with a chance to have the ability to move between the two, depending on where this circle actually ends up pulling. So VK Gaming already moving very fast, and a couple of teams are starting to run across one another here with their rotations.
By the way, Legends Gaming, you can see there's a couple of faces you might recognize filling in today. Nasky being one of those players, he's made the, I would say, a fairly short trip over to Germany to make sure that he's in position to help out his two teammates, or just, should I say, temporary teammates, while he's waiting for the other players to get over on those planes, getting those visas nice and late, certainly getting them locked down, but a little bit of an early engagement going down here, but it's a little bit of a poke and a prod, and nothing too getting out of hand here. No real aggression as we see.
なんかもう戦ってるけど。
Looking for his teammate to drop him off a little bit of loop. Gonna be a.
みんなてんちゃん発表された？
Try and push through the tunnel.
And you can stay in this tunnel if you want as well. Obviously, Watson fences will go down behind you here just to make sure that no one's going to be able to follow. But there is the opportunity with where this circle's going right now that they are happily holding this area, especially if they're worried that anyone's going to be into landslide. And we can see on the map there are teams in landslide. And of course, you'll be able to use that crypto to gain the information before you exit.
Vault always a tasty thing to find your way past.
なんか見せた？
And then we are going to see Legends Gaming having a little bit of a fight. We mentioned how Nashki and Amphi have filled it in alongside player K here. Well,
おレジェン
conversations
ド
on Twitter saying if you get over 100 points, maybe we'll let you play the rest of the tournaments as well. So they've got their target to certainly hit, but inside a landslide right now, they're going to be securing this truck, and they do have the.
ああ、なるほどね。
It's going to go up. That means they're going to be able to avoid those grenades being thrown in. It's going to be much more difficult to push them in this position.
何をコーチだから。コーチだから見せたの？出てた。聞いてる。
This is what happens when you exit through the vault. There's going to be teams there waiting for you.
なんかこのグループめっちゃ戦ってるんじゃない？
As Olimpo try and disengage from this, it looks like at the moment. They see that there's maybe few too many teams inside a landslide early on here to really want to take that fight, and instead they're going to be rotating away and letting Noctumscan get a little reset here. Interesting to note with this zone though, Dan, this is the kind of zone I look at and I'm like, zone 3 info is going to be so important because we've seen some pretty funky pulls on World's Edge in recent times, right? It could pull, like you say, over to Grandma's side, over to outside of Monument where we see that zone just to the west side of it, but we also see that, of course, the zone that pulls back towards the drill tower on the other side of those mountains. So even though it is looking like it's going to go to the east side of the zone at the moment, towards the Monument side, again, Zone 3 information just gives you the guarantee, right?
We've even seen it end down to where Cloud9 are currently, just by the tunnel as well. It pulls to the southwest of Monument. There is a lot of different areas it can move to. So even though there's a heavy commitment to the buildings because they are going to be safe for now, if you take that gamble, if you take that risk, you can definitely be rewarded if you get one of those funky shifts that you're talking about.
Well, as we move our attention over to Furia, Olimpo were the team who rotated away a few moments ago, and now they're finding themselves in the line of sight of Keon. Now Furia. Wow, what a performance it was towards the back end of the season in the North American Pro League for these three gentlemen. Madness went through a lot. You remember he had a severe injury he had to overcome to get back playing with his team and managed to do so, and now he's looking to lead them forward here. He's going to be playing on the crypto here, and Vaxelon, man who I love watching play Apex Legends, I have to say, he's going to get himself up to purple. He's going to be on the Newcastle.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Furia can do at this event. I think they've been performing pretty well in scrims, and there is a lot of belief behind them coming into it as well. They just need to have a good start. I feel like
Alright, go back on our face, baby. Let's go back on the face, brother.
จ้างข้างล่างก่อนได้ไหมรอเบิร์ดวะรอให้เบิร์ดไม่มาหรอ
เต้นจาน
ลืม
ได้ยินกูปะเนี่ย
เดี๋ยวข้างหน้าได้ยิน
เดี๋ยวเดี๋ยวเอามาเนี่ย
ยังไม่เบายังวะเอาปากก็
เต้นจาน
ฮัลโหล
ได้
เดี๋ยวมึงพับไปเพิ่มเสียงกูเองแล้วกัน ถ้ามัน
เต้นจาน飲むぞ。
一応テレポああまあ一回で見とるね俺マリオッケー一応ねモニ側からの一回入られるの注意ねこっち側だけ落としてないから
フェンネルは誰だったっけ RC ってどこ
例のね例のいつもの隣ケアやねこいつはワンチャン打てるよ。
アンネル・ガーシア。
まだいるまだいる。EMP あと 15%。足下いじめとこうかな。足下 ?OK。足下 EMP でいじめるわ。うん。アンチ俺らの打てるよ、ワンチャン。OK。あと7で死んだ俺。OK。一応紫アーマー落としてるからね。OK。マッチ。あ、俺死んだとしてる。OK。
隣に EMP 当てるんだよ。こっちの方が飛びやすいな。正面から飛んだら
リピート当てちゃうわもう。これミサイル撃てる？あ、壊された壊された。
これ無限紫アーマーになれるよ。
真下真下。オッケー。グレー2個ね。
3つある。
なんぼや3つ。2倍いる誰か2倍。いらんな。俺モズダが欲しいわ。俺ダブル TP にどうやっていい？オッケー。 山側走って越えれるならだいぶ幅広がるかも俺ら。
山側か。まあ、左に打たれへんかったら
I'm gonna look other side real quick.
The team in last side doesn't really have a good spot though.
Is he on the blue box?
Yeah, it's a team RV and a team Grandma. 6 teams nearby now.
Yeah.
My colorblind setting isn't all. Something.
Imping us?
We're gonna impede. Do you want me to ultimate sail or just save it?
Save it.
Okay.
I smoked their angle.
I'm fencing.
Just pop cells and then we're fine. I have 8 with 3 bats. How many bats do you guys have?
1.
I'm 1-5. Chaotic, trade me. Armor, ready?
これ
Yeah. I just smoked.
これマジで無限紫アーマーにできるの？
Need to be very careful doing that.
やば。
Okay, I'm gonna bat.
Yeah, I'm just full healing.
Destroying if you can.
It already got called back.
No fences right now, okay? No fences. Nobody knows we're here.
When do you have gen?
25%.
25% left?
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. I'm gonna go invis again.
No
Let me know
fences,
if
no
you want me to
fences.
move for gen. Okay, it's in the safe corner for now.
I will. I'm 1-6.
Okay.
You want to smoke chaotic?
2-6.
Defense? Oh,
I'm
you're
good.
fine.
I don't even have any fences right now.
Yeah, you're fine.
Multiple crypto during scout and fence area. Gen and 13. I'm a gen straight away, okay?
Yes,
You
sir.
got EMP twice, so I think so.
2 times. Is anyone in that top spot yet, Sauce?
No, there isn't. Someone's gonna slam it off an evac late.
Gen and
But
3.
if there's ever a chance
ブリードは
This building has holes.
まあモニュメントのアンチだね。
Running for that building right now.
They just
They
Newcastle
Newcastle
wall,
wall.
dude.
Yeah. Listen, just come towards Frag East side. There's the crypto hitting UAV, but there shouldn't be anyone here. I fucking scouted the shit. Wait, no. On ourselves, in my fucking shit.
おまずい。
I'm just dead. Top path.
I got stuck.
That is.
Finishing a line to 8, bro.
Fuck. I mean, how am I supposed to know that there's a team in that building?
I mean, I was pretty sus about it with the drone.
あ、well,
In the RV now.
はい。
置いといてくれたら使うわ。
Oh shit。
置いとくね、これ。
なんか実行あった。
あ、ライトいいよ。あれ、ピッチェだからワンサックでいいわ。あとはグレーライト。
俺なんで俺のワイプ上にいる？ What the fuck？
箱あると思う。オッケー。
それわかんの自分で。
いや、わからんよ。なると思う。あると
まあ、
思う
僕ら
ね。
サプライめっちゃあるから。いいね。リブートでじいさんの方特攻してくるのだけマジ怖いな。あ、一人紫になってるかも。あ、なってるわ。入場紫だからマジリブートで来ると思うよ、これ。もうちょい。
リブート。ビビってる。リブートじゃないよ。
まあ逆にね。飛んできてる。ここ、やっぱフラグやね。よくやってた。一旦ここ。タイミング見てるのかな。俺ら隣とか怖いかも。マジ隣ケアね。
リブット。あ、リブットか。リブート。あー、リブットって何？何のリブット？
落としてくれ。いいよ、余裕ある時でいいよ。オッケー。俺こっち見て。
エンちゃん。
ไม่มีคนจะบ้ากู
ไม่มีคนกูตั้งเพื่อนละแล้วแผ่นนะแต่งไปเลยข้างบนด้วยนะเดี๋ยวผมต้องสลับเอาตัวนี้ข้างล่าง
あ、EMP。あ、なるほど。
อะไรนาย
うわー。いや、本当にすみません。
อะไรนายปืนดีเหรอ
ปืนดีแรงมากเลยมันจะจับเราสุดดีกว่า
もう赤アマかよ。やばっ。
ใช่ข้างล่างต่อได้มารับกูหน่อยกูมันจะเต่าเหรอให้ไปรับเลยไม่
มึงอยู่ข้างล่างนี่หรือมึงอยากไปข้างหน้านั่นเหรอ
กูข้างหน้านี่ไม่มีตั้งเสาในห้องนี้ได้นะในห้องกูดีนะเดี๋ยวค่อยไหลไปต้องเสากูตั้งข้างในได้ปะหรือไม่ต้อง
南郷大郷 SSC X-ray 死んでる。いや何も見えないこの視点で。はいベイビー let's go GG 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 GG
And GG will be eliminated.
The ring is doing more
damage to
TSM players right now.
TSM とフェデルで戦ってる。
Into these zones because people are holding aggressive positions. As now TSM look to try and move through. They didn't go down towards the tunnel. Instead of going north, it's Fennel holding them out.
What is up?
Monsoon's doing things in the kill feed again. He's just taking down player K from Legends with that charge rifle. Not only knocks, but gets the finish as well as TSM. Now try and step their way forward. Let's jump into the comms with TSM and see how they take this fight.
あ、エヴァン君？エヴァン君？ What the fuck? まあどうせ行府来るから。Oh my god! Knocked him, Kami Rote! Oh my god!
They're rewrapped through the tunnel towards this fight that they heard going on. It's a pretty smart rotate, I would say, just playing off of information, playing off of damage, and playing off of audio.
They were also almost forced to be there because Complexity actually started to pressure them a little bit from the other side of tunnel. So Noctum said, well, this is an opportunity for some KP. But now what they do is put themselves in a difficult situation. If anyone is waiting for them on this choke as they make their rotation east, they could struggle a little bit. Legends are pretty center of this next zone and could potentially disrupt Noctum's rotation here.
We just saw Fennel being eliminated as well as we go back over to the point of view of Complexity and Monsoon. He's got the laser beam. He's going to put the evac down as well. It might be time to make a play for this zone as they will now take to the skies. Now, where do they try and play from here? Kimchi and Lu following Monsoon. Monsoon has his shields almost broken, but they find a sneaky little spot. But they're going to have to take this fight, and there's already a team here. It's going to be Legend Gaming, I think, who are in this position. Naski finds one onto Lu. SWQ eliminated in the meantime, and Monsoon is left all on his own.
He's left on his own, but he does have the smokes. He does have the ability to just charge his shields back up here and maybe be a nuisance to Legends Gaming. What he needs here is for Noctum to get involved in this fight, and he is going to be able to get potential KP.
This is a 1v1, but he's not hitting any shots. Oh, no. It's windy out here. It's windy out here, Mon. It is windy out here, Mon. Complexity will be eliminated. Exo Clan will fall as well.
That's a tough one, and you know full well Monsoon's only going to blame himself for that. Now reject Winity as they move in. Pioneer's eliminated, Maker's eliminated as well. 7 squads remain, but there is a lot of teams on this northern side. VK,
oh no!
Noctum, Legends, all on the north, and all have to fight.
VK gone. On the southern side of this zone, though, Furia, we mentioned this position. That is going to be prime real estate towards the end of this game. Furia control the zone. Reject Winity, a name that you might know very well from the last round. Well, it's a new lineup this time, but they are inside of this top 6. C9 taking a huge amount of damage themselves as Chaotic will be taken down.
Yeah, Cloud9 just trying to stay alive in this one, hoping that maybe Chaotic can
no way
to get the res here. I don't think anyone's going to pressure them, and they're going to get back up to a full 3. So this is great news and a great opportunity for Cloud9 to reposition, start to head towards this zone because it's pulling south. You already see Reject when it's the other there, but suddenly there's shots coming in.
It's going to be a Gen to save him in front of him. That's going to keep him alive for just long enough, and it was a very important piece of timing for them to get round that corner before those wayward shots came in from those Mozambiques that almost managed to get that knock and send C9 back down to 2. 5 squads now remaining.
Legends Gaming also just got a respawn as well, by the way. It's Noctum Scan, and now going to fight against Legends Gaming, and Legends, after getting the respawn, probably win this fight, and will. They're still alive.
Let's take ourselves back a few minutes, right? Monsoon.
Oh my god.
Crazy situation. Will Legends Gaming make it into the top 4 now? They should fall in the next few moments as C9 will be able to take out the final member, which is going to be Amphi. But as we head into our top 3, it's
お C9 いいね。
C9, Reject Winity, and Furia.
Furia are sat dead center of this zone, by the way. Reject Winity are probably going to shoot at Cloud9. And look at the shields on Furia.
来る
The castle wall is down.
来るリジェクトと Oh my god.
Let me back.
Oh my god.
Are they trying to push us on right? I'm
No,
looking
no,
left.
they can't.
Oh, here we go, guys.
Tell me if you guys need me because I'm looking left.
Okay,
Oh my god, here we fucking go.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep.
I mean, they're getting shot by everyone. They're going to slide it down.
Yeah, nice.
Kill Crypto.
Guys,
Slide
it's under
down,
you,
slide
guys,
down.
under you, man. It's on your bottom right. Help back.
He's
Help
literally
back,
one, he's literally one.
Man,
Get
help
my
back.
I got him. It's fine, it's fine.
Sliding out again. That Watson.
これフューリアと
Watson.
フューリアとニュージェイと釣りびつりになる。
We got EPs.
No.
I gotta back up.
I threw my drone. Watch the close swing. I need help.
I'm here.
お
EPing at 1%.
イエナが下から来る来てる。
Look for a swing.
Swing right,
Coming
swing
at
right
me.
then.
Swing left.
One shot,
Crypto
one.
dead.
Yeah, I'm on the back. Box dead.
Oh my ボコボコ。Oh my god.
Yes, sir.
Holy shit.
Let's go. I mean, that was just.
Jesus. まあ2位。なんね
Inside. The precision on that coloring in, I'll go over the lines, man. I don't know about you, I'll go over the lines.
I failed my art class in school, so I'm very impressed, but also impressed with Furia. I think that was a difficult circle to play. As soon as it pulled away from Monument, as we said it could, they did very well to not move straight away and become the most vulnerable team. They kind of played it at the right speed where a few teams had fallen first, and then they took the primary position right dead center.
Interesting to see, go back to our stories at the start of this, right? Furia, all eyes on you. Great finish to the Pro League split. They come into game number 1 here and they win it. They get some good KP alongside it as well. We'll take a look at our match results as well to back that fact up. And it's a 25-point game, 13 kills in game number 1 here for Furia. A fantastic result for them. But you look at the other end. This is what I'm interested in, right? This is the teams we were talking about. GG. It's only game 1. Let's not get carried away here. Bleed Esports, TSM. All teams will have question marks for different reasons, right? GG, I'll maybe take out that conversation a little bit because they've been fantastic recently, but it's still the same thing, right? You want to get out to a hot start in game 1. You want to just dispel some of the worries, some of the hangover from previous tournaments. They haven't managed to do that as yet. Of course, a lot of games in front of us. Let's not get carried away with ourselves, but also shout out to the boys filling in on Legends Gaming. 11 points for them, game number 1.
I think one of the good things for all the teams that are down at the bottom of the leaderboard is Furia took a lot of those points, right? So it is going to be pretty evenly spread from like 6 downward, and it's not going to be hard to catch up. It's just trying to catch up to first place is what's going to be difficult here.
Yeah, I love the rotate from Furia, by the way. There was a couple of moments I was watching it, I was like, if they get into the southern side of this zone, they can own it for themselves. But I like the fact that they played it a little bit later, because you saw, initially I was thinking they were going to try and do what Complexity did. Complexity then are forced to make a play towards zone a little bit later, and it doesn't work. And unfortunately, I'm sure we're all going to see the clip a few more times. But we'll go to a break right now before we get back to match number 2. Match number 1 was beautiful.
もうのクリプ見たくない。Oh my god, I wanna see chat's reaction. Holy shit. コメント欄のリアクションどうだった？
Taking a huge amount
Some legends all on the north. Twinity. Cloud9 just trying to stay in position. Start to head towards this zone. Crawl back.
But the evac here. I think who are in this position. Nafsky finds one onto Lou. SWQ eliminated in the meantime, and Monsoon is left all on his own.
He's left on his own, but he does.
いやこれ一番悔しいよ。
Charge his shields back up here and maybe be a nuisance to Legends Gaming. What he needs here is for Noctum to get involved in this fight, and he is going to be able to get potential KP.
This is a 1v1, but he's not hitting any shots.
Oh, no.
It's windy out here. It's windy out here, Mon. It is windy out here, Mon. Complexity will be eliminated. Exo Clan will fall as well.
ちょっと待って。I gotta translate what he said.
Windy out here. It's windy out here, Mon.
Yeah, I can't tell. What is it? Hey. なんて言ってた? I don't know what he said, like 誰か
Watson, one Watson. I got it back. Last team. I got it back. We got EPs.
No.
I got back up.
I threw my drone. Watch the close swing. I need help.
I'm here.
EPing at 1%. EPing now. Look for a swing.
Swing right then.
Swing left.
One shot, everyone. Yeah, I'm on the Valk. Valk's dead.
Last
one
one.
more. He's one.
Yeah.
Just like that, baby. Just like that, baby.
Welcome back, everybody.
Just like that, baby.
Two playoffs. Welcome to Mannheim, Germany, and welcome to the Furia party. Lovely to hear the listening in those final moments. And my favorite thing about that down the celebration, just a simple yay. It's like a little celebration, you know?
You don't want to get ahead of yourself, right? It is only the first match, and we've seen this historically where a team does have success and then falls off a little bit. And those 25 points look amazing right now, but if suddenly you end up on 32 points after the entire 6, that is a missed opportunity, right? You need to carry on the momentum here, try and find more points on the board, because we saw some teams in the previous groups only get about 25 points. This is a great chance to try and surpass them in the leaderboards and put yourself in a really good position when it gets to those brackets.
Yeah, there's a couple of things you look at from that game number 1 from Furia that you really like, right? Firstly, the rotation we mentioned towards the southern side of that zone. Secondly, the fact that when they evac into Fragment and Monument, they win the 3v3 without even being knocked. Bleed get absolutely obliterated by them. And then the way they commanded that zone in the end game as well, you can hear from the comms as well, they're like, one thing that's so important is the communication of abilities, right? And you could hear from Madness is saying EMP in 1 second, EMP in 1%. Waiting to engage off the back of that EMP is valuable, so valuable in that final fight. Not only is it giving you information on where players are, but the damage, the stun, all of those things makes it so much easier. So congratulations to Furia, very well played.
Yeah, I think also listening to the comms of who to focus is something that's very underrated when playing as a 3, because if you're all looking at different targets, you can very easily get wiped out by a team focusing better on an individual. But clearly they were focusing on left, then they focused on center, then they focused on right. It was just a clean sweep. And I think as soon as they saw those blue shields, it was just like, it was a dub. Like, they already knew they were going to win that one. Such a shield advantage, and they'll be delighted with that victory.
So Fury get that game 1 victory, like we say. Now we head into match number 2, though. World's Edge going to still be our battleground before we head over to Storm Point a little bit later on. We'll have to see if anyone is going to contest Furia in this game number 2, or if it is going to be a little bit of a Furia party, like I mentioned here on World's Edge. The way they navigated the traffic in that one was absolutely superb. Always interested to see where this zone goes, though, because that was one that was played from Thermal Station by Furia. Pretty good rotate for them, even though it's a pretty central zone. I feel like coming from the south, that zone in general, just knowing that everyone else is going to be stacked up inside a monument, it's probably a clearer way to path your way to that zone. So Fury having a pretty good access, I would say, to where they wanted to play, but having access is one thing. It's all about execution. We always talk about that.
And you got to remember, Furia were kind of being hovered around by Complexity for quite a while. They were being chased, it felt like, but they didn't get intimidated by that. They didn't take a stupid rotation. They didn't just run through tunnel because they panicked.
懐かしいよね、それ。
No, actually, we think that we can hold you off here, and we will continue with our genuine rotation that we have planned.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's going to be the same story, like I mentioned now. Who do you want to watch in this next game, though? Because C9 had a really interesting end game there. You can see they had to fight their way from the northern side of that zone through 3 or 4 different teams, but didn't really have much of an involvement in that end game when it was the 3v3v3. Usually you see a call of let's play for second if we think we can't win this one, but Cloud9 didn't really do much, right? It was both teams they just got focused by both. They didn't commit to either fight. That left them in a bit of a vulnerable position.
Honestly, I'm excited to see what Legends Gaming do in this next game, because they positioned themselves quite successfully in that circle. If it wasn't for the full send that came from Complexity, they might have had a better chance going into that last circle as well. So they'll be moving from landslide. Of course, it was one of their priority positions, and if the zone isn't as good for them, they're going to have to move a little bit quicker, perhaps, to the next.
Furia, you have earned yourself a loot POV. I need to copyright that. Winners of game number 1, obviously we're going to be watching them first. A great start for them, and I think they're into a tournament, right, with a lot of hype behind you, some expectations. Murmurs of maybe this is Furious. North America is going to be represented by someone holding that trophy up once again. A game number 1 like that, just all of the nerves, all the expectation just falls off your shoulders.
でもさ、ここだけ見
And improves to yourself, like
見たら何もわかんないよね。
because we're going to perform at the level you expect.
I also love the composition that they're running as well. They're not running a controller legend, so they're not necessarily going to have that
ring
console
console
information immediately, but then it's
何これ?
Pathfinder gets the ability to choose, then you get ring console information, and then you can start to use Pathfinder's aggression at certain times as well.
Wow.
And well, there's a reward for winning your first game, as Furia will be in prime position down at Thermal Station.
I mean, in Thermal, the one issue with Thermal is sometimes a big POI to loot, and a couple of teams who rotate very, very quickly, like Noctum are right now, Reject Winity are right now, could take away a few positions that you might want. But if you can get up to that height nice and quickly, you almost guarantee yourself a top 5, it feels like, with this Thermal Station.
何飲んでるの?
It'll be interesting to see if it does go towards Thermal, if we go back towards staging with a funky pull. But one team who has always red zones well over in APAC North is Reject Winity. They are as hard a zone team as you could possibly imagine in the ALGS, and they think it's going down towards Thermal.
And that's one of the reasons why they had blue armors, or two of them had blue armors going into that final fight, because they moved very quickly to Monument in the previous game. Now, Furia don't have a ring console, as far as I'm aware. They did get the survey beacon scan, so they would have seen Reject Winity moving towards them, so they should have a good idea, and they should have seen Noctum as well arriving at Thermal Station. So Furia aren't going to be surprised by this pull, but they certainly won't have as much info as perhaps they would like.
It's one thing I've learned through my career in esports is when a man puts a bandana on, it means he means business. And you can see that Onbu certainly does mean business today, and certainly will at this tournament. Pioneers making their way through Siphon at the moment. You saw Exo Clan were just ahead of them as they were looting their way forward. They only had blue armors. Excuse me, they only had white armors, whereas Pioneers have the blue. It looks like they're going to be playing towards the choke tunnel here. Should be safe. Looks like there's no one here at the moment. SWQ are inside of the train tunnel as they move down towards bar. So it's kind of a point A to B here for them as they try and plan what their next move is going to be.
So an interesting thing since the newest patch, with the controller legends getting the extra 25 HP on their shields, is now some of the Watson players, or your controller player in general, may lead the rotation because they have the most shields available, right? It's going to deter other people from engaging because you are going to have more health, and also you can have a better chance if you run into a 1v1. So it is interesting that's changed that kind of support role we've seen in Watson's previous. Actually, now play it a little bit more aggressively in some scenarios.
Yeah, certainly can just overextend a little bit more. You're not, as you say, relied to be the anchor, which is traditional.
早いよね、マジで。なんだっけ。
Inside of the zone though, you can see Nose Fox. We're going to be
あれ、リジェクトって今どこに降りてるの？なんでもう入ってる？
4 points to their name after game number 1. Northeption having a little poker Legends Gaming, who are inside of this tunnel themselves, and this looks like a fight that could break out here. Now, when you're looking at shields, Northeption certainly at the disadvantage, and the EMP is going to force them away, as Yuka is going to have to be very careful that he doesn't go from Yuko Peradetta to Yuko Peraded. And that's exactly where he finds himself. Gets inside the building though, they will be out of res.
Yuka Peradetta, Yuka Peraded.
No one's gone down just yet.
いいね。
Hesitant to engage yet again in this game.
なるほどね。Oh, what the fuck?
15 of our teams are within zone, but now Northeption.
Oh my god.
A strong push coming in for VKG. They saw a knock come in. And now Yuko Peradata, who was Yuko Peraded, is now Yuko Pera running. It wasn't very good, okay? I know that, I accept it. But VK Gaming will come in and manage to clean the pieces up, but they have lost one player. And remember that Legends Gaming were having a look from the tunnel at this. They might be thinking about third partying themselves for these KP.
Yeah, definitely a possibility for other teams.
Why? 何が起きてるの?
There are 2 teams in the area. KCP are also in the vicinity and maybe could do some damage to this one as well. The Wraith portal has actually been a big influence here. Allows you to move very quickly into this fight.
However, Donut has gone down, and now Youngling goes down as well, and Crazy Kong is going to be left on his own. We're going to have a pause. We're going to have a pause. Just as things got exciting. Just as things got interesting.
What?
See some faces in the crowd, but don't worry, we'll get back into it. Oh, look, I'm back in camera. Hey, everyone. How you doing?
Being told it was an audio issue, so we're just sorting that one out for the players, but it does allow us to have a little chin wag. But certainly one of those scenarios when Wraith comes into the equation, right? The portal looks great. You get involved, and you say, I will follow you to my death. Sadly, they did follow to their death.
You don't mean it literally.
No, usually not.
Figuratively. A very discernible difference between the two things. But again, interesting to see some of the compositions and legend picks we've already seen here on day 1 kind of surprising us. The Wraith already in there. We've seen a few different picks that have come in. We saw a Revenant a little bit earlier as well. I was like, are we in ranked? No, we're not. But it's going to be interesting to see how those picks kind of separate themselves, maybe in some of the plays that we see a little bit earlier on. Smart decision to show these gentlemen on your screen, because I'm going to lay out for a minute and let the Exo Clan crowd do what they do best. Bit quiet.
何こ
They're
れ
getting louder. They're getting louder. It's okay.
They're just
They'll warm up.
gently ramping up. I think they went in hard right at the start of this
It's
series.
true. They went pretty hard early. Yeah.
And they probably just need to have a little bit of a reset before they get back in. But as the game is paused, the players, of course, will just be waiting and have a little chat between themselves. And we're going to look at some of the beautiful signs of this wonderful audience that is joining us here in Mannheim. I always appreciate those who come down on a Thursday.
I thought you were going to say, I always appreciate a good sign, which I know you do.
Does your boss know you're here? That's what I usually say.
True.
Were you meant to be working today?
True.
Are you still working in the stands?
True. Maybe all of these people, what are known as remote workers nowadays.
They've got their mouse at home.
I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see if some laptops come out around 3 p.m. Actually, it's gone 4 already. Goodness me. Yeah, we'll have to see if a couple of emails do get sent out just to make sure that the bosses are happy. But we do say thank you, of course, for being down here early on a Thursday. The tournament, as we know, ramps up day after day as the stakes get higher and higher. And I'm looking forward to getting back into this one because I feel like we've got a really good end zone. It's a very similar pattern to what we saw from the first game. A lot of hard early rotates. We've seen a couple of scrappy fights that have gone down in and around the Hill House building between Harvester and, of course, where the Stones going to be pulling towards the train station side. But we're also going to see some fluffy friends in the crowd here, Dan.
Yeah, I'm always reluctant to talk.
Are you a sign guy or a fluffy friends guy?
I am a fluffy sign guy. And if anyone creates one, then you'll be my best friend. I'm always reluctant to talk too heavily about zones during a pause. Even if I whisper, I'm worried that maybe a player could have a earphone off.
I would.
But it is interesting that we head down towards this area because, I mean, if you think back to Pro League, there were times where this area of the map was very rarely seen, right? We didn't actually end here very often, and it was great news when you looked at Furia and where they saw the zone start to pull. They were able to set up accordingly, and we should be able to get back into this game very quickly.
見えなかった Alright, we're good. まだですか
1.
Oh.
We're back in the game. I felt like I was slightly off on my seconds there. It didn't quite line up. Anyway, we're back into the game, everyone. Pioneers on your
Alright. これ終わらないですね。マジで。
KCP were already waiting. Actually, no, Crazy Kong's been able to get away. I think the port was taken from the other player.
Yeah, it was. It was ExoClan who was taken down in that fight. So ExoClan fans, now we understand maybe why you weren't as loud as we thought you would be. Complexity, though. Probably trying to shake off the moments of that previous game. Inside.
なんかめっちゃなんか
You can see that on your top of your screen. You can also see that they have console information themselves. Now they're going to try and take up towards the high ground here, having playing around the barricades at the back. While using this evac tower to get back towards where Kimchi finds himself. However, Monsoon taking some damage on his way up.
Manny!
He's going to be safe for now.
Manny!
Back to Monsoon just to help him stay alive.
Elsewhere, we're back to the building of death as the portal still being used elsewhere. Legends game
huh?
will be able to take that.
Yukapero running is Yukapero survived? Yukapero revived!
This day and age. They're now going to have control of this tunnel as well. It actually isn't the worst position, and I think they'll be able to hold it for quite some time.
Certainly will. TSM then once again involved in a fight in and around the edge of zone. This time it's going to be Bleed Esports in front of them. Certainly some history between the 6 players involved in this little scuffle that's going down. 10 seconds until the zone does close behind them. SWQ will be eliminated as well, as all of a sudden we're seeing KCP find a few more KP, as we have 3 squads now eliminated from this lobby.
And I am curious to see how TSM do from Skyhook, right? Because there was a reason why Falcons decided not to be picking Skyhook in their group stages. They felt like they maybe had some really rough zones back at EWC, and they wanted to move to a more central POI, and that has opened it up for TSM to play it instead, but they are now going to suffer some of the same problems we saw Falcons did, where you arrive late and really have to fight tooth and nail to get into these zones.
Well, that's where the zone
めっちゃ変わりよくアンチじゃんこれ。
stations as it traditionally will do. Interesting just to note as well, Reps, very sharp looking haircut.
Really good.
We'll say it looks great. Shout out to the barbers all around the world. Especially Reps as
Big
well.
E?
Doing a great
Oh my god, 来る Holy fuck guys. みんな準備しとけ Oh my god, we're about to watch fucking TSM.
You hitting third right now? Yeah. We're chilling. One team almost compound. We can go through the choke.
They're holding all staging. They're holding all staging.
We should just go through the choke now.
Yeah, we should. We should go to the choke right now.
We need kill.
Yeah.
Let's go that way.
I just need to heal when I get in zone.
This Dorito team's evac in. Yeah, look for it.
Might land for us.
I need a sprint, guys. You guys can drop. I can drop you one.
He might fly over us.
なんか来ない。
Forward.
I think we hold our back out here.
We had to hold it back where we're at. Walk in later.
I don't think anyone's here. I'm gonna get up here and get on drone.
Yeah, I think he's drawn our. I think he just drawn our back drone.
Yeah, our backs are most important. You see us right now.
What the fuck?
Surrender's here on me.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna walk forward and get on drone.
Yeah.
Oh!
We have to play kind of where we're at.
Oh! Oh my god.
You just need
Get
to
it.
That's our most important rap.
Yeah. Careful if we do fight. If we have to fight here, we're gonna get.
Yeah, Evan.
Wait, oh! Oh my god.
You can't get your drone broken.
Over there. Right here, right here.
Are they peeking?
He's right here. I only see one. I see two now.
一人だけ見てる。
They smoked our cross.
今二人見てる。
I don't think they're going to us.
They might be going to Beacon. They're probably going for Beacon, boys.
They're going to Dorito side.
Yeah, they're probably playing
I
for
only see
Beacon.
two. I see two. I don't see their third, bro.
こいつらの三人目は見えない。
Back out. Dude, what's
Bro.
going on?
あ、dead. Dead. Dead.
The team in the double building to our south is going to be blue armor.
Yeah.
We could take the close building easily.
Yeah. I'm just gonna fuse out the back building.
え、
We can check where we're safe if
ちょ
we're
っと待って、喋るのダメじゃない？
We're definitely going to be safe in
the blue truck.
the south of us.
え？
There's rocks. So
ダメでしょこれ。
We don't want the truck. We want those rocks.
なんかポス。おい、なんの用って作ってるの今。おい、ポーズしてるとき喋るのはダメでしょ？ルール違反！おい、クリップして、これ、クリップして！ルール違反！これ。こいつらルール違反だ！おい、クリップしとけ！また喋ってら！え？何これ？え、ダメでしょ、それ。
This is very well pulled down, by the way.
Yeah.
え、めっちゃ喋ってるやん。
Middle siphon, or middle thermal. It's touching ring 3. Could it be like Doritos side?
今、次のアンチの用って作ってる。
Map room.
Anyway, you can hit staging map room.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
definitely hit it. You need to hit
Yo, I hear players talking.
your drone might get broken though. Staging.
I think that's against the rules.
Evac to our south rocks.
Yeah, if they evac there, like we don't want to force it until our back's clear. Like I can fuse ult and spam them and not flush them and just like try to get them to be like.
Yeah, a team might also evac to the double buildings.
Look!
Nice. Yeah. You just need to go for staging beacon right away, Jordan.
え、めっちゃくちゃ用手作ってるよ。ちょっと待って。このチームは
Yeah, no, we just need to get up to Dorito. I gotta make sure I clear this shit.
え、めっちゃ喋ってるやん、みんな。
There might be a crypto lurking, so be careful. Like invisible.
あ、
Nah, they
間違った。
I'm looking for staging.
ルール変わった？なんだろう。変わったかな。
They might break my drone.
I'm only one.
There's nobody under
all
here.
away.
Can't really get to that though.
We don't want that at the close to the building as well.
Yeah, we're safe on the trucks, but
I'll be there.
you just need to watch back with crypto drone, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm going to.
That's all you need though.
I'm safe where I'm at here.
You don't need to watch back, Evan. If he's watching with drone, you don't need to watch up.
Okay.
Play up a little bit.
Just to make sure we're not too far away from him.
Alright, well,
We need to get the gold.
let's watch Play Apex.
At the early part of this tournament, however, a lot of games to go for. The Makers now pushing their way through the southern side of zone.
Frustrating for Complexity was Nose Fox who got involved with a third party, and that bullet into the back of Lou was enough to really put them into the ground. And sadly, that's two games they'll want to forget here, as now Go Next Esports getting involved. It's KCP on the receiving end of this.
Kashira going to get that first knock as well, and Slab is going to get the finish with those nasty-looking Mozambique. If you played Apex recently, you'll know exactly what I mean by that. A little bit of loot going to be grabbed here, but a long way still to go. 1 minute 20 or so left on this zone close for Go Next to make their next move and make their decision. A couple of gold bins is going to help them on their way forward, though. There's a bag and a couple of hop-ups as well. So all of a sudden, Go Next feel a little bit stronger than they did a few moments ago. They just added £10 to their bench.
Also, bad news in terms of where the circle's going to be pulling. Bad news for Furia fans because it is going to move up a little bit further north to where actually Reject Winity are currently holding. The kind of buildings just north of Thermal Station is going to be one of the best areas to be in. And actually, as I say that, Reject Winity are currently moving away from that position. This opens up pretty much prime position for TSM if they notice it.
This is a massive moment. Like you say, Reject Winity were chilling. They didn't have that zone info though. They may have seen an opening in and around Thermal Station where they thought the zone was going to be pulling, so they think, hey, there's something for us to play here.
今の話ってさ、リジェクトは下のドーナツにいたんだけど、アンチはさっきのリジェクトの守ってる場所だった。間違えましたみんな。リジェクトやっちまったわ。
Holding this side because they don't necessarily know where the zone is going.
No reject! なんで降りたの？なんか下のアンチそもそもないですわよね。下のアンチマジで見たことない。昔でも。お、ノーセプション？Oh my god. Oh my god.
Kashera now left on his own though on the crypto. North Epson eliminated 15 squads. Now find themselves in this lobby as we have 5 teams eliminated.
And he's gone. And he's invisible. Where is he? Can Bleed find him? That's the real question.
Don't crawl back to him and give it away.
He can get the banners. And he can just stay invisible, and that is one of the benefits and pretty much the prime reason why Crypto has become a meta character is the ability to go invisible when you are within the drone. And he's back in the room.
Kashera with his best John Cena impression. As Bleed Esports give up and decide that it's not worth trying to find him to get that extra KP.
いや絶対無理じゃんそれ。誰このチーム
？Couple of shots being exchanged. It's going to be KCP who make their rotate in, but you can see them being peppered from all angles at the moment. SSE X-Ray trying to be one of those teams who can commit to some of these kills. A couple of breaks coming in as we also see Fennel in the kill feed as well. Reject Winity, a heartbreaking moment.
おー、リジェクト死んでた。そうだね。いやマジできついなそれ。ちょっとやりすぎリジェクト。正直このアンチってさ、移行する意味がない。
14 squads still remaining. Interesting to see SSE X-Ray. Not done a huge amount of damage as a team at the moment, but slowly kind of creeping their way in towards zone.
終わるわ。最終アンチが絶対わかるならあるけど、なんか正直上ってさ、下にアンチは下にいても上の場所悪くない。だからその下に行く意味がわからない。わからない。移動する。
GG actually using the cat wall to hold off Bleed and stop this push, but now here come Legends Gaming over the top of Bleed, and where are they gonna land?
Everyone's flying in right now. You've got SSE landing, you've got Legends Gaming, they're landing as well, and here come Go Next Esports. Kashera is still alive, by the way. He still wants to have a part of this endgame. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, everyone should be pretty safe for now. Go Next don't make it, though, unfortunately. They will be eliminated. Kashera couldn't come up with the magic that he needed. Legends.
Oh my god! NKers! Legend ボコボコされた!
Not going to protect you from every angle. You're very vulnerable when you land and just try.
Wow.
Now SSE X-Ray are struggling here. A lot of damage they've been taken.
Luo and Tree Cleaner trying to hold off the push coming in from C9. C9 down.
MK swin. MK swin. テンちゃんみだから MK swin. What's up, Ninja?
Thinking about using the bang ult to clean up. SSE X-Ray will be eliminated as that now goes in to try and get the final kill. C9 will fall as TSM will stand tall.
One of the benefits of TSM staying on the outer side here is maybe as everyone arrived, as everyone flew in, that's when TSM can take advantage and get some KP. As now Nose Fox will be eliminated. Bleed Esports also about to fall it with C9.
やばっ！めっちゃキル取ってるやん MKers!
waiting for Makers to get
Oh
the
my
out. Knocked
Tension!
well. We are down to 4 squads now. It has been a bloodbath in the last 60 seconds.
And Makers have been incredible. They find this position, they find this building, and not only one, they have controlled both of these buildings.
TSM 殺してくれ
As now Furia on the southern side, they need to start moving. They need to get out of this zone, but they did get top 5 as you predicted.
I also don't know if they know that someone's pretty close to them.
なんかクリプトいるなんかクリプトいる
They're gonna know pretty soon. It's actually the res that's coming in.
あ、起こしたか
They certainly will know. Vaxlon won't be able to take part in this endgame though. He has fallen. Back to the battle of the buildings.
Oh my god いいねいいぞいいぞ MKers
Just blasting, and it's going to be Makers with those Mozambiques who get the knock on the rep.
いいぞ MKers 殺してやれ TSM
It is as isolated as expected, and Makers should be able to clean this one up. Maybe TSM will just try and bank on trying to survive, but now Furia arrived. This is what TSM needed. They needed someone else to get
なんか
involved.
マジネス君
Well, Vaxlon has gone down, but here comes Madness with the Eva 8. This time he can't make it work. Keon is left on his own on the Pathfinder. As
What
TSM
the
will pick
fuck's
up all of
happening?
those kills onto his teammates. Keon has found a place to play though, as TSM will fall as well. Down on that low ground. Makers are going to find.
Oh my god
And also, you can see that Valto, he's gone down as well. Beautiful shots coming in from Zik.
Gave
Now
us
need to come from down below, and it's gonna be Makers waiting for them as they arrive, but they arrive with a lot of damage. Oh, it was a lot of damage. Possible damage, but not hit by the Hemlock.
Should be a Makers game. Only team is a full.
Oh my god 来るテンちゃん来る Oh my god Oh my god テンちゃん来る
They managed to do. Yes, indeed, they have managed to get Plato back up. So Keon as a solo, but how'd you climb from here without taking damage? It's.
I mean, the only shot here for a Limbo is that Keon distracts Makers enough to allow them to arrive, but it's going to be so difficult for them.
They're also burning. Do they have an evac tower? Is there something they can use to get up? Because they don't have a Pathfinder in their composition.
I mean, Makers are just laughing at this point. I think they know that this one is potentially just in the bag. It might just fall
めっちゃ笑ってるやん
but a very deserved win if they do get it here, purely from their move early on to take these buildings as soon as they saw that zone shifting north.
I will say, it's seen funny situations sometimes in Apex Legends
Here
where
we go.
all of a sudden where you think you got the guaranteed win, it doesn't become quite as simple as you thought it was. Olimpo now making their climb up. Asia's trying to look over this at the moment. It should be able to do a huge amount of damage, and damage he does get indeed. He's got a shield squad to play with as well. Can't quite connect this time, but will with these shots. Damage, damage, damage. They is all that he wants to hear right now.
Oh my
As Makers
god
will hold off this push.
I mean, still a chance for Keon. You've got to remember that. Furious still alive on the eastern side. Hey, if they do enough damage here, I mean, I've seen crazier things. Okay, Keon, he went down.
2位取りたいケオン
Finally, the kills are going to come in here. Makers will feel like almost they're putting us out of our misery, just waiting for that championship banner to come up, that champion's banner that will solidify the in this game. Olimpo eliminated. Keon on the path. He'll fall.
Oh my god テンちゃんあれ
Such buildings as soon as they. But TS. Remember, they didn't have ring console information either. But Makers, it was their dominance and how they would just spread themselves out and deal so much damage to anyone who arrived. I mean, 15 kills to go alongside first place here. That really puts them in contention to win this entire lobby. They're going to be one of the teams we have to be watching out for.
It was a fantastic demonstration of how of how strong split holding can be if you're good enough to do it, right? A lot of teams you will see maybe retreat away to just play the one building as the swarm of teams start. Makes it such a good job of making sure that every single team
待って DM するわこいつあれ
took damage. They got one knock that forced
お前どこ
and they could keep controlling the entirety of that little compound. So a very, very impressive game coming in from Makers. Like I say, a masterclass in split holding those buildings.
Yeah, brilliant from them. I think it's going to be frustrating for Reject Winity in particular. They had the buildings prior to that, and then they started moving south because they thought it was going to continue heading towards Thermal Station. Furia, I think they'll be pretty happy with the top 3, considering it is coming down towards their POI, but of course it did pull away from them as well.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the results here. You can see them on your screen. 27 points in total. for Makers in that game. We mentioned the 15 KP they managed to pick up. That's why you're seeing that monster total at the backside of it. But I mean, you're looking at Furia right now. First place game number 1. You can see the points they've got in game number 2.
God, 15 キルやば。
12 points overall. Limpo though, big game for them as well. Third place overall. TSM though, 12 points on the board. Dan, not too bad for the TSM boys.
Yeah, I think that was a better game from TSM. Of course, we were able to see their POV quite a bit as they made their
at home
away from Skyhook, and it does put them up into the top 10 at the very least. So they can now start to compete for some.
エンちゃん来なかったみんな。
Tied with Legends, tied with Noctum, tied with Reject Winity. So there is definitely breathing room as you ignore the numbers.
My brain just exploded trying to read that. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, 5. Essentially, they're all tied.
They are all tied.
I worked that out myself.
Well done.
I worked that out myself. My goodness.
Well, Furia 37 points will be ahead.
マジ
It now opens things up for everyone because people are starting to catch up a little bit here, Mark.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's looking like a much closer lobby now, but Furia certainly establishing themselves in these first 2 matches as the team.
いや、みんな、俺言えないけど、いや、結構かわいそう。
I want to send it down to Peeps because he is a beautiful man with a similar haircut to myself. So Peeps.
かわいそうてんじゃん。
My bald brother, I am here with some of the craziest fans at the SAP Arena in Mannheim, Germany. Dude, I gotta ask, where are you from? All right, and hey, I gotta ask, but you know, what do you want to say to the EXO clan, the boys at K20 and everybody?
We believe in you. We are all here for you, whatever the results. And I know it will be a win. We believe in that, and we still believe in you till the end. So keep going.
All right, full belief here. And dude, I gotta ask you, right? How does it feel being in Mannheim, Germany here with a bunch of your friends all supporting EXO?
This is fucking insane. This is one of the most...
Fucking はちょっとダメか。
Craziest fans at Mannheim. You will take it away right now.
I usually say, excuse my French, but it's kind of more applicable than I thought it would be, right? It's impressive.
Pardon
also,
there,
double down on it. Love that.
Triple down. But yeah, great to see the EXO Ultras out in full force to support their boys. But can EXO take that energy and put a W on the board? Because they're going to need it to start catching up as the lobby.
そうだね、エクソ応援するチームって応援する人たちクソ多いな毎回。
One, the energy in the room is amazing. Yeah. And let me tell you, it's reverberating around here.
すごい。見てこれ。何これ。
When he move a little bit, you see the shoulders are going there?
え
He's got those moves, man. I've seen him on the dance floor. I haven't really, but I imagine he'd move on the dance floor.
半分の半分のオフライン視聴者じゃん。エクソのファンたち。
It's fantastic to see the support coming in from all over the world. Like we mentioned, it feels like wherever Swinny goes, wherever EXO clan go, there is always support behind him, and we're seeing exactly that right now.
マジで
On the first day as well. That's the thing I love about it, right? Imagine what they're going to be like on Sunday. Exhausted.
見てこれみんな。
Also recruit as well throughout the tournament.
エクソの応援してる人たちしかいねえ。
More of those seats to support
おタイタガールもいる。
as we get into the remaining days. Now, match 3 is coming up shortly. Has been an interesting first 2 matches as well because there has been some zone shifts that have maybe caught a couple of teams off guard. Reject Winity, of course, clearly.
ちょっと待って。タイタガール行ったんだけど。
Monument. He takes the initiative to move either early or be patient enough and brave enough to wait until those final moments, because I feel like it has to be one or the other. If you get caught in between, you just get shot by everyone.
Yeah, it's like the worst thing to do is not make a decision, right? And then before you know it, opportunities slip through your fingers, and opportunities certainly not slipping through the fingers of these fingers? Thumbs and fingers?
Fingers.
I don't know what's going on right now. Anyway, these 3 gentlemen on your screen right now, because Furia have started as expected, I think. If you're looking at a lot of you know, people online, people on social media, people on the desk, people in the building, I'm sure, coming into this event. Fury was a name that was on the top of a lot of people's list of teams to watch, who I think could perform, could be there on Sunday, make it to the finals, and make a real good run of it. And game number 1 and number 2, yes, they get a great zone. Game number 2, Thermal Station Zone is always going to be one where they collect points, but getting the win and that second place, and even little things, right? Keon managing to find his way into a second place position as a solo in those final moments. And remember when he ended up on
ジョーダンなんかお坊ちゃまみたいになってる。お坊ちゃま？何それ？
so to speak, of that game. It's looking good for Fury, right?
Makers also able to win that game all the way from the stacks. They picked essentially third when it came to World. First pick, Fury had second. Makers had third in the end. Of course, other teams would have picked ahead of them, but that would have been on Storm Point instead. But they are 3 teams that I've just named, all performing pretty well at the moment. I think the POI draft is going to become more and more relevant as this tournament goes on. If you aren't aware of it, your performance in group stages will affect your POI draft position as you get into the bracket. And
あ、金持ちの子供。あー。なるほど。お坊ちゃまの子供。僕の国？
21st, which is different throughout Pro League. It was first and 40th. It's far better now.
見えないな。
Such a commanding POIs being in that spot.
You certainly can indeed. A lot to look forward to when it comes to that POI draft as we get through the tournament. But for now, we're going to a quick break. We've done 2 games. Game number 2.
Oh my god. また quick break. Fuck. Holy shit. Dead. Come on, bruh.
Two games done here, and it's time for us to head towards match number 3. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, if you're just joining us or if you were just waiting for that break to be over, it is, of course, the Split 2 playoffs here in the ALGS. We're in here in Mannheim, Germany. And let me tell you, Dan, game 1 and 2 have got me excited for game number 3. I've just realized we're on the big screen. I'm giving you a hug. So everyone can actually now know that I love you. So there you go.
You're just lucky it was on camera. There's a lot of things that happens off camera.
That's the first time I was going to say, oh, I'm quite happy I was on camera because there's some weird stuff I do off of it.
It is amazing here in Mannheim, Germany. Actually, quite surprised how beautiful the city of Mannheim is because I didn't know when it was announced. I was like, I have never heard of Mannheim, and we arrive, and it is incredible around here. Already seen some beautiful sights. Well. The weather has been amazing. Of course, we're inside now playing some Apex Legends, but we were able to enjoy it yesterday before things got going. Speaking of getting going, the game 3 is locked and it is loaded, and the players are now getting loaded into said dropship. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because we're starting to learn how this lobby plays out a little bit. There has been a lot of patience from teams not engaging in certain areas. And what that does to the lobby is people maybe feel a little bit more free to make rotations, but that actually can create more fights because people start to feel a little bit more safe. They don't think those fights are going to come through, and then suddenly there is going to be a team waiting around the corner that maybe they wouldn't expect.
Well, we're seeing a lot, and not surprisingly with the compositions in the current meta, a lot of teams who are just trying to get in a zone early, right? I mean, if you get into zone early and you've got Watson, Newcastle, Catalyst, combination of which most of these teams do, It's so easy to just bunker down and hold that position for a long, long time. So that's what you're seeing a lot of teams playing for that hard early rotate here in this meta. And I think it's not really going to be something that changes too much as this tournament does go on. Well, as the tournament does go on, it's time for us to get into match number 3.
Here we go.
On World's Edge, before we flip the script, we flip the map, and we go over to Storm Point. Let's see what it's got in store for us.
And I want to touch upon that point you were talking about with the legends that can kind of bunker down. We saw Gaming Gladiators in the previous game really heavily commit all of the defenses towards the northern side, and they were able to hold off Bleed, but it meant that Makers then had the ability to push them, and they had no resources left to stop Makers doing that. So you really have to think about where you're going to put all your resources. Do you want to put all your eggs in one castle wall?
Do you want to build a snowman?
Good stuff from you, especially day one. Match number 3, already hitting bringing the hits out.
Pumping them out.
From the winners of our game number 2 on your screen right now, 29 points on the board for them.
Oh, どうも取ってるのか。
Loot rotation path. They've got stacks, and also you can see they're over at Dome as well. And a lot of the time that you'll see people over at Dome who are dropping over at stacks is because, of course, you have potential access to a ring console and a survey beacon, and that's exactly what Makers do have.
Oh, Anchi, どこですか?
I don't know if you heard of thermal station, Dan, but
dead.
Well, we didn't see it enough in Pro League. So
we didn't see it enough in the last game. I want to see more of it.
We get to see a little bit more.
Only thermal station zones for the entirety of the ALGS.
また火力。
Myself thermal station.
There is
何この。
over towards Tree. So actually, the buildings on the south side of Thermal Station, where actually Cloud9's survey beacon being hit currently is, and where that drone was, could be one of the best positions to play, because we have seen it pull all the way south, and we might see a few teams try and commit to that kind of area.
Yeah, it's going to be probably those hill houses, like you say, or the ground in and around them, just to the north of where C9 find themselves. You can see they're rotating at the moment, and when they get that zone information, it's going to be really, really big for them. Look at Reject Winity, by the way. We mentioned how they are like the super duper, like mega hard zone team. Already.
もういいから見たいよ。
To this rotate, and they are inside a zone once more. So whoever's reading the zones for this team, they know these zones so well, and they very rarely get it wrong.
And Reject Winity came into this POI draft as the #1 pick, by the way. So they had a great opportunity to get some of the priority POIs, and they actually opted to choose the #1 pick as Pylon on Storm Point, which meant they didn't get as an ideal position here on World's Edge, but of course, because they have 21st as well, it is still going to be a good POI, and they proved that no matter where they are on the map, they can still find some of these positions very quickly. Now, I do think that because we have so much coverage on the zone of Thermal Station, it is probably going to trend towards the southern side or maybe Thermal side. It's very unlikely to pull towards Tree here.
It's the kind of sentence that sets us up.
ニューデイでしょ
A little bit later on.
ニューデイなんだけど、チームに入っ
If it
た
does。pull towards Tree, it's not going to just catch us off guard. It's going to catch a lot of these teams off guard. There may be a few who have to bank on Tree because you don't get to play Thermal because all these positions are going to be taken, and maybe they could be rewarded with a little bit of luck.
Well, Pioneers inside of the top 10 at the moment, only 11 points to their name, but they're moving their way.
お、ルー誰が倒してる
closer to zone at the moment between launch.
Oh my god! Yo, why the fuck are you not showing Lou, bro? Dude's killing 2 people.
They're gonna hit it now.
Which one first?
First.
88 cracks on him. He jumped.
Missed.
I'm looking for the
Yeah,
kill.
I can headshot this fucking guy with the charge rifle.
Get him!
Nice.
The other two on the left.
Yeah. The other two on the left.
I'm running up right now.
The Siphon team is there. Nice.
Nice.
Good. Let's take this spot, boys.
I'm trying to run for the third person.
Yep. Right here. Picking you, Lou. You're alone.
I got many guys here.
Any damage to him?
Yeah, 40. He's probably aping me. Is he underneath? No, he's running away.
One
There's a
HP
team
on him.
underneath. Got him.
Okay,
Nice.
set up the spot.
I'm droning instantly, looking around.
Yeah, we
Oh
need to-
my god!
I'm looking right now.
ルー一人でやったやん。
Team members. Yeah, they're here.
Okay, they're
Live ping. They're going right, left to right. I'm gonna look from here. I'm charging up.
They're in low on tree, bottom tree. We're just gonna take the spot. Keep the spot.
Yeah. Right here in the open. Might be free kills.
Okay, I'm looking.
It cracks on the big.
Watson, I'm hitting that. No, I'm
Nade
gonna move to the right a little bit. Careful, people walking up.
Right, alright, there we go. That's what I like to see, baby.
The complexity now maybe looking to make a little of a push, but
Oh my god, EXO.
And they're gonna have to be forced to heal here.
It was both EMPs went off there, but now there's going to be a chance to heal for both teams. As now grenades are going to come out as well. Neither team really wants to push this aggressively. As I say that, they're all committing to the building now, and this fight is going to happen here.
Oh my god.
Planner on the other side of this. Monsoon.
Come on, Monsoon. Come on, Monsoon. Oh my god.
Monsoon with a swing will create the opening for Complexity. Yeah, that's a great flank from Monsoon. It just allowed them to force them through that gap where he can get
Oh my god, what a flank.
So alive. They have been able to escape the remaining 2 players, so Complexity do not clean them up, but they are still in the area.
Love that brave play from Monsoon as well. There's still going to be teams rotating in, so to wide swing around a building like that, it's almost as if you expect that maybe you're going to take a bit of damage, but you do the calculations in your head and you're like, ooh, I think I can make it and I can get this knock first. And that's exactly how it works.
うますぎるこいつらの戦い。
And go inside of this building, and Feuda's going to go down as well.
Oh my god! Wait, Complexity なんか
Like the complexity we expect to see.
Pioneer's got a big nade, but I think Complexity were just able to reset. You heard the call, or you saw the call from Monsoon of third party could be here. Make sure we swap those shields, and KCP will back off. They weren't quick enough to get involved, and they very intelligently do not engage, otherwise that could have got a little bit dicey for them.
Only teams outside of zone at the moment as we take a look at where zone is more likely to be going, or certainly where teams are going to have to work their way through. Bleed Esports, they're over by Mirage Etoile and staging at the moment. You've got Countdown, which is being occupied by TSM at the moment as they had to head down to the south once more. GG had to make their way all the way over from the northern side of the map, and SSE X-Ray are going to...
本当だ Am I brain dead or Countdown is... Oh, what the fuck they are for?
We have to just play for like staging died, kill Trove, kill here. We actually just gotta play for stop staging.
We've just been waiting.
Yeah. You guys can start moving forward.
We got a ball through there. Get red. We definitely want to craft a bat here at land. Someone to smoke this beacon here.
That pole's good.
It is really good for us. Not a lot of teams we should try to get in right now and see if something's open, bro. I'm going for the win side.
Do not go for the vault. Do not go for the vault. We need to go in. You hear me, Evan? Do not go for vault.
Yep. Staging looks like they're leaving. Staging team is gonna have info.
Yeah. They're gonna try to get in.
Or no?
Guys, no
grab
evacs
right
again, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm grabbing XP.
It's gonna be a hard zone to get into with no evacs.
We need to go staging and just look.
Uh.
Run along the right side here, yeah?
Oh.
Yeah, we need to go staging top.
Let's check out that area.
Zero squads.
インペリアルハルはもう出てないの。そうですね。エイペックスプロのやめたわ。ユリス今漢字やるならキャラ3人どうする？俺バンガいやマジで出たい。合ってるかな。なんか俺の日本行くのタイミングでエイパックノース出れるタイミング合うかな、会えるかな。
No one's underneath.
This team might go for it. I think we need to go right now. Yeah, wait, they're going for it. The team's gonna push if they go.
They're gonna have beacon. They're gonna be straight.
会えるなら絶対で出ますよ。
I don't think they're even going for it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. They're going like tracks.
We can't do anything.
てかチームメイト誰おらんやろ。もうあれ？見つけれるよ。別に。
Is this team playing top? Bottom's free, guys.
The thing is, next zone after this bottom is free. How do we get bottom?
Bottom's free in middle. I don't know.
Bottom thermal's middle open?
Yeah. Everything here, like all this was clear.
Can we go under here and then cross?
そんなモチベないやろ。あるけど。
You want to? Okay. Done.
あるけど。
Building might look at us, boys. Yeah. Looking to drop.
どういうこと？
Can you almost smoke? You can run to the right.
Yeah. We can play here too.
I need to buff a bat in the smoke. Batting in the smoke. You guys are ready? I can smoke height. Counter. I'm here with you.
ピアルはやめた方がいい。
I can scout it if you want. I think I need to scout it, bro.
アルピだね。なんかあいつどうなるんだろうな、マジで。
It's open, bro.
ちゃんとやる気チェックするわ。俺マジでやりたいからアルピはわかんない。
Gunner. Looking again. Get our smoke.
Yep.
Inside, they might drop.
Alright, dude, trying to get inside. Inside. Good work. Popping this though.
You always
I'm gonna
get
get
EMP to drop down, boys.
Get ready for teams flying in now, let's go.
I'm gonna pop my ult cell. They might EMP drop, yeah, you're right.
I'm not
Oh,
cell.
ノイズ死んでた。
There's team both jungle gyms. There's a Wasp team.
点
on
滅。
top.
I don't know if I should pop this
either.
other one. I don't know if I should pop this one.
I think there's a team in both jungle gyms, by the way, guys.
Scouting. I have thermal mapper in, by the way.
Yeah, can you hit him?
This building's open, I think.
I think you save it, bro. With
Is it? This building is open on me.
We might not pull over there. Zone might not pull over there. Zone might just pull east, boys.
No, it's not open. It's one. Wait, they're ratting it.
Let's go that way.
Wait.
Might just literally end on top of us.
Yeah. It's one guy in here. It's a fucking castle.
Where's he split holding? There's no solos alive.
This maybe?
I think been outside.
Can't loot that.
Please watch the drop, guys. They have Watson. They're Watson crypto. Bang. They can definitely drop whenever they want.
We're holding thermite for their drop, they do.
It's an invis crypto in there. That's
It's
what
definitely
it is.
a duo. Every team's full though.
There's
It
no
can't be full
solos or
duo.
duos, boys.
Everything's
One,
full.
their solo is split holding, I think, over here. It's definitely a duo inside this.
あるでしょこの人。
Wait.
Having the amount of times you block my hook clusters, bro.
Big bodied.
This definitely could pull to us, like directly on top of us.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, no matter where it pulls, our spot's
I remember you have
guys
balls,
running
right?
here.
Yeah. Give me side.
We should leave a killie maybe.
Okay.
Alright. Here we go. GG.
This one's really good if we can find
Yeah, I know. Call everything, okay? Evaking. Go this side.
Okay. You can west, far west as well on the zone. If I don't know if we reach, like on the platform.
Okay, the skull spots.
Jungle gyms, west platform, the platform that we pinged already.
What about like here?
I don't know.
This
Bottom,
bottom,
might be an option. Land here first, because they could be on that.
I'm going beans. Here.
Yeah, where are you?
Showing on me.
Yeah, nice. You can all here. Maybe
Oh, いいじゃんこれ。
We have a lot of space. Spare everything.
I don't know where to ult here. Holy fuck.
Nice turning.
I just ulted here.
I'm gonna spike to the other
Look
side.
Look behind, guys. Look behind. They might just randomly drop on our backs.
I'm gonna spike the other side.
Yeah, we need to play both. Like
Well, it's a great listening to learn the emotions you go through on a blind evac tower, right? They don't quite know where they're going to land. They have some pings, they have some plans in their mind, but as you heard from the comms, it's like, I don't know. We want to play for this. They land, and it's like, we have all of this. This is wonderful. We're bang center zone, and we've got more than we thought.
Oh my god.
Too much space. They didn't really know where to play. As elsewhere, you can see there's a little bit of a potential fight happening. It's going to be Makers involved in this one again. On the southeast, they're trying to move in. You've got Northeption and SWQ, and even Go Next just north of it. So 4 teams in a very close proximity here, and there could be a lot of KP available for one. One team we're feeling confident is the winners of our game number 2 on your screen right now. They won't be afraid to fight, and they're going to have to do so as well. Also on the Mosey, you got the gold bolt, and you've got
Oh my god, 来る。
all the hop-ups you could want as well.
MKers versus 誰
Those shields as you walk through.
あ、ベッパー来
Makers
た
have。got the armory is essentially what's in the backpack on the guns to take this fight. They also have an armor advantage here, but here comes the EMP. This might be the time for them to push. They're going to wrap zone here. Oh, it's a great wrap, and they do so much damage, catches them off guard. But it's a great reply of damage on the other side as well. Only one alive here for SWQ, though. Zicky's going to have to fly in. Actually, it becomes a 1v1 very quickly. There's the shield crack. There's the kills. And that's going to be Makers surviving.
なんでこんな
Enough to third pie this way. Here comes the EMP, and maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, Go Next
なんでこんな近いの
distance, and they'll get
なんでこんな危ないの
We'll see Reject Winity and Cloud9 as they go back to Go Next trying to finish off the
なんで
which they do. The winners from game number 2.
え、なんでなんで失礼死んだの
recognition from them of where
一人ダウン
were available.
一人死んでたのはまあまあわかるけど二人がちょっと
All of that, and I thought for a second they were going to be safe to reset, but no. Kishiro
くだらねえ
sees the opportunity and seizes it
おいこっち
as well. Now they have
今何してんねん
as the next challenge.
ちゃんとこっちしろ今何それ
But with the push from Go Next, they have given up train station, and it's allowed Northeption to actually get ahead of them and now hold them out. But now Bleed Esports.
あーこれリジェクト全滅
Reject Winity will get eliminated, and now Fury is starting to get involved in some scraps. Fury here will do a lot of damage onto them as well. Now you're seeing them do more damage onto Bleed. Not will go down.
And Furia, look at the position they're playing at the moment. They're going to have to move as we are going to be pulling back towards the platform just to the south side of Thermal Station, where Legends Gaming currently find themselves. And this is the battle for the south side. So many teams here, but only one will be able to prevail. Polly is eliminated in the meantime.
Bleed, Northception, and Go Next, all scrapping, and Fury are so
Oh
close
my,
to this as
oh
Bleed get
my
eliminated.
god.
They were the last of the party, and they got
Oh
stuck
my
between Go Next and
Jeebus.
Northception. And now maybe this fight can continue, but now SSE X-Ray also getting involved.
Fury is still alive here. Vaxlon's going to have to take a few moments to get that battery off, though, on the Newcastle. Couple of KP also already in the bag here for Keon. You can see that Olympo were challenging the position of Legends, who I mentioned were in the priority position. They've just won that fight. Olympo will be eliminated, so Legends hold their ground. But what is next here for Fury? A big moment for them.
Sorcerer, the last remaining below Fennel. I don't know if they know he's there. Well, now they do. And it might just be cleanup crew here for Fennel, but they don't want to commit too much to this. As I say that, lucky you're a Pathfinder.
危ねえ。あれ味方折れた。
And C9 look like they might be going down sooner as well. Two certainly will fall. Kurahara's got to be careful here. Shots coming in from a distance. Down, but it's not good enough. There's a little bit of an opening.
ちょっとミスった。ちょっとミスっちゃった。多分モモンが折れちゃったから味方も折れるのって思ってたけど。
And because they committed so
heavily to
clean up that rat, they got pushed. As now Nasky, you can see, comes out of the portal as Legends are trying to find a spot over towards the bins. But Complexity are also here. The remaining of Fennel is going to be underneath them, whilst Fury are going to watch over from this southern side.
Yeah, Fury got across the wall down there as well, so they're going to be safe on that side of zone. Legends Gaming, we mentioned the prio position they want, and they have been holding for so long. Well, now they're going to have to watch teams come in and try and take it away from them. Complexity.
Oh my god.
It's essentially in a mirror position of them just on the next platform, just above them. You can see VK Gaming have just taken that height. In the kill feed though, you see SS X-Ray. They'll be eliminated as GG will take them down.
9 squads left. Still teams have to move towards this side of the zone here.
これ女の子ですか？
Thermal Station south side is
なんか可愛い。
contested. Gaming Gladiators will hold the northeast. Legends Gaming going to be far west. TSM still have to move from the north a little bit here. But they're very reluctant to do so. Smokes will go down to give them some coverage, and they may just be able to do some damage to teams that are actually trying to escape as Cloud9 get eliminated.
A lot of damage coming in from Skynades and a combination of Rolling Thunder. Zap will get the knock onto Kashira with that Skynade. Now we look at Verholst with the bow in his hands, and Reps alongside him trying to hold their backs. Go Next Esports will be eliminated. We're down to 7.
Gaming Gladiators actually might push up towards TSM here. They're kind of forced away from some of these other fights. The cap wall will allow them coverage to engage if they would like to. You can see they're reluctant to do it right now as well. There's a lot of bullets that are just coming through these cat walls.
Akimbo.
Firing pop shots, hoping to get some damage.
Akimbo 最強だな今。
GG trying to hold as much space as they can around the position that they do have. Of course, they're going to have to move as the zone will force them together. Complexity still in a great spot. Bang in the center of zone with VK Gaming above them. Essentially working together is going to be important for both of these teams to hold out everybody who's going to be trying to collapse in around them in these final moments.
Gaming Gladiators, if they play this one right, if they can actually get some of these ultimates back before this zone fully closes, they're in a really good spot to push up to this, get a castle wall down in one of the priority positions at the moment, as now we're going to see transition from one side to the other. Everyone gets involved as Fennel get eliminated.
Fennel eliminated. It's Fury who made that zip across to try and take the high ground, and you can see in the kill feed, that means everything is about to kick off now. One team landing on another means there's only so many spaces, so many levels that can be played on this tower as Furia. They've managed to reset, they've managed to hold on to this height.
But 4 teams are here, 4 teams have to fight, and then elsewhere, TSM and Gaming Gladiators watching over this, can do damage from a distance. Who survives this mess on the southern side? That's my question, because you've got TSM down below, you've got the chance to really get some good damage.
VK Gaming eliminated as we find ourselves with 5. Amphi manages to get one knock.
Oh my god.
Now have to hold off the push as Vaxalon can't clutch.
Oh
Fury will be
shit.
eliminated, but it's another great game for them. It's Legends Gaming with that climb up from the back who managed to take them down. Now they look for the reset. There's the EMP will come in as well. Player K still with a decent amount of health to hold on. Certainly look to get his teammates back onto their feet, but Gaming Gladiators, we mentioned how they've been quiet so far, how the zones have been a bit rough. Well, they're making this one work.
TSM were actually able to wrap from the west, by the way, and they're still alive. They do have res, but there's a lot of damage just been taken onto Zap's side. It's GG really in one of the best spots, but there is maybe too many players alive right now. They could all turn and look at GG. They have to be careful. Legends reset a little bit up top. There's still Lou alive for Complexity as well.
Lou's looking for the climb up here. You can see as well, he's just trying to play behind that bin on the high ground, trying to just survive as long as he can. GG have got to wait for the game to come for them. Like,
あ、これ神場所じゃん。あ、けど。
they do have a little bit of cover in the form
あ
of the mobile res beacon.
あ
The
れ
shield is going to be good enough to
あ、
keep them alive
EMP
for now. Complexity eliminated as the nades now come in. GG get the castle wall down. They hold on to it till the final moment to give themselves the cover. It's a beautiful play. Beautiful use of the ultimate. Now they turn their attention towards the skies. The mobile shield is still here. TSM in front
Nice
of them.
shots.
Natsuki going to be taken down as well.
Nice massive. 0 何もしてないこいつ。Oh, there we go. There we go.
And we said that Gaming Gladiators, they looked fantastic pre-patch. How were they going to look after the latest update? Well, there's your answer. Game 3, they find a victory here. And as soon as they took that amount of space, it was the way that they just commanded that area as well. They didn't full send it onto a team. They weren't even phased by the amount of grenades that started to arrive at them. They used all the utility that was available by Newcastle as well to protect them. They were patient. They trusted in other teams doing damage. And they are rewarded with a first place and 14 kills on the board.
We mentioned how there's been some great examples of specific scenarios in our game 1 and 2. I think we just saw a great example of why Newcastle's kit is so valuable, right? We see the mobile shield goes down. It protects them from a little bit of nade damage. They get a little bit of a reset, a couple of shield cells off, and then the timing of the castle wall, holding it off until that final moment. Maybe it was just a case of holding off until it became available for them. But as soon as that went down, it was the cover they needed to watch everybody else in front of them have to fight. So just creating that cover, such an important moment for GG to be able to essentially dominate and control the pace of those final moments. And then it's all about sometimes you need to hit your shots. Light with the clutch in those final moments. He hits his shots, and that's put GG on top.
I think one of the most valuable things that GG did as well was force TSM to make the rotation onto that western side, because TSM could have gone across that bridge in theory, or even just committed across the lava had GG not had so much commanding space. But because the damage that was being outputted by GG, TSM were forced to rotate on the western side, and that meant they joined the 4 other teams that were already in that area, and GG just kind of had to sit, wait, be patient, and they're rewarded with it.
Yeah, patience is a virtue. It was a famous saying by someone. Maybe it's just a phrase. I don't know. I don't have the exact answer for that. But it's so true in those final moments, right? And when we see it in end games, especially when you're the team who controls the most space of zone, it's very tempting sometimes to try and think, oh, there's an extra kill I could get here. There's a couple of kills if I just pick this corner a little bit more. But you have to be patient. You have to show a little bit of resolve and just pick the right moments. And that's exactly what those gentlemen on your screen leaving the stage right now for a well-earned break did do in those final moments. A fantastic first 3 games of our set here on World's Edge. We're heading over to Storm Point next, but before we get there, we're going to head back to the desk. Rainday, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mark and Dan. Onset and Gaskin on the call there to start off C versus D. The pace of the day is certainly increased, and the stakes are even higher as well as we go back on the desk. My name is Rain. I'm joined by Lauren, and of course, Snipe Down and Graceful here to talk strats, talk impact, talk results. After 3, it's looking really good. I mean, I don't want to toot the old horn here, but Gaming Gladiators, we did talk about them. They show up pretty big in that last game. It's just a good sign to come. Mostly, too, the impact of Newcastle is unbelievable in these lobbies. I think we've been seeing it in scrims. If you've been paying attention and you're a big Apex fan, sure, you know. But if you're just like tuning in from Split 1 and now you're checking it out Split 2, this is a wild difference.
I mean, between the Newcastle with the new changes, those gold bins making everything that much scarier, we're seeing, like you had mentioned quite a few times earlier on in the day, Snipe, it's a much more diverse meta. It's so much more chaotic. You can make a lot of things work here, though, and our teams are really figuring out what those strategies are.
Yeah, and I think that is really where the unpredictable nature of this tournament is coming from. What are the strategies? We're seeing them work really well, and let's just walk through how they worked in each of these games, because it was Furious, Snipe, who would start out in a dominant fashion, taking game 1. Walk me through how this began.
Yeah, and I hyped them up before this. I had them as my pick. This whole game, honestly, they had some rotates in from Thermal Station. Complexity was in front of them for a lot of this game, and they ended up wrapping up behind them as Complexity tried to push Legends on the hill. And once Furia made that rotate back towards the tracks and around, they put themselves at the height, and this spot from where they're at almost always wins this zone. And they were able to watch, you guys saw it, all the teams that thought this was going to go Monument, they got stuck at the bridge, they got stuck pushing up, and they're just holding this Newcastle wall on height. There really is no way for teams to push them once to get the tunnel control. And so they're just raining fire down on every one of these teams. And they were able to pick up, I think, a solid double-digit kill game here, which put them in a great position for the rest of the series to come out with the win.
Yeah, Madness as well on the crypto. I questioned how people who don't typically IGL on more, passive players like crypto would do, how they would transition. Seems like there's no problem there for Madness picking up that role perfectly as well. I mean, let's head over into game 2 and also switch gears because Makers would stand out big time. Huge kill game, huge win. Graceful to kick off match 2 for them.
Makers, MNKers. No, this win at the end was pretty easy since they ended, the zone ended up pulling towards high ground and they just need to hold the climb. Almost got spooked, by the way, because they actually managed to 3-man climb, almost wipe it for real, but, it was fun. But before, the whole fantastic part of this game was before this happened, what we see right now is the way they held these two houses. Like, this zone is very old. Been playing it for like 3-4 years. And the fact that they held the west side first, and then made them passive due to the fact that they were like killing 2 teams, I believe. And then they swapped to the east side where, where the zip lines and the little high ground is, and they wiped, I believe, Bleed in the blue container. They just kept clearing sides. Eventually, only one team came in. They wiped them, I believe it was TSM. After that, they just looked down and they just hold out the game. Really, I would say, like, super solid fundamentals, textbook gameplay.
Interesting, too, to see, like, the differences of the lineups here going up with the Watson instead of the Newcastle, but still having success in these moments. Some we're seeing the Newcastle and the Watson paired together. Some we're seeing that split on just with the Bangalore and the Crypto for the EMP pressure. But game 3, GG. It was GG for GG here in this one.
Yeah, and I know Snipe got the Furia win in the first game for his prediction. Then we got our GG win here in match number 3. And this is especially impressive when you consider where they're dropping. That east of Climatizer up there super far north. They had to make their way all the way down to Thermal as it continued to be on the southern side of the map. And they just had the perfect positioning. That final ring shrink down was just barely enough in their favor with literally everybody else on that 2-story flat. You had Legends over there. You had Complexity over there. You had everyone fighting just for those last few placement points or KP if they could get it, knowing that with this Newcastle wall, the blocking of the vision with the smoke, I mean, GG just really had to wait for everything to come to them patiently to clean this one up.
And they have Catalyst as well. You see that Catalyst wall playing in, another kind of iteration on this, but you're right, it was Lufka who got that first shot, and it was Light who would clean it up. They're so excited for that young star here on GG, and it would earn them the 26 points and first place that they had been desiring. Notably, TSM right behind them as well. Legends Gaming, Complexity, and Furia rounding out our top 5. Furia's with a nice second place as well. Keon doing his thing now with a 5 and a win. They're certainly looking to be touching the top of this leaderboard here. As you look at the total score, there it is. Furia, 46 points after 3 games. MKers, Gaming Gladiators, Legends Gaming, and TSM right behind. It's a good showing for actually TSM there. Legends Gaming, we did mention that. It's great too. And I'll go to you, Grace. We'll see Amphi and Nasky picking that up. We know they'll be probably swapping out tomorrow, but still, that's a great start if you're Legends Gaming.
Yeah, it's a great start, and we also have to mind, the current zones that we've seen. We've seen kind of repetitive zones twice in a set. It's a 2-1 set all of the time. So when we see, Furia done phenomenally, and they've had good placements and good kills, but also 2 zones on top of them. So we have to keep that in mind, that teams that aren't like, there are, from 2nd to maybe 8th place, that don't have zones close to them, they're working really hard, and they're showing up. So they get 1 zone in their favor, it could sway the entire leaderboard, which I'm all for. We're here for some good Apex.
We're all for it, baby. Well, one of the interesting things is we're at LAN, so we get a chance to sit down with some of the people we may not be able to talk to, maybe just because they're on the other side of the world. In fact, it was Wig and Greek who had some chances to speak with Reject Winity JP earlier. So let's hear what they had to say.
Hey guys, Wig and Greek here at ALGS Playoffs in Mannheim, Germany. We're going to be sitting down with the players from Reject Winity, known as Ianaga, Colonel Garcia, and Ein, formerly known as NewJ. Thank you all for tuning in, and let's get right into it.
Alrighty, so first off, we know that this is you guys' first ever pro league that you guys have competed in. Can you tell us a little bit about your incredible journey that got you guys here?
チャレンジャーサーキットからプロリーグに上がって、でプロリーグから初めてだったんですけど、世界大会に行くことができてって感じですね。
You guys not only qualified for this LAN, but you also placed 2nd in APAC North Split too. That's extremely impressive. Is that like a really big confidence booster going into this LAN?
まあそうですね。まあフナティックがその前回大会でそのドラフト順位3番目を獲得してくれたのもあって、まあ自分たちすごいプレッシャーがとてもあると思うんで、まあその中でまあしっかりそのワットソン、クリプト、バルキリーっていう構成を使ってその決勝までいけたらなと思います。
Are you going to continue to play Valkyrie during this LAN itself? Because I know you guys were running it during the whole split too.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
What does it mean to you to be signed by Reject?
まあ前回その僕たちが所属するリジェクトが世界大会優勝してるってこともあって、まあ、もちろんプレッシャーっていうのは感じるんですけど、まあ前のリジェクトのメンバーと僕たちは違いますし、まあ、そこはやっぱり自分たちにできることを全力で頑張ってその良い結果を残せたらなっていうふうに思ってます。
My chat and I am also wondering, how did you guys get these photos for your profile pictures?
まあ自分は、まあもうゴリラが好きなんで、もうただただもうそれにしようっていう感じにしましたね。
自分はその駅員のそのアルバイトをやってる時にそのお客さんにその事故があった時に撮られた写真があれです。
Your story is pretty inspiring. You know, Challenger Circuit to Pro League. What would your message be to Challenger Circuit players across the world, you know, trying to make their dreams reality?
僕はその2年半そのチャレンジャーサーキットでその頑張ってきたんですけど、ずっと諦めずにそのやることが一番大事かなと。
I respect you guys so much. For me, like esports is all about what you guys are doing right now, and it's really cool. Thank you so much, Ein, Inaga, and Colonel Garcia for joining us. That is it for us here at ALGS Split 2 Playoffs in Mannheim, and we will see y'all soon. Peace.
Reject Winity in the same clothes, new players there. He mentioned that quite aptly, that this is not the team that won in LA. But if you talk traditional sports, and I'm an LA guy, so Lakers fans, if the Lakers win a championship in 1 year and new players, I'm still rooting for the Lakers. And that's where esports is obviously going to be developing. Kind of have a star meta right now, but I think that this is a huge opportunity, wearing the responsibility of the org and how well that they've done. We certainly know that will be an incredible achievement if they can somehow get another one for Reject Winity. But all of that yet to be seen as we transition into the latter half of this bracket. Stormpoint is coming up, and that means new changes. It also opens some things up. Valkyrie being played, that's also something I kind of wanted to comment on as well. As we talk into Stormpoint, just your thoughts on that and these picks as we see them come across tonight.
I think if there's any map that Valkyrie is going to be worthwhile to play, it is Stormpoint. Yeah. There's a lot of tall, you know, structures and mountains to get over. You always have the coveted command center ultimate that gets you all over the place. So I'm a huge fan of Valkyrie.
パイロンはいいね。
and it's always nice to see more
なん
characters in
か
the legend pool. So looking to see that.
ミュージーにとってパイロンは一番いいバランスだと思う。なんかパイロンはまあ真ん中ではないんだけど、まあほぼ真ん中にいるあるから、そのローテ漁る時間もなんだっけ。
You get a win in Apex Legends,
日本語難しい。短い漁る時間けどわかる言いたいこと。
See if they're able to kind of maintain their momentum moving from World's Edge into now Stormpoint. We did see them succeed away in that last match with their drop on World's Edge. Like you're saying, some
アサリのは早いので
or over by down Beast.
武士がうまい。
They can work with that rotationally really, really well between their loot and where they're located.
Now you can see their 8th pick used for this as well. All of these seeded coming into it. So their performances in league coming into these groups is going to help them find these picks now. Graceful, any final thoughts, any predictions? We going the same way, or you see somebody else making a surge in these last 3 games?
Well, I'm hoping for not as much south zones. I'm hoping for, you know, either Thunderwatch or even North Pad side ended zones or the North zone, so we can spice things up a little bit. I like spicy.
You want a little spice going on.
Spiciness.
Okay, all right. Hey, you know, I didn't notice you throwing spice at lunch when we were eating. You were just pretty plain, had some salad. That's okay. All right, guys, we're having fun over here. It's time to get back into game. Their casters are ready to go, so let's kick it off. Stormpoint for the last 3 in C&D.
Thank you so much, Randy. Getting a little spicy on the desk. I'm Vicky Kitty, and for the first time, help me in welcoming Jamerson on the mic. It's going to be a great time as we take you guys through the next 3 games on Storm Point. Jamerson, welcome. I mean, especially with all this action.
I mean, it feels like, you know, Split 2 online was all warm-up leading up to this, and I'm so excited to be able to cast all the action with you, Vicky.
You know what? I'm getting a little hint of nostalgia out here, like the old ESA days, but it's even better to see some familiar names going into this lobby. And, of course, I just gotta say, my pick, Euriece, holding on to that #1 spell. Oh,
またフェが最強なんだよな。俺の昔のロールなんだけどさ、またフェってさ、俺の配信始まるとき、俺のことをめっちゃ仲良しだった。ホーストとかもらったわ。レイドとか。またフェから。
Double thermal at the end of the day. So we'll see. Hopefully we get some variety here because, again,
今は仲良くないの。まあ別に仲良くないわけではないんだけど、なんかさ、視聴者とかの一番間違えてることってさ、例えばなんですけど、俺と繁盛、あまりゲームとかあまり一緒にやってないけど、仲良くないわけではない。まあただね、それだけ。まあただ一緒にやってない。いや、それはわかるよ。わかる人いるけど、間違えてる人もいるよ。だから、なんかユリス、あれのこと嫌われてるの？ケヨン嫌いの？キヨン嫌いのユリスって。コメントが来る。正直、あいつ俺のサンダルまだ戻さないからまだ許せない。あいつ。
Actually, his damage may not have to move too far. Yeah, not too far at all whatsoever. And honestly, that's what their draft take here on Stormpoint really does favor, right? Being able to move down on the eastern side of the map. We're not quite at Command Center. It is going over more towards Stormcatcher. And so teams like Fennel are going to try and hunker down early on. Bleed Esports, they're going to know how to play this zone extremely well.
Oh my J-Bus! クリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトクリプトダイヤン
More of these spots starting to make their rotate in. Olympio is already going to be calling in the evac tower as well to get on the on top of the high ground. The action happening over to the south side of Storm Point, over by Coastal Camp. We got Complexity actually slowly trying to approach Fox.
Yeah, they've already got a knock. It looks like No Easy Fox onto Monsoon.
モンスーンが死んでる。
Get Kimchi on over so that they can possibly recover him, and does look like there's enough cover for that. No Easy Fox pretty far away. They're not going to try and chase this one over.
Nosy Fox.おい、名前間違ってるよ。Nosy Fox じゃねえよ。
I like this position from Lou. He can't expose himself too far yet because he's still out of position with the rest of Complexity, but he's taking an off angle as
Noise Fox だね、Noise って。
to prevent Complexity from fully resetting after
お、いいフランクあるかも。
Timing might be a little bit late. He needs to get in there. There we go. The back
お、いいカバー、いいカバー。これのおかげで絶対詰めない。
No Easy Fox does have to be careful.
あ、No Easy Fox か。
Enough to at least dissuade them, allowing Kimchi and Monsoon to go for that full reset of the crack. Woo!
That was a little
No
scary.
Easy
He's
Fox.
holding a split angle to give the insurance that the rest of Complexity needs to reset with Monsoon and Kimchi. He's still a little out of position, and Nose Fox actually catching on, making sure that they aren't going to be the ones caught with their backs here. And they're still in a way better spot because they're still closer to the circle to try to at least circle keep them here and keep up the pressure.
Yeah, they used a lot of utility.
Alright.
If the zone pulls like.
Yeah, is it TSM 見ろ。
We need to get top right away. There's a pack here. People are going to try to come for this. Extra
I
back,
think it's done, bro. Like,
you need some what?
that's I'm dropping also here. Looks coastal side. Can't peek him.
No enemies right now.
If it's not side, we're gonna go fast.
Guys, you know what I think is fate? 繁盛の名前は、エグの意味は、女王って、 マジでフェイトだと思う。マジで。I think that's just like ねえ、it's a destiny.
They should be safe overall on board with Cloud9, who have been able to lock down a position.
運命、そうそうそう、運命だ、運命。なんか繁盛の英語の名前ってさ、繁盛の顎って長いから、それより英語の名前は英語には顎はマジで運命だと思う。
will be coming in from the southeastern side. There is also a survey beacon over to that south side, but a lot of teams not wanting to approach from that direction because you would be in that low to high ground.
完璧な前。他の名前は渡れない。くだらない。繁盛しか。
Other teams, right, like Complexity and Fox, who were basically right next to them coming up from Barometer, they're actually already in zone. And so Cloud9 might be a little bit confused. Why aren't we seeing more teams basically backfilling behind us? But they're going to get eyes on teams like Legends Gaming and others.
繁盛じゃなきゃダメだ。繁盛じゃなきゃダメみたい。
As we make the swap on over here to Storm Point, teams are really trying to feel out the other squads.
And also getting a scan on that survey beacon has allowed Furia to have Keon with the purple Evo, that second perk here. Rather, the first perk for the Pathfinder, so that way they could get the scan on the ring console too, on top of it, so they could just wait here by wall as long as they want before planning where they want to rotate into where that circle is going to be pulling closer to that south side of command center here. And now seeing with KCP hanging out in the middle, looking at the spots that may be taking their time to rotate.
Yeah, I think for Furia, they might be feeling a little bit of stir fever, right? Cabin fever after playing 2 thermal zones. When you land on thermal station, they didn't get too much action until the later end, right? So they're a little AFK for about the first 15 minutes for a lot of the game, right? So now they're running around. They're going to get themselves reds before they go into the second zone. And I'm pretty sure they want to pick up some extra. They feel very confident right now. Coming out of the first 3 games, 46 points, averaging more than 15 points per game on the World's Edge. That is absolutely insane.
After seeing how the way that they were able to perform back, especially right on Newcastle, finally being able to play on Newcastle and also claiming, you know, I am the best Newcastle, and he's always wanted to play this legend, and now being able to really showcase it has elevated Fury. Specifically, I do want to say that Madness has been popping off thus far within the last few games. He has 11 KP alone with 3.6k damage to his name. Right before we got into this game, and now seeing that the circle is completely shifting.
ノイージーと TSM 戦ってる。まあ見せとけよ。なんで見せてないのマジで。なんだこれ。点も壊れてるだし。Alright, here we go. What a shot. Oh, Miyake.
It was too hard. Verhos goes down, and so does the rest of TSM, the first squad, out of this lobby.
That's going to be a nice victory for Fox. Remember, they had a small engagement up against Complexity not too long ago. TSM were hovering around for a long time, slow on the rotate, and so they get punished for that.
What the?
We get to see that Legends Gaming is going for the respawn here too, while other squads are coming in from the skies, probably from an evac tower as well. And having to be careful with how congested it already is. Even looking at Kasher and company hanging out on that low ground there, you see EXO over to the left side, holding the other archway of the tower here. If this circle does continuously pull over to the north, you have to imagine how Bleed Eastwards is feeling after coming in from the east side of that choke.
Yeah, Furia taking the rotation path that we were definitely expecting, hitting up every juicer along the way, but they're still pretty far off from the Reds, excuse me. But honestly, at this point, they haven't really used up much at all. They haven't been fighting. They still have plenty of throwables. So walking their way on in with that information, having that survey beacon is going to be so crucial in how they approach this one.
So many other squads still playing on the edge here. You talk about the North Eption, Makers being another team. Now is slowly starting to approach Eption. making note that they're going to start moving here soon. I hear a zip line over to the side. Of course, that is Furia with their rotate right in front of their faces and being able to do so almost unscathed.
I love that. I love it. I love it. I mean, we talked
Bas
about
bas
it for years,
go.
right? We need a buff for Pathfinder. As a Pathfinder main, I am loving life right now. And you can see why. When you can just make rotates like that, you're not even worried. I mean, at some point, it looked like they took their hands off of, you know, their controllers and their keyboards because it was like, this is tickling. You're just tickling me here.
It's the alley-oop too now because they're going to be able to look right behind them. They know that there's two squads waiting for them on the other side, but actually North Epson has opted to take ring damage and then wrap around by Cliffside where we had just highlighted where Elite Esports located.
This is ring 2. They're not going to be taking that much
Oh.
damage, right? So this is not too much
バレてる。
of an investment for them. They can always turn around. At this point, you can
バレ
see
バレてると
taking them here.
き
It's
つ
close that you do need to worry a little bit more, but I'm not sure if they were actually able to
わこれきついマジで
play. And Bleed already seemed to have eyes on them. Yeah, you can see Shuby taking his first shots.
And now on the other side, North Epson know that they have the Crypto Drone out. They're going to be able to scan that survey to see just how many teams are still on this east side. Because if they do want to take this fight versus Bleed, you have to imagine C9 being to their south, closer to that dome that you could expect on the north side of the zip line.
What the fuck?
They'll be eyeing this potential fight here because they are going to be uncontested from the south side for now.
And they were able to actually get pretty
Wow.
far in with that Newcastle.
What the fuck?
Hasta la vista. They complete
けど
the wall as well. It was in the middle of losing out on Euriece here, and now Taida gonna be able to pop that shield back. No gold knockdown here, and unfortunately lose out on one completely, but are able
うわ
to
無理だなこれ
Oh
That's
no.
how it needs to happen, but oh no, he ends up going down as he tries to finish off that reset. Bird will be able, Yuka, excuse me, will be able to heal up at least, but it looks like Cloud9 want to try and pounce on this, but that looming threat of Bleed is going to stop them completely.
Bleed and even Fennel who are gonna be on the inside of the cart that has actually
Ception
slight high ground that's been broken
全滅
out North Epson, and as you can see what is left of their bodies right there on the ground. The death boxes creating a graveyard
Oh, なんか
here before even more teams.
なんか来たなんか空から来てました
Double boot Evo, we got the red Evo here too, but we saw what happened to North Epson in the same spot.
Oh boy, VK Gaming are going to have to hold back the horde here because we had a hard shift of the ring going over towards that eastern side, and currently there are only two teams in it, Cloud9, VK Gaming.
Oh my gosh, noisy.
This is going to be their second fight. It's going to be
No, you thirsting fucking rat. Oh my fucking god.
So I started shooting out here, doing their best Danny DeVito impression instead, and Remix having to move back just a little bit though.
Where is my teammate?
For them to clutch on top, but you know who that is with the charge rifle in the distance, by the way. We know that's Monsoon. Complexity looking to maybe grief, but Remix still ends up clutching.
Oh
They take
my-
out the spots,
oh.
and he cannot change in time. The charge rifle from a distance is just enough to be the nail in the coffin.
I'm getting flashbacks myself. Right now, Complexity securing just a little bit more here in terms of the PvE, but now this is a huge issue. We've got a huge bottleneck of team Complexity in one of the best spots to completely
Pioneers.
avoid this. You can see the Pioneers are roaming on that southern side.
Complexity まずい
If they want to try and cut off Complexity to
まあ
avoid
Pioneers はちょっと
west
戦
pile up
っ
and maybe
た
go
ら
around
まあ
through
まあ
that
まあなん
choke.
とかなると
Cloud9
思
though
う
keeping all their bases covered. As you can see, they have two people playing anchor basically back inside the zone and just one watching that choke for now. Complexity is eyeing it.
See if they can force their way through with KCP playing very split up. Meanwhile, though, Furia have also inched down from the hill.
Oh my god みんな俺なんか気づいたこれfuckコンプレクシティクソ神ローテあるかもみんな
I'm down to take this fucking fight with EMP and Bingle.
Oh my god 次のアンチ気づいたら
Nah, I mean, they're just gonna be ready.
It's gonna be really rough up here though. These guys are gonna.
次のアンチ気づいたら
It's not doable. It's not doable. It's not doable. It's not doable.
We need to go
Save
around
on
right.
右そうだね右
I'm in right here where I'm at. And
We
I'm
need to go
facing
around
team
right.
can't
We
see
need to
us.
go around right.
Alright, heard. Do you have medkits? I have two. And a Phoenix.
1, 2.
I'm popping medkit now.
3.
I have to pop mine early because I was flushed a little bit.
That's fine. Look at zone. We use everything here, okay, boys?
Yeah, we have to just win
Don't
this
peek
fight.
yet. Don't peek yet.
I'm not waiting for my next medkit. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. We have a corner. We have a cubby. We have a cubby.
Yeah. 4. Okay.
They're gonna rat push. They're gonna try to rat push.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. What up?
Behind us.
Can we start trying to take space on our
Yeah,
piece?
yeah. I'm taking another turns. I'm getting to full.
Okay.
You guys ready to climb this triple?
Yeah,
climb
Oh.
it?
I'm climbing it.
Wait for Kim. Wait for
Okay,
Kim.
can we just drop all presence here and not even peek? And just hold our back? Just don't even fucking peek. Let that team go back into nut.
これピークしないでピークしないで
And then
There's
just
rods that we can play on the cliff here.
Yeah,
Holy
But with the zip line, let's jump into a listening with Furia as they make their desperate rotate.
Hi, just farming us.
I'm dead.
Oh my god.
Dude, holy fuck.
Where's Takey?
Desperate as possible in that moment. I mean, you have no
Yeah,
other
but-
choice, unfortunately, but that's what I mean. There was everybody looking at them from the outskirts of Stormcatcher.
Yeah, they got a little bit overconfident on that one. Honestly, SWQ had so much space. Go Next wasn't going to go for the peak. Legends able to take out 2 from KCP now. Again, these subs, Amphi, along with Nasky, really helping out, coming in clutch in this situation for day number 1. Nasky backing away from this fight as they get the reset, and Pioneers are
これ
finished
飛べる
off.
Full faith in Amphi and Player K in that
Come
moment,
on.
but you also just need to move as quickly
Amphi
as possible.
は死ぬ
You won't be able to loop because
Amphi
look at the
は死ぬ
circle. They may not be able
yeah.
to make this actually. Trying to get right through the evac by a tick.
Nasty.
Nasty makes it through.
Oh!
He cannot be
レース
joined
のフェーズのお
with
かげ
Player
で
K. But where can you land in a moment like this?
They've got at least 3 KP, but in terms of placement points, we still have 12 squads alive.
Oh my god.
EMP on top of Olimpo and Makers here who have lost out on 2. It's all up to Ziki. He's got the Mozambiques out. But you can see that other teams look for the third party. He's trying his best to survive. We're down to 6-1. Make that 5.
Oh, go next.
What
SWQ,
the-
Makers, and Gaming Gladiators behind 2 mobile respawns. Playing around the wall, all that makes you cover to work with, but everybody got burned as that circle closed.
急に
Yeah, we still have
GG めっちゃくちゃ上がってるやん
Gladiators, along with VK Gaming, Bleed, and of course Cloud9, who staked their position in the center of that zone so early on.
強っ
VKG says bye-bye to Blast. And now, VKG want to try and finish it off. They're coming in for the pincer from either side.
My favorite weapons with that rampage on top of it. VKG, though, now moving in after that desperate fly-in. They have not only been able to reset, and now they have taken this
Oh
from where
my
GG
God.
was originally now. Being able to have all the loot that they need to, because it looked like they were
Complexity.
lacking a lot of ammunition at first.
Yeah, you can see
Bleed?
two teams now coexisting. Cloud9 forced into the shuttle. Bleed Esports taking the top of it. They got that Newcastle wall down. And this is gonna be a moment of truth, I believe, for a lot of our squads. Now that we are down to 5 squads, we'll see though how much longer that one lone GG member can survive. I mean, we got to see Keon rat it out to some very important points in game number 2. We'll see if they can recreate it here.
Living on a prayer here. Let's see if they can make that magic happen. And on this point, it's a Bangalore, not a crypto, so no invisibility cloak for you in this case. Instead, you're gonna have to watch these teams share this one building between C9 and Bleed and VK Gaming.
うわ VK まだ入ってな
They
い
get on the opposite side of the northern part of the
あ
edge, but they
あの
will be
いい
able to know that there's still that member of Gaming Gladiators on
今入っ
the
てるか
other side with that crypto drone.
They can't overextend
Wow.
for this. They do have to be careful. EMP gonna get used, but it's Monsoon.
Wow.
Of course. With the charge rifle to finish him off. Complexity now. Getting us to
All right.
our top 4. They've got all of the south to themselves. VK Gaming to the north. Bleed Esports and Cloud9 stacked on top of each other here. But they are basically last to move for this next zone.
No way VK Gaming used the EMP just for Monsoon to steal the kill with the charge rifle. That is just cinema. Chef's kiss. All right, VK Gaming now
アン
behind
チ
the
は
rock.
この
Understanding
建
that
物
complexity
の
fully has them in their sights. Look at this angle that Monsoon is on currently, but still having to reposition. Got burned the moment he just poked out his head to shoot out the charge rifle twice there.
Yeah, I believe that was
Okay.
VK Gaming from the other side, all
Yeah.
the way on the northern edge. Really, for Bleed and Cloud9, it's a tricky proposition, right? Because at any point, Bleed is just looking to drop onto Cloud9 if they can. Complexity moving underneath now. It's going to stack 3 teams on top. VK Gaming have made the move as well. And
間に合ったわここまで。
this is going to come down to the final seconds now.
すごっ。
Look at this. One stacked on top of the other, and VKG have found their approach now. Forced to drop down in an instant with the EMP ringing out. They tried even from 2 different angles. A for effort, but Bleed are not giving up King of the Hill yet.
Yeah, Noct is able to survive up top. Still need to heal up, but they might actually be low on meds. You can see that they haven't healed up their
What the fuck?
So now they're fighting at that disadvantage. Luckily for them, they've got reds across the board. VK Gaming haven't got the reds for themselves, but I mean,
come on, baby.
They're healthy and they
Complexity win, baby.
Or still have cells.
They slowly start approaching though. No, they're right there next to them, sharing that building. Complexity, who have forced their way in. And this EMP is going to be so important once he gets it online. It looked like it was at 87% or so, especially with all the Watson fences that we have. As I said, that Monsoon noting this, making sure it's not a problem to control space at the very end. VK will try to fully swing Monsoon, is forced to move back. VK Gaming barely took any damage in that interaction, but worse for Complexity now as the final circle starting to close.
Oh my goodness, we've got the Bangalore Ultimate along with that EMP online for VK Gaming. Of course, in this small circle, it's gonna hit everybody. First EMP on out. It doesn't look like it does much. There's still time here for teams to go for the reset. So it might come a little bit early for them, but it does at least clear out some traps, makes it a little bit easier for them to try and control this exit point.
I'm really worried about, looking at VKG specifically, is the fact that they don't have a Watson gen in this case too. So with the plethora of arc stars feeling the pressure, that is what I was worried about.
Oh my god, 消えるボトル放題だ。
VKG out into the open. Now Catwall on the other side. Kimchi could go for a shield swap here. With VK Gaming going out, going around the other side of the Catwall. It is C9 with the high ground, looking like gargoyles to feast as they drop down. Jump off the building, jump off the heads of their victims. Complexity get eliminated. And C9 moves out to Bleed. The patience paying off before inching out of the building to clean up what was left in the lobby.
Yeah, Bleed Esports gave up that roof early on. That catwall gave them plenty of space, forcing the final 3 teams basically on top of each other. And after that mad scramble, it was an easy finish for them to clean things up. But we are seeing some great teams great things out of so many teams today. Bleed Esports really showing up in game number 4.
Wow.
Raven cooking up behind them. A little change up here. And that was what dropped, getting knocked in that moment.
Holy
too,
shit.
Right? They had to still work around that wall to be able to close up what was left of C9 once they were forced to drop down. They saw all the action happening below them.
Yeah, but again, we're seeing the strength of having that catalyst wall for that final circle, the strength of it once again, not just the Newcastle, but being able to just throw down that cover. You saw how quickly that
Who's on top?
everyone was avoiding getting slowed down by it.
Euriece.
On top of each other. Complexity did a great job of really punishing VKG, as well on that push out, and you can see why the timing from VG was a little suboptimal, right?
Yeah.
They needed to wait maybe 10 more seconds, and it could have been a lot more competitive of a fight.
Utility was absolutely huge there when you have so many.
Holy fuck me, guys. Oh shit.
You could at least keep your corner before you're forced to inch forward. That was something that Complexity absolutely took advantage of. They noted that they didn't have a Watson gen when they had already initially threw the arc stars to force them into their line of sight. And once that circle was closing in, then you had the team right above you, Bleed, who had given that up just a little bit.
安定してる。そうだね。
And hold on to the high ground, except that high ground was barely in that final circle, minus just a crumb of the ledge before they were forced to drop down. And it was just a cleanup from the action that was already happening before their eyes.
Yeah, Cloud9 tried to hold on to that for as long as they can. I mean, we've been here since zone number 1. You aren't going to take this away from us that easily, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, I was surprised by that zone call. They made it early on. This is what really impresses me by the IGLs, having that deep understanding.
5キルなんか少ないな、今回。その1チームはクソ取ってるキルチームはあんまないな。 ビケとか GG 多いんだけど。
POIs benefited the likes of Bleed in that case, even holding that northern choke that we saw the DBZ SC9 was holding in from the very beginning. Granted Bleed to get so much KP in the process, putting them up overall 8th place.
Yeah, unfortunately here in game number 4,
TSM.
despite
Are you a TSM fan?
good rotation on the north side, Flow
Yeah.
wasn't able to do much at all, right? It was Game and Gladiators who had taken that win in game number 3 and kind of was able to transition here when we made it over to Storm Point of getting some additional points on the board. They cut that lead now down to 7 points, so 47 to the 40 of Game and Gladiators. Makers here in top 3 as well with 37 and Cloud9 with that performance right underneath them.
It's crazy. The triple bagel allowing the competition to get a lot more tighter. And that was just game number 4 on Storm Point. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got game 5 action coming to you soon.
Holy shit, chat. お前ら生き残ってる？眠くないの？俺は眠いんだけど。そうだが、これまだ終わやばっ！みんな死なないで。助けてくれ。あと8試合。Wait, I have an idea. Fucking fruit sensory dance. Holy shit. So we can stay awake. That's a good song. Wait, why don't they have a... They like have a... Good sensory...
Why leave civilization behind?
What the fuck? That's not what I was looking for, I'm not gonna lie.
Put him in that 8th place overall, but also to highlight what we saw from the end game right there, how important it is as we were highlighting the Crypto v Catalyst, looking at, you know, the different styles that we're seeing a lot of these teams try to take as an approach, how important the catwall was at the very end there, because it also created so much chaos with the Watson fences that were preempted.
あ、みんな眠い時でさ、寝らないように何してるの？何すればいい？寝る。バカ。寝れないからねえ。コーヒー飲む。いや、コーヒー飲まない俺。飲めるけど、もうやめたわコーヒー。俺コーヒーやめた。
How it's gonna ramp up as we go on through the tournament.
See, they were warmed up, right? They just came. They just.
筋トレすると目覚めるよ。何の筋トレ？
They're ready for this.
俺、もうなくなったわ筋トレできる。What?
EXO, do you feel the energy? They need it because right now they are sitting in 17th overall. still 2 more games to go as we approach game number 5. At this point, though, I always like to highlight, this is also one of my favorite games when it comes to an entire match series, but it's specifically at this point where a lot of our squads know where they're stationed up in the overall standings, what they need to do differently depending on how they want to approach either aggressively or if they're going to try to play for more of that positioning.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to that last game, you can't really fault too many of our teams, right? You see that first ring pull, Stormcatcher, yeah, sure. Who's expecting it to pull on over to the shuttles to the eastern side of it? Very few. Only two teams really kind of considered that one, but who knows if it was maybe, oh, we don't have a spot at Stormcatcher, let's just play here for now, wait for Zone 3, and then make our play. Oh, Zone 3, it fell right on top of us? All right, I ain't going anywhere.
That's why so many teams, we saw what, like 8 teams or so, 7 teams, just completely get annihilated once that circle shift started to close the circle in that moment. And it was because there's such little cover when you are forced to rotate
Madness so small.
in that point. You're out in the open. A lot of the teams
You've
that
got
were
so
either on the
big.
other side of the gondola or just looking down at you, and it's just easy shooting at that point when they have that slight high ground advantage when you're approaching from low ground with no other building to give you the opportunity to get out of the line of sight of the
Fuck, someone like...
Yeah, you do have to really consider all of the options around you.
Someone wake me up, guys.
That one rotation out, right, from Furia. Everything was going great until they, tried to take that second zip line and just got absolutely destroyed by 2, maybe 3 teams focusing them down. Usually, one team's firing at you, you can eat that. But 2 or 3, that's where it's getting a little bit much.
Makes me think what would have happened if they ended up going on the other side of Lightning Rod in that case. All these what ifs, but even looking at the guarantees here of this circle instead, maybe pulling towards Cascade Falls, maybe a little north. We're gonna have to see if it ends up continuously pulling down that middle side where you could expect a lot of teams like EXO feeling the chance in the crowd.
Holy shit, man.
And of course that survey beacon that's at every POI.
Another, one of those teams that fell into that trap of Stormcatcher in game number 4, right? EXO Clan having very high priorities to make it over there. And so I can understand why, but here we are on that big move. This is what I love about coming out of Jurassic. You get to move out. So
I have not fully quit comp.
Go for it, and we do have a look.
I want an indefinite
on
break.
screen from Swinny as that ring is pulling up to the northwest side. We got a lot of checkpoint in on this one, but Trident. We know how much of a pull and how much it affects.
Especially looking at those buildings that are going to get congested over to the north side of that mountain by checkpoint here. Actually, where we currently see Nocturne in the middle of rotating by that survey beacon, with Norteption being right over to their north. So a lot of teams here, Furia obviously having their POI advantage. Again, though, in this case, it's the Stormpoint edition. Almost like the last 2 games is what really looks at Furia and says, you know what can we do to cater towards that POI advantage?
Yeah, we have to remember for Furia.
何でもかんでもみんな
14th, I think.
寝らないで
Stormpoint map pick overall. So they did sacrifice a lot going that first round thermal station, but we saw that pay off dividends. Now this is where they can get punished a little bit. Checkpoint isn't the worst, but it's definitely not the best whatsoever. We're seeing a lot of movement now to try and get into that Trident area. We did see early on in game number 4, Northampton fights, and it sounds like that might be the case again.
Yeah, with Noctum instead actually here, but maybe Northampton looking at them from the other side because it is GN actually.
なんでノクテムクソ戦ってるこいつら
Taking their time to take this fight. You can expect teams like even EXO maybe getting a whip of this fight. But
Oh my god.
Being the first one to get knocked, or now Kaishi being the next one in this situation, leaving only one alive from GN before Go Next get caught off by VKG in the distance.
Oh man, Go Next have been.
Where is my audio?
Can't have issues.
What?
As the third party comes
Where is my audio? This guy just. What?
Quick on that one. We saw them creeping up.
Oh my god.
We can see how quickly other teams are moving in here. It's the 4th party.
This is what I was worried about. I knew with the amount of squads in the vicinity, so many quick rotating teams, it's one after the other as a domino falls.
ノーセプションいいぞ
Get eliminated.
このバカたち業夫されていいよ Oh my god
Tune out to look at all the action with good timing. Our Northampton spot here as third. They were by the north side looking to get involved in this fight.
Yeah, and this is huge for Northampton, by the way, right? Because they try to fast rotate here with priority, and now they get here. They sacrifice the loot to get here so quickly, but they have, what, 6 maybe 9 loot boxes for them to be able to pull from here.
Nice
So,
shot. Nice shot, Keon.
It's a good point, actually, especially with the bin reset that you can work with right at the end of that round 2 to look out for. But it's also knowing where this circle is going to be pulling in a situation like this. A lot of areas to coexist after we now see Furia taking up the real estate in the other side of the building. And also looking at the teams that may be wanting to approach from that choke after they just exited the checkpoint side. Legends already on their rotate on top of checkpoint, as well as Reject Winity.
Yeah, for Fury here, this is just going to be holding pattern. Not much had really happened, especially with how much early action we had, right? Already getting down to 16, 17 teams here. We do have some poking and prodding with that EMP, and it's GG to be the beneficiaries of that one. Thanks, guys, for EMPing us for no reason whatsoever.
Hey, it's all about extra damage, putting into that Evo shield, and also making them use those shields as much as possible before they get collapsed on by so many other teams.
A triple coming out from Kimchi there onto an SWQ member. We'll see if they can chase after this one. Complexity have been slow rotating through the zone. I mean, they haven't really had priority on a lot of these, and so, of course, they're going to go ahead and play Edge. They secure that thirst onto Yu Ling. But Complexity, you can see how safe.
まあコンプレクシティスナイパー使ってる人多いよね。
They want to continue that momentum here.
Wondering if they had triple shotgun, triple sniper for Complexity. I don't have to see the weapon composition out here. But Crazy Kong is still alive, just for now, at side of the zone. While Complexity are trying to look for...
毎回中国チームが戦ってるな。
Still completely rotate over to the south side, at least leaving one of their members outside from Complexity.
They might have been able to grab that banner and get out, and they'll eat zone possibly. Oh, there he is. All right, their movement is based on, or excuse me, their vision is based on movement, right? But also cloaking helps. There we go.
I love that. Seeing the Crypto Invisible here, not a crazy play other than helping out your survivability, because now he's going to be able to get out of free. Hopefully he's got some meds to work with, because Complexity are still lingering about. While Bleed, after taking that dub in the previous game, playing off the rooftops, doesn't look like they may have that circle info just yet. Oh, they do actually. It's on the mini-map here. But waiting patiently over to the north side, looking at Olimpo, who are actually looking to also get a ring console of their own.
Yeah, this is going to be the next big fight, I would say, here. Don't really see much else happening on the northern side in the center of the zone because, well, everyone's holed up inside of a building. So Cloud9 is possibly the only team that can try and shake things up.
ASM とノイズめちゃくちゃゆっくりしてるやん。
That's the pull that everyone was expecting. This is why every team moved into Trident so quickly. Reject Winity are in a very curious spot there. They do have SSE playing behind them. So they need to clear that one out, because otherwise they're going to be forced to basically play off that choke. And we know what happens to a lot of those teams coming out from checkpoint to try to get into Trident.
Especially when you're out in the open like that and you're coming from uphill before sliding down into
Oh,
the
RCSSE.
Furia posted up in here. There's a standoff that you were mentioning over on the other side, but it's also making sure that there's no other squads within the vicinity in case they are looking to be aware of a third party.
Oh, I forgot that they are rocking that Valkyrie. So they'll have the extra height to actually clear these rocks, clear these mountains. But, of course, we've seen time and again for a lot of teams trying to take off on that Valk with that skyward dive puts you pretty vulnerable. They've got plenty of time. Honestly, they should try and force SSE back.
Oh my god.
They have blue Evo shields here too.
今8時の朝です。
Onto SSE. More of these other teams take up the different space here over to the north side before they will eventually have to move forward, because even though this armory is safe for now, we see Bleed on the other side of the armory by the DBZ buildings. We know that there's a lot of other squads so coexist here, but the circle
見えるよ。太陽。
leads south, so they still have to
How do you say sun, guys? Like I see the sun.
Basically just hermit crabs.
太陽あんまり聞いたことないな。
One shuttle for another one here. But they're basically the same size, so I don't know if that's much of an upgrade. So I think they are, yeah, definitely eyeing up that armory, but it's going to be difficult to really move in on that Watson, who is hunkered down. And honestly, Bleed aren't really forced to do much. They can play outside that armry. We don't have too much in the way of threats on the northern side.
フューリアはクソ安定してるから勝ってると思います。
Just play this one slow. They have
お天におた
the win in game
お
number
天道
4.
様。ああ、お天道様。
Just make sure you put on points.
You have to win that team fight if they do want to take that fight versus Makers, because Dexter's been absolutely popping off. He's just got 12 KP alone, although he's been absolutely able to give some suppressed fire to allow Asia's to actually pop off and deal enough of that damage. But you can see with Bleed now ending up rotating over to the other side, not wanting to take that fight here. They're in the line of sight of 3 different other teams.
Bleed Esports making that move early, and they honestly did not need to. Dropped will fall, but honestly, no team really in position to try and punish this one. It's going to be all utility here. Throwables, nades coming in from every single angle. They did have Fennel and the God Rocks to their south, keeping an eye on them, but Nox is going to buy space for them, push out just a little bit, and you can see that the wall from the Newcastle was set up to really deal with the major threat of Fennel.
And that was when they had got an EMP, so we saw them put down the drops all in that moment, just as defensively, to prevent any other squad from maybe trying to collapse in this case. Because at the moment, there is no team going through the choke that's behind Fennel, but we could expect either Olympia or Cloud9 to maybe decide on that rotate, because both chokes, nonetheless, are going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried because we're seeing some like funnel vision coming out from Fennel. Funnel vision coming out from Fennel onto Bleed Esports. But just as I said that, I was watching the head swerve and check the back. And they're doing what you need to do. When you're playing the God Rock, your biggest threat is going to be the Spider Hill there. So they're keeping an eye on that, or at least one person to check that at all times. SWQ still on the rotates through this ring right now, and they are pretty far from safety. In terms of meds, though, look at Don't. He's already, he has 3 medkits, so this is their game plan that we're going to try and slow rotate all the way to the north side, but we've got other teams that have a very similar game plan.
What was absolutely huge for SWQ is that after all what Complexity did to them, they were able to get that res, and now are actually ahead of the rotate versus Complexity after coming out of the zone right there. So they had the meds to work with, taking their time to loot, and then now are currently in that northeastern side, whereas Complexity still playing off the south side, actually approaching TSM who are in Cascade.
Yeah, TSM over here at the boathouse were able to just push them basically over to the west side. Complexity was looking to avoid that one, but they got to be a little bit wary, because it looks like Fox might be setting up a lurk trap there. And remember, we're not running Bloodhounds anymore. We don't have someone running ahead of you with the scans to check every single corner. So the lurk play here might actually get something. But for TSM currently, they've got eyes on SWQ. They know there's another team in the area. That's going to be Olimpo playing at the bottom of the lifts there.
Yes, TSM not worried when they have reps being able to scan up ahead with that crypto drone, seeing C9 already posted up by those bins before TSM decide where they want to approach that next zone, because C9 are going to be able to gatekeep at least 2 other teams, but it also depends on how Olimpo want to contest them over by the north side once they start moving from the Evil Harvester building that we know is on the south side of the zipline exiting out of wall, because they haven't moved from that spot yet. They've been waiting to see if C9 is going to continuously try to engage with the squads still outside the zone, or are they going to be able to get right behind C9 and then get a free fight from that?
Yeah, for Cloud9, it's a little bit of being on the outside looking in when they were the gatekeepers there. Let's go ahead and go on over to a Cloud9. Listen in as the zone closes in.
おシナ4位でいいね。調子いいじゃん、シナ。
Above him right now, going above the team.
No, they're right here.
Naughty, come back! You guys are split right now! Come back.
I'm running back.
Go to Spider Choke, everyone.
I'm batting.
I'm cracked right here. I might die.
I'm batting. Come to me.
Go to the Spider Choke.
Yes,
Go to the fucking Spider Choke. Go over here behind this rock. Behind
ト
this
ス
rock.
切れてる。
No,
トス怒ってる。
I'm playing here.
I'm popping a medkit on sauce.
Watch this. Look at this.
I can't right now.
I'm not kidding.
Come, Jen, whenever you can. There's a team on our right. Listen, everyone shut up so I can talk. This team is walking on the right to the left, going to fight. Everyone's going to pile up here. We want to 3P all of it. We have an evac to get height.
Okay. I've got Jen. And 2. Do you want me to?
いいね、ソース。
Is there anyone on the right side?
They stopped fighting. I don't know what's happening.
Are you certain no one's on the right now, Sauce? They already crossed?
Yes, they crossed. No, Crypto Invis on the right somewhere.
Okay.
Wait, we might be able to... Yeah, kill this guy on the cross right now.
I'm looking. I'm gonna play
ping
him.
him. You guys can kill this fucking dumbass.
I'm running for him. Shut
up, and let me talk. He's cooking out here as C9 are able to reposition.
すぐミュートされた。
Of a difficult situation where they could have actually gotten pinched and now have wrapped up behind Complexity instead. They catch Kimchi completely off guard.
That was beautiful. They spotted the isolated player in the back. That was Kimchi trying to play anchor for his squad. Complexity, Monsoon, and Lu tried to push up to go for that third party up against TSM. But we've got another fight taking place. Unity versus at checkpoint right now. The reset coming in as Hammer Drill will get his his Bangalore back on up.
It was the fight that was teased from the very beginning, finally unfolding. Currently alive with Meltera, who is able to fully reset his shields here, but having to play off of only a white knockdown. Not so much to work with. He swings together, but Reject Winity have so much more health to work with.
なんでこれ RC で戦ってるの？
It's a trade-off after they were able to get that.
これただ
I'm not sure, but
ただ2つの日本チームがやらかしている。
didn't have to commit to that low ground.
それはそう。
And now they put themselves in a really difficult spot. SSE, one member.
ザック3時間かけてます。このプッシュちょっとやらかしたわ。
The fact that SSE still Green Fox as a solo, can he clutch in a 1v1? Nose goes down, and after SSE were forced to play that out as a wrap for quite a bit. They are going to be able to inch forward now. The fighting has not stopped with TSM on the other side.
TSM pushing straight
Eject 死んでました。
who was playing off of God Rock, Cloud9 and Bleed Esports both coming in from either side looking for the third party. One team has spotted out that it is going to be multiple teams involved. It was Bleed. They said slow it down, play it safe, secure the kills, and back away. Beautiful play coming out from Bleed Esports.
And TSM meeting their demise in that case here too when they were pinched. Not only with Complexity being part of the fray, but when Bleed was on the other side as C9, both teams.
わあ、きついこれ。
And looking at where that circle is pulling so much in the open, while C9 desperately look at Sorcerer surviving with 1 HP.
Now Cloud9 giving some time here.
Oh my God.
Chaotic able to get off that bat, but he still needs to hit up that med kit. Bangalore ult going down here. Might have to just eat this one, but you can see that Bleed have stopped their push. Bleed did need to top off. They needed to loot up more than anything else. As much as they might have wanted the kill points, they needed to get some extra meds. They needed to find some throwables because both teams committed a lot into that third party.
And look who forced putting down an eviction notice on Zafira's building. It was KCP now. As Anu on the other side gets the crack, Furia get eliminated. No, that should meet them back in the lobby. C9, which is naughty, cannot survive. Feeling the pressure after 3 other teams collapse on them, and Legends Gaming go out as well. KCP with all the resets right in front of them.
Now it's leaving us. With our top 4, it's Bleed Esports, Makers once again, Gaming Gladiators, and of course, Pioneers, who had just won a big fight. But it's Gaming Gladiators in this
Oh my God.
And it's Makers now looking to try and take out Bleed Esports.
We see it again. Can we see it again? I go blasting here with not just the gold shotgun barrel, but the hammies on top of it. Dexter, as I highlighted before, has been finding so much success. No KP this time around. He's forced to back out. Ace is on the other side.
Oh my God.
Gets 2 knocked already, leaving only 1 from Bleed before taking them all out.
Pioneers were looking to get involved. They are jumping forward now, and that's going to allow Gaming Gladiators to come in from behind. GG come in with 2 kills onto KCP. GG, will they be able to do it once again?
When Blast has the red R9 in his hands, very possible, but they lost.
GG!
Get eliminated. It is now Gaming
GG!
And they have the gold knock. They have the reset here. And on the other side, preventing the same type of reset, you see Asia. Low, though, on the other side, getting some help. Gaming Gladiators looking away healthy to try to take 2 dubs in their pocket. Game number 5 with Gaming Gladiators coming out.
Man, that was huge. And that's what experience really buys you. Being able to read the tempo of the fights, being able to read the tempo of the lobby, understanding that Pioneers were just overextended at that point, being able to poke out at the right time, get 2 knocks instantly. immediately as soon as they came out of that building, and of course leveraged that into the overall win. It was a little bit slow in the beginning for them, but overtaking that is going to be 2 dubs now in this group for Gaming Gladiators. One on, of course, World's Edge, and now here on Storm. That is a great sign here for Gaming Gladiators for the overall tournament.
Shows you about consistency. Taking game 3, now game 5 on top of it. Coming in from the north side of the zone, making it a little
Gaming
easier when it came to that rotate, but we saw how
なんか
quickly that they were able
M の前 I 入ってるの？ゲーミンググラディエーターって。
fantastic timing too on rotating whether they could get the res, but would also help them the fact that they had that Newcastle gold knockdown to go in for a reset, whereas on the other side you didn't really have that same luxury when your Newcastle was knocked instead.
Yeah, I mean, without it, right, it would have virtually just been a 2v2. But having that, making basically a 3v2 at the end, Makers, we've seen how strong they are, how good they are at the team fights. What I do want to note, though, is how impressed I was by every single fight that I saw there. They were the fights, but they were timed extremely well, right?
They're back, Chad.
TSM made that push out.
Be right back, bro.
They did it extremely quickly, and it was just Bleed and I forget who the other third party was that were just already ready, right? Their usual third-party timings is not what you would expect at that point. TSM made the right call there. It was just that the third party came so much sooner than you would normally expect.
It was C9 from one choke, and then we saw Bleed move in from the other side in that moment. And it was Complexity and TSM that were just stuck in that southern left point choke sandwich. It was very difficult to come back from, but even better to see the timing on how some of these teams wanted to trickle in when there's so much open space other than that God Rock position that you mentioned, Jamerson, to really hold from, especially when you have teams inside the buildings over to your left, looking at what you were doing as Gaming Gladiators not only take first place, but they take it with 11 KP to their name.
Yeah, Makers putting on another great performance here in second place. They get 4 kill points along with the 9 placement points. Pioneers, though, finally rearing their head. We got to see the aggression coming out from them. So 7 placement points for them, along with the 6 of 13 overall.
He's also looking all the way down at Furia with 2 placement points, but another situation where they weren't able to accumulate the KP that they need, which means that this probably has shaken up a lot. Look at the series results right now. Fury, who were sitting in that first place spot, dropping down to third with 49 points. Gaming Gladiators with a huge boost after another win with double-digit KP.
Yeah, for the simple fact that Furia were still able to put on points, though they leave themselves within reach of Gaming Gladiators. But honestly, the momentum might be getting away from them at this point. Gaming Gladiators getting both a win once again on World's Edge and now here on Stormpoint is such a great sign to see. I mean, that's something that, you know, you have to consider. Not right now because, you know, we have a few more days until we hit match point, but the simple fact that they can win on both maps here is a really good sign.
It's the consistency and the consistency of seeing our 6th game on the other side of this break. We get to see if they can continue the action. Will they get 3? Or is it going to be a new winner? Tune in after this break. Alienware, official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
らっと現れてくれ。ああ。もしファルコンが落ちたらメンバー変える会がある？まあ正直ないだと思う。ファルコンズどうなってる？まあエンジンは遅い。まだ寒い。
And Gaming Gladiators with their second dub of the day. I would love to highlight Light right now because he is going crazy, Jamerson. 15 KP in total after those last 5 games with 5.3k damage.
And honestly, that kind of performance throughout the split 2 is why they made quick fan of me. I was super impressed by them, and of course, seeing them now really be able to live up to our expectations coming out of split 2, it is definitely well deserved.
And I love the chants that I'm hearing in the crowd right now too. The energy and the vibes are up high. I also got to get a little bit of some Liquid love, and they may not be playing in the series right now, but they gave us some stickers out here too. Shout out to Team Liquid. But it's even better to see the consistency of some of our squads. Gaming Gladiators again have to highlight being able to take a game on World's Edge and a game on Stormpoint. Further shows that this is a team that has no issue taking fights, but it's about timing those fights to allow them to take the dub on top of it all.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about consistent teams when coming out of EMEA, of course, Alliance head over everyone else, right? But GG were always in contention for that. Despite, I think, week 1, week 2, those first hiccups, after they got over that, they were able to really smooth on sail through the rest of Split 2, and we're seeing that once again here.
Get to see if that really proceeds through a lobby like this, right? Seeing how a lot of teams have started off so strong, spalled down just a little bit when Furia didn't have a single kill on the board for the last 2 games especially.
フューリアのもアール選手強いんだけど、ストームポイント足りないな。なんか25、12、13、1、2、ねえ。ストームポイントちょっとね。
But being able to find the proper positions where he can get some actual kill points, that's haunted them for a really long time. And
Sano, thank you for the 23 months. 23 ヶ月ございます。
Something a very similar pace actually is I'm thinking about C9 and the way that they were able to call not only loving the listen-ins but call the shots on when to back up when they saw a bad situation play out. They could have gotten pinched earlier from TSM and Complexity before they completely reversed the situation on both squads with some help from Bleed.
Yeah, shooting the last person, that's so important when it comes to finding the team rotating behind you, right? Shadowing basically, and taking them out. It made it that much easier for them when they came in for that third party onto TSM like you had mentioned. So it's a lot of dominoes that you have to basically set up for that kind of play to happen. And again, we have to mention that right now our teams in that particular game played a very different tempo overall. We saw big fighting over on that Trident side early on, and then of course it slowed down just a bit. But those third parties at the end, onto TSM, onto Bleed, onto KCP, onto everyone, it came at such inopportune times that no one could really predict.
Also seeing the nice legend composition before diving into our 6th game here, and I love to highlight zones because it looks like we are going to be moving on to the
Gaming Gladiators 強っ。
Stormpoint, something
that could
actually benefit into the likes of C9 as we were highlighting them before.
See, that's all we needed, just you and me on the mic. We broke the curse. We broke the curse.
Not
we got
another North Zone.
We got the Trident, and now we're going to the southwest side of the map.
Mixing things up just a little bit as we take a look at C9. Gonna be able to loot up Barometer, but they also have a survey beacon. May want to wait just a little bit to see where C9 once they start rotating.
C9.
This one could be pulling on over towards the Note Caves. We'll see in a moment. We don't need to take the guess right now. And yeah, it is going to go ahead and pull over there, but we do have a lot of mill in. You have to imagine with how Western to pull this is that maybe trying to play God Rock here.
おー、このアンチか。
VK or
だる
SSC have priority to try and take it.
だるいよこのアンチ。
affords you so many opportunities for kill points as teams come in for the rotate.
Especially depending on the weapon composition that you're rocking, right? If you do have a sniper, you're able to poke from so far away, but when you go for those quick rotates, you also know that you're giving up the ability to have even more loot to play off of, whether it be meds that you're expecting to use when you are trading, and even with the amount of cryptos in the lobby, or even rotating there too early, being a little risky depending on how the other squad's trying to take position, with VK Trust trying to slide right through.
Oh, there was one member getting a little bit greedy, going for the loot on the outside of Cenote Caves. VK Gaming on the hunt to try and finish him off. Even getting the Evo Harvester there. Looks like they might have actually gotten away.
He actually stood on the other side. He actually got away. VK Gaming had the opportunity to absolutely clear the south side early on before other teams already had started to make their rotate, but they were unable to catch the straggler. So now SSE are going to be able to reset, but so many other squads have gotten a whiff of the fight, have already started moving after getting a scan on the circles, such as C9 rotating on the south side with the Trident, and even KCP over to the north side.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the southern teams as well making their move. So Fox, along with Complexity, who have been kind of standoffish there on the southern side over at Coastal Camp and Echo HQ, moving a lot faster this time around. Probably expecting it on their end that this is possibly going into Cenote Caves, and we understand when you get a pull like that, you want to try and secure a building early on, and so priority is important on this one. Legends Gaming getting in on that western side where we are seeing a stronger pull.
Be quite a shame, though, if the circle ends up continuously pulling over to the west side by those lone buildings by the bins.
Yeah.
Where you actually see some teams already predicting where that circle shift could be, but another Trident on the board for Complexity now to zoom right along, on the south side of Barometer.
That's what I'm surprised about, right? SSE, along with VK Gaming, they had priority on it, and they feel that this is going to be a Cenote Cave one. While for a lot of our NA squads, right, when it comes to Cloud9 along with Pioneers, they
セノテではないですね、このアンチ。
a lot of damage coming into Complexity.
このアンチ絶対あれじゃん。その上。
Oh, ever the thorn in their sides on their rotates.
Always waiting for them here, and now looking to see if they could get into a better angle. Complexity, though, are completely fine. They see them trying to take the evac tower. You know they're going to absolutely bite back. Hammer drilled! The last shot!
Oh my god!
Finds him. And the rest of Fox
これカルマだ。
He actually committed to the banner. He dropped down. He tried to contest and melt Stera.
いや、ノーエズちょっとやらかした。
You don't poke the dragon.
やらかしたわ。
You know he's going to try his best to grief you with that. And of course, when you're stuck on that evac tower,
いや、
it's such an
やっ
easy
ちまっ
shot
た。
for someone like Monsoon.
I cannot believe that. Now Complexity
今ノーエズやっちまった。なんかさ、ローテートするからさ、打ちする意味がねえよ、もう。時間もったいないし、まあ。
Yeah, that's gonna be
まあこんなもんだね、狙う。打ち合いは意味がない。
With that awkward, I would say, early prio from SSE, getting into Cenote Caves, it really does put them at a really bad impasse here. We do have more rotates coming out, as VK Gaming, one of the other squads that early rotated here into Cenote Caves, and that's going to stop, of course, Fox from being able to secure those banners and get his team back on in.
Imagine with VK Gaming focusing on the squad not only below them but looking around. Be very difficult out here. Basically, the rest of this lobby have already made their rotate into that next zone, with the exception of TSM, SWQ, Gaming Gladiators, Olympo, and even Makers, who are going to be rotating from down B side, but they do commit to rotating from the north side of that zone. They will be met with bleed, who have been waiting for them by mill.
I like the idea for a lot of the teams that are playing hard edge right now, especially for a team like TSM, right? They excel pretty well when it comes to getting that zone 3 information and then slamming.
なんか見てみよう。TSM 今何してる？
Just we need to kill Southwest.
なんかフェイジってクソバグってるマジでこのサイト。
That is going to be
No problem.
Not on drone, I'm not on drone.
Yep. Look how close I am. I'm playing really close. So you guys need to peek and hold for me.
They're pulling the drone out.
I'm just running. I'm not
peeking.
peeking.
Don't peek. He got off it? Did he? No, he's on it.
He's flying it.
Is he going for the map room?
They see me. I think. He's going to the map room. He doesn't. I don't know if he sees me.
You want to break it?
He's running out, Watson! Shoot Watson!
Looking.
Watson!
Watch out on the rock, on the rock. Nate down.
He fused ulted, Or he's one tunnel, two outside. He popped a gen on the thing.
70 out bang. I can go one left here, guys.
Getting on drone. Yeah. I'm batting.
Oh.
Just you, Evan. Bang on. Yep. Stick with me, running. There's one top, Evan. You're really
Come on, Evan. Evan, 行こう。Evan. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. いいフランクだった。
I need to loot up, guys. Can you please look around? Can you please look around? I need to loot up. We're gonna hit third as well. I don't see anything on us. Good fucking job, bro.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
That's a really good result, brother. They literally trapped my corner. That's really good.
Oh no, that was you. I was gonna say, I didn't get nade off that much.
このチームの IGL はやめてください。まあ全員かな。まあそのなんかゼロみたいな IGL はではないんだけど、3人がね結構。
It's honestly just like
I'm gonna take my time. I can almost hold this down.
We need to be on the pass, yeah. Done pretty far.
Yeah, I can't hit that map room. I don't have time.
I still have 2 ultimate cells.
全員誰いや、まあザップは寄ってる時とか、まあ IGL してるんだけど、まあザップかな、まあほぼザップ。
We can walk this building and walk to bridge. It's not bad.
Yeah, I want to see if we can play bridge, man.
I don't think we go north side here. I think it's gonna be too congested.
まあほぼザップだ。
The whole lobby's probably going north side.
I haven't thrown drone out. Careful.
I think it's gonna be team from Cedo side playing hard.
Oh, what the fuck?
This one, it's just trying to play opportunistic more than anything else. And I mean, this is what I was looking at initially, right? For a lot of teams, or for some teams to do, like Noctem is right now, take the God Rock and try to use that position to gatekeep and get a lot of KP. Unfortunately, though, they got there pretty late, and so it's just more of a holding position for themselves, not anything that can really get them KP.
Not just yet here, unless the teams try to commit into moving over to the north side of Cenote. We're gaming Gladiators holding on to that choke. As we are going to take a quick pause for now. In the middle of the last game.
I'm going to sleep, guys.
Luckily for us this time around, right? There's not much action taking place on the map. No one's in the middle of a
Anya Korea.
Getting shot at, but everyone is relatively safe. So this is one of the better ones that we've had so far.
That is very true. And we already saw the reses already happen here. Well, TSM was in the middle of their rotate after getting reps in. Fox to join them here right in front of SSE on their building. They saw that they were distracted because in the process of all that, VK Gaming had actually moved away from that same building that they were sharing with SSE when they had the rooftop, and now have decided to move over to the north side of Cenote Cave when we were able to see the map before going into that pause.
Yeah, man made a miracle happen, honestly. I was not expecting the reses. I was double checking. I was like, what does that say? He got the reses? No, no, there's no shot anyone lets that happen. But, you know, congratulations, you made the impossible happen.
He wants to touch Peeps' bald head. Peeps, run away.
I mean, there's plenty of bald heads right there. I mean, we got, you know, Onset as well. Like,
oh,
bald
no.
men unite.
Not
oh, Zerifer.
Wild and Maker.
What the fuck? It's got 2 wives? Damn, Zerifer, I see you, buddy. I see you, bro. Wait, I gotta take it. Wait, what's going on here, bro? What the fuck? Oh.
Global series aspect of the ALGS, being able to see high-level competition from all around the world is what brings this crowd together, as well as their love for Apex, and seeing how these different players really get to collaborate with one another when you're on the stage and feeling that pressure. Oh, getting a little cheer in the crowd here from Furia. We were highlighting the fans earlier on.
Yeah.
Still being alive and playing on that south side of zone, by the way.
Yeah, they were, what?
映画間違えて、そうそうそう。
So definitely doable.
あれやばかったな。
They started off so strong there on World's Edge. They played those thermal station endings extremely well. You know, a lot of people will say, you know, hey, they got gifted the zone. Well, thermal station plays out a little bit differently, right? You have to have specific discipline, especially with the fact that first position they held, right? They were on top of the tower, and I've seen so many times when it came to teams getting the prio on top of that tower, and before Ring 2 closes, they're out of ammo, right? They understood that we talked about it earlier on the desk. Sometimes you have to sit on your hands. Don't do anything and let the game play itself for a while. But here we go. We are back into the game.
Keep up the action here as Makers are going to be able to get that Evil Harvester before getting right back into the edge of the zone. Getting word. All right, we got another pause here. Welcome.
All right, chat.
Just got to tease you of make sure you're ready for the end of
All
this
right, chat.
series.
Yeah. I mean, look. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to say it. I do want to say, that was a really cool interview, by the way, that Greek and Wig had with Reject Winity. You know, we've got a lot of teams, right, that are kind of playing in the shadow of specific reputations, right? TSM, of course, with everything happening with Hal leaving and joining Falcons, right? Left huge, huge shoes to fill, and we are seeing them really trying to get behind that shadow. Reject Winity as well, understanding, hey, the last team that held this name won a LAN, and so we've got a lot to live up to ourselves, but we also want to make sure as we do it that we form our own identity, and
that's right.
I love that kind of healthy mentality when it comes to competing.
I love the support that we're getting out here. Also got to see the sign for his and hers live back at home, watching all the action, all the flyers.
There we go, guys. There we go.
Going into the day here for next series and for tomorrow. Makers now as we come back into the game. Not a tease. This is for real this time.
止まってる止まってる。
I'm not going to tempt it. I am.
あー優しいなーじゃあ。
Yeah, that's right. Mine's been broken for a while.
めっちゃ優しいじゃん。AFK だからさ、売ってない。
Hold them though. We can still shoot these guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna swing out left and shoot them.
Bro.
Can't even
Look for your Ben resets. It's fine. I'm watching the side.
There's literally glitching around. Okay.
Bro, they better fucking pause the game.
いや、なんで今ポーズしてないの？なんで今ポーズしてない？
You got your pill resets?
Yeah. Put load in.
は？
I have hammer points that I picked up. I did shot
I'm just coming back.
Yeah.
Dude, you know, massive respect for fucking MK years, bro. Massive respect. Dude, さすがにテンちゃんのコーチされてる人たち。コーチしてる。
How the fuck did he get all the way over here?
さすがに。 Hello, pause.
It's not gonna pause the fucking game, bro.
Restart the game? Like, this
Hello, pause.
something? Like, do we really have to play this game out as a fucking duo?
ポーズないの？なんでないの？
I'm gonna open this bill.
Bro, holy fuck. Why?
めっちゃ
Why did you just wait that long to pause it again?
めっちゃ怒ってる。なんでめっちゃ待ってたの？ポーズする前。めっちゃ怒ってる。怒っていいよ、マジで。これ。怒っていい。遅すぎ。何これ。
It's far as fuck.
切れろ。
I mean, we already. The thing is, like, it's such a far zone.
No, yeah, we literally are forced now to just like instantly just be popping evacs when we could have been scouting more before.
これ
We literally have to do that play.
これやばいよ。遅すぎから、もうロテがぐちゃぐちゃだ。
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have to slam something on the close side of the rocks.
What can we do? Give us fucking 5 extra points.
I mean, there's still 17 squads left. Like, surely they can restart this game.
いや。
We're literally like.
これ戻れるの？どうだろう。
No, it was in C-Note.
Oh, C-Note, yeah.
But that one was way worse because they didn't fucking pause the game.
Oh yeah, they didn't pause the game or not. Like try it out.
I think they're like maybe letting it sit there for a second. I don't know. No, it's not. The game hasn't progressed. It's 17 teams alive still.
Alright, Drop, we gotta lock in if we have to play Zdo. We gotta, like, about to fucking figure out what we're gonna do. Oh, shit. I don't fucking even know what to do, honestly.
I mean, we're just gonna, me and you, if they fucking make us play duo, we're just gonna pop our evac and we're just gonna fly into a spot and just do the same exact thing, but we're just not gonna have catwall.
I believe. I believe, I believe, I believe. I mean, at least, like, it's gonna suck we don't have catwall, but, like, if I would've DC'd fucking no Newcastle wall, fucking on this rotate, it's, like, I mean, we could still pull something out of this.
Put your stuff back on, Noct, because even if you die, I still want you to be able to give us comms. Huh? He hasn't counted down yet, nah.
Yeah, let's not fix being able to reconnect to the game.
I mean, there's just no way this is the first time this has happened. Like,
I mean, he has literally no clue how to fix it.
And they didn't try anything though.
They
like,
literally just restarted the game.
Yeah, all they've done is restarted it.
Like, what the fuck, man?
Like he asked me if I like changed my config. It like, is it because I turned shadows off? Because that's the only thing I changed.
No, bro. How would that affect the like? No.
I don't know. Like, surely someone's crashed before with their shadows off.
I mean, yeah, literally everyone plays shadows off.
I literally played half the game just lagging rubber banding around the map. just to restart my game and then not be able to
Yeah,
get
I'm
back
not
in.
gonna
Like,
lie. I guess next time that happens, we just can't restart
bro,
the game.
that's literally what the guy said. He goes, "Oh, I guess we shouldn't have restarted." Like, bro,
What? No.
holy fuck, dude.
なるほど。なんかさ、この試合ってずっとバグってるから、一旦リスタートして後、戻らなかった。
Just try to get as many points as possible. Like,
100%.
there's nothing we can do about it.
I mean, we're just literally going to be playing for any points that we see.
Yeah.
I mean, our number one play is
Doc
to
has a
land.
gold helmet, bro.
Yeah,
Oh
no,
my
I
god.
noticed that too.
I
So
just
whatever
got. I'm pretty sure I like just got it.
Wait, maybe we should try to punch him in his zone, let him die. Get it? Maybe I don't think he'll
No.
die in time.
Don't
It's
even
not-
worry
yeah.
about punching me if they unpause, and I'm.
Yeah, yeah. No, we just
I'm
have to. We
literally-
just have to play for an evac, and me and you should be just have to like. I'm gonna just call it in the air. We're gonna look for fucking top left rocks, like on our close side. Like we're gonna try and just basically take the close side of rocks and just force other teams off of us, and then we're gonna look for a third party opportunity.
We gotta hope our evac shouldn't get shot out. We only have
I don't know. Like I'm just like wondering.
なんかミュートされた。石。えなんでえあれえ
hard edge here. And so we are seeing some stylistic differences right now between our groups.
And it also really highlights
なんかさ、EWC の時、みんなくっそ褒めてる。褒めてたんだけど、これどうしたの
I don't know who that is. I don't know anyone by like name, by the way.
like a face person.
Yeah, no, everyone's just like their gamer tag. I don't think I know anyone's actual name.
Oh, wait. Frame one? All right, I'm getting word now that it looks like we are ready to go. I've lost the button, I'm sorry. I have to find the button again to make sure I get the game started. Already know the casters have power over that out here too, but it is starting soon, guys. It looks like we got the player in the lobby. And we also got the hand warmers to close out on your eyes.
Back on the eyes, yeah.
Just making sure everything is calm and collected.
I've been meaning to try that.
Apparently, it helps with headaches.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that at the LA LAN, at the Galen Center for Split 1 playoffs. I've been meaning to try it. I mean, I've got winter coming up fairly shortly. You know, living in Portland, it gets pretty cold, so I am going to have to invest in some hand warmers myself.
Careful putting them on your eyes, though. Hold on, wait. We got a countdown here. And there we go. All right. It wasn't a fluke this time around. Everybody, again, thank you for your patience. But in the process of this, the unpause comes in, and Gaming Gladiators look like they're in some trouble. Gonna be able to get that res onto life, but no gold knockdown as he gets re-knocked.
Yeah, that's going to be Fuda from EXO, able to find that one. Lufka's going to have to take the time here to try and heal up himself. But you can see that pass it. It's going to allow them to at least cover some ground. And Light makes it just behind. No! It's a double knock here. SSE and SWQ.
He's got the Newcastle wall, though. He's got the Newcastle wall. Once he gets this res, you can see the EMP, which is huge because now he has the Newcastle wall with the charge.
Oh, wait, there was also a third party. It was SWQ coming from the third party.
He can't put it.
So many times. GG are out.
No. あれあ、いや。さすがに戻ってない。 かわいそすぎる。Well, that's just unfortunate, to be honest. 正直言えることないです。かわいそう。
I'm putting a wall down right now, actually.
Yeah, you should. They just Bleed just died over here. I don't know where.
I'm popping an Oak Sauce. Popping Oak Sauce. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yo, I'm gonna just drop an evac tower. Why does it show that I can hit that?
Is there a lot of energy in the boxes?
Yes, the one.
Pick up Oak Sauce, please. Pick up Oak Sauce.
I didn't see any, but you gotta Keon can look. We're good here, right? Yes.
Yes.
Bro, I'm getting sniped across the map.
Oh, there's a fresh Newcastle wall here. That's cool.
クソ多いじゃん。
Grown after getting sniped by complexity. We've all been there in our own Apex games where you just see a rogue charge rifle in the distance, except it's always going to be Monsoon because just strange to always want to prioritize that weapon, but he's so good with it. As Makers now, Dexter lets him blast the hammer points, the gold shotgun bolt, but he gets taken out. Only leaving one in Pearls. Biggie with the clutch.
Biggie!
TSM's dream alive.
Wasn't even close. Look at their health. Able to just really play off of that corner there. Will utilize that evac tower to get on in, and that's going to be a lot of fighting that they avoid with.
Dog
Missing out on the ledge, but avoids the Watson fences. But I like the way that they're approaching this, still
Sorry.
holding height, and is still able to get more KP.
それ以上入れる前
Three more squads going down here as Fennel will fall. SSE will be the 10th team to go down, leaving us with our final 9. Hard pull once again on this zone, and it's complexity playing slow side.
We saw earlier that TSM had lost out on Zap, completely eliminated in this case here too. So TSM playing by the edge while Noctem play on the low ground here alongside Legends and Go Next, and SWQ looking at this fight.
Oh shit.
TSM though, they were able to recover the banner. That drone coming in clutch for them, and they'll get zapped back into this game. Furia poke their head out, and they will be able to finish off Hammer Drill, who was trying to rat this one out.
Monsoon is a griefer. He gets another kill. He steals another kill from Furia this time around. He's able to clean up that straggler. Legends get eliminated in 7th, and Furia gonna take their time. Look at this zone pull. It is pulling all the way on top of complexity, but even better for Furia on that rotate.
Now Noctem's gonna push forward. SWQ get finished off, but no, Atom's gone down. Mosin will be the next to fall. Remix doesn't even know where the shots are coming from, but he's got the knockdown shield to try and reset. But the shots are getting through. That's madness to finish him off.
Had the knockdown shield before they completely deleted his cover on top of it, and TSM are able to fully reset here before now engaging on Go Next.
They're going for as many kill points as possible. They need a huge game here. With Furia still alive, TSM now at 51 points. Just a few behind Furia, but they are closing the gap, and there it is. Reps to finish it off. Zap to get back onto his feet. Now the kill leaders with at least 11 kill points to their name. The round is closing on in, but Furia will go ahead and take over the rooftop of Complexity's building. But that one
oh my
will be the first
God.
to fall here.
TSM riding on momentum. They are looking for more heads to claim, and Vax is going to get res, but you don't want your Newcastle to be the first one getting taken out here in this case. They have to now split their focus, not only between the crypto drones flying around, but Complexity know that they are weak, that they are low, that they are looking for the reset, and TSM are going to match them on the other side of the roof.
Here and allow TSM to finish off Furia. You can see Keon taking a lot of ring damage here, but he will make it down onto low. Backslon though, still bleeding out on the ground. You can see Lou.
なんかルーのプラウラーマジでクソ強い。
On that rooftop.
The fact that he shifted his knockdown shield just ever so slightly to the right, really helping out Kimchi in that situation. Now as Lou still trying to find an angle, he's calming, letting them know that there is still that team underneath them that probably have fully reset. And meanwhile, TSM, Verls at a different angle inside the building. Complexity, feel the pressure, and Furia can now sandwich Complexity.
Now Keon, able to get the OCZ, get rezzed. And it's the full 3v3-3. Once again, Complexity taking over the rooftop here, but they're forced down.
Yeah, my good time.
Oh my goodness, Lou gets back inside that building.
Wait, Mod, this is inside.
5 HP.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine if he gets the jump on Verls, he's isolated in this case by the rock. But it is Madness giving them all the information that they can here with the rest of Furia playing right underneath the building.
TSM. They are focused hard on this one. They could have heard the drone, but I think they might have just cleared that.
これ2位取れるよマジで。
Getting the knock onto Keon.
2位取れる2位取れる。
Vax is getting the rest, but he doesn't have a gold knockdown. Keon can't fully reset just yet, but he can pop this med kit while TSM takes his fight inside. On the other side, you have to imagine Complexity buy them out the door, and Madness could go for the biggest brain play if he could isolate one of TSM.
He is very much there. Oh my goodness, Vaxlon will go ahead and get over to his teammate here. Keon bleeding out now. Vaxlon utilizing the walls to pick up some points.
And Furia right now are the same amount of points as Gaming Gladiators to be first in this lobby. Vax now dancing around the shield. Can he clutch? Madness still stuck in the jump. EMP comes in right at the very end. TSM get eliminated. One for second with Complexity. The patience paying off. The charge up the shot, but they don't even know where Madness is. They gotta finish this game first. And all right, it was just a matter of time here. Madness cheering to the crowd, playing right into the new crypto changes that we have in Apex Legends.
Soak it all in. Monsoon will finally be able to hunt them down. What a bounce back. Complexity taking the final win of this group.
Should have just punched him out. Should have just punched out Madness after they found him. I love the mid here though. Complexity. The patience pays off. Those charge rifle shots pay off. I mean, I think they all had snipers, I'm not gonna lie, but Complexity taking that dub to end our series.
There were so many things to talk about here in game number 6, but Complexity really, putting it into 6th gear at the end, right? They made that for early rotation to try and get to Cenote. They got caught out, I believe, by Fox. And then, of course, tagged him right on back. You hit me, I'll hit you right on back. Getting that knock, slowing down their rotation, forcing them to, of course, to go for that res. And then somehow being able to bully the team that was inside that building as they got there.
You know how important it was for Furia to aim for second there when they were tied in points with Gaming Gladiators? This probably has now already set up Furia to...
いや、モンスーンよかったな。
rough games on Stormpoint, having
よかった4位取れる。
placement points, making it enough in that final game after getting second place to take first in this lobby.
Yeah, this is a great play coming out from them, honestly. Like we said, they prioritize getting their World's Edge pick.
ブリッドはね、かわいそうだよね、ブリッド。
After 3 maps for them, and
they were
confident in their Stormpoint overall, and they did a great job of really being able to convert those last 3 maps to enough points for a great showing here.
Also allowed Complexity to sit down in 4th place overall too, with an outstanding last game, but also the patience. Once again, I feel like that's the theme, right? The patience at the end to determine whether to take a fight in that moment or to go for a repositioning, while also being aware of what is left for you in the lobby. It's been a fantastic pace of games thus far here in this series, and we're not even done yet. We still get some more Apex action later today. But first, before we get into all the nitty-gritty, I want to hear from the desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Vicky and Jamerson. Furia with a win to start things off in C versus D. What a moment for them, and a great final fight that, believe it or not, it's like now you see me, now you don't.
I feel like that was the perfect way to end the series. The crowd was enjoying that, kind of watching Complexity try to figure out where exactly Madness was hiding in the end. And we were waiting for those crypto drone invisible plays to come out and see how they would impact everything.
Yeah.
And that was a perfect example of it.
I mean, talk about increasing the safety of being in your drone. I mean, that's like safety times 10. They couldn't find him.
I kind of started panicking when Vaxlon ulted with Newcastle on top of Madness. It was just sitting in the open there. I was like, he just gave away their spot. I thought they were going to end up getting third. We saw that they were tied with GG and at the exact same points, and if they didn't get another one, they would have ended up in second place. So it was an interesting play, and Vax really, you know, that he showed off as a very intelligent Newcastle plays right there as well.
I think it kind of felt like this was a group of guys that were used to this team composition and in the flow of playing it so well, Lauren, that they could make some decisions like that felt like that's a little risky, but they're just so confident in it right now.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw how impactful the Newcastle was getting a res right before they kind of went into the water for those final plays. And they looked like such a solid trio. We talked about them heading into it. We knew that they're a team that a lot of people are keeping their eyes on, following even just the arc of Madness alone and his entire competitive progress through the history of Apex Legends. So this is a very well-deserved top spot right now for Furia.
It was a great finish to that game, absolutely down to the wire. To get the final results, it was be Complexity who would find that hidden crypto in On Madness and claim the win, but Furia would do enough to just inch past Gaming Gladiators. GG going out in 17th place, and they allowed an 18-pointer to change the difference. TSM also a big 22 points at the end of it. Go next as well, and Noctum Scan getting in the mix.
Holy shit, man. All right, how long is the fucking break till the next one, bro? Oh my god. I remove this shit here. Oh my god.
Singing, etc. as well. Some guy, you're not chanting, you're not singing, but you should at least look happy, Keon. Joining us from the winning team, Furia, his teammates Vaxlon, Coach BVP, and I'm Madness walking behind the scenes. Keon, great to have you, man. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here, you know. Not going to be upset about just coming off of first place.
You know, this is always great to see. I want you to spend some time letting people know what it is behind the scenes getting ready for this event. You guys seem like you were in a really good swing. Everyone seems in good spirits. You guys are only improving as a team. And this meta really seems to suit you. Really seems to suit you. So let us know, what's it like coming into this split? You feeling confident?
Yeah, I mean, I get to play Pathfinder, so I'm happy. Like 80,000 kills across all platforms on that character. So, and he's my height, so you know, I can see it exactly how I see it in real life. Yeah, when crypto came into meta, it was like kind of difficult because it's not an easy swap, like character-wise. And I've played with crypto mains before. Madness having to learn crypto was like. Everybody was scared, I think, but he's really like filled those shoes. And I'm pretty sure he top fragged on crypto today and top damaged on our team. If you look at those stats, I'm pretty sure, or at least he was after game 5. So he's stepping in that role amazingly. Vaxlon, dude, Bangalore and Newcastle, that's his thing. Oh my gosh. He's doing the Dougie behind the Newcastle wall, just side to side, like just moving.
Listen, I kind of want to ask you about what those comms sounded like in the final moments, because we saw you guys were in that 2-1 split with Madness hiding in the water for a decent amount of time, ended up shifting in his direction, but we saw at the end, Madness going, come find me if you can, you know, like how hype were you guys when you realized you were able to pull off a play like that?
Yeah, it was awesome. So our coach has been telling him, he's like, dude, you're going to pull this out in like the craziest moments at land, and it's going to be amazing. And dude, oh man, we went to the roof and we were just trying to survive because we thought like maybe the teams would just start to beef with each other, and pretty much like Vax got knocked, and then we got into like the panic mode. He's like, dude, should I do the thing? And then like
do the thing.
And then he went quiet. He just went completely quiet, and I res Vax, and then Vax like gets up, turns around, and is like, where are you? And Matt's like, I'm doing it. And then he's like, I'm gonna slam to you, and Matt's like, no, don't slam to me. And slammed to him, and secured that second place with an extra kill or 2.
No, that's great. I think I actually have a question. Just from last split the tournament where you guys didn't fail to make the finals compared to this one. What do you think the biggest difference is for you and your team? Because you guys have had, it's been a noticeable difference in terms of your progress as a team, in terms of just where you were versus where you're going. And I know in the past, sometimes it's easy to kind of stabilize and level out, but you guys have shown that consistent progress leading up. I mean, leading up to this, the scrims going into it, you guys were getting better and better and better and looked like one of the best teams, which is why us on the board picked you guys kind of across to take this group.
I mean, dude, oh man, like it's just been a grind. I feel like coming off that last LAN, Bags and Menace played really, really good. They did. They deserved to make finals. If you watched it back,
I see it. I actually see it.
So really, it's just been a grind. And
I see it, bro. I see it. Oh my god.
And just getting way more comfortable because those nerves, kind of set in.
So gaki.
First time playing this sport really is this. So it's just been a grind. Honestly, Madness and Vax, they're playing just as good as they did that first LAN. Really, it's like I picked up my slack that they were carrying the first time. So that's really all it's been. The meta just suits us all because we've learned to love the characters that we're playing currently.
That's great accountability. You love to hear that. I mean, Vaxlon, I've been hyping him up for years now. I've always said he's one of the best MK players, and he's that as well. He's like in that fun FPS category where he can put him on any single character. And I mean, we've talked to other players, and a lot of them put him on the best Newcastle in the game right now. So being that adaptable, and then you played Horizon and Pathfinder, it just seems like you guys have your set roles, and then Madness filled his spot really well as well. So it's going to be fun to see you guys this whole weekend.
We got some final circles on the screen. No need to go too into detail if you guys want to keep talking high level, but walk us through as well when you look at this, Keon. You guys are down a little bit. You have a strong start. Gaming Gladiators kind of start to take over. 4 or 5, and then
holy G-bus, bro.
What do you do to make that
God
adjustment again? What are you guys saying to
damn,
yourselves in the
bro.
comments behind the scenes?
Going into game 4 and 5, when we died, especially in this building, we nuked the team that was above us. But the first 3 games, and we know, like, for some reason, game 4 and game 5, we just fell out of our identity. Where, like, after we do a 300 damage, we're usually like just in their face.
Right.
And game 4 and game 5, we died doing what I call doing nothing, which is like the most frustrating way. Most frustrating way to die. Yeah. And game 6, pretty much just going into it, we're like, dude, why are we being big babies? as his Watson would say, shout out Watson. Why are we being big babies? Like we're in first. We're obviously like the best team in this lobby. Why are we being big babies? So then we went into the last game. We were like, we're just gonna kill people, like in game. Of course, we're just gonna kill every other team that's alive in this lobby. So really, that's the only difference. Game 4 and game 5 lost the identity for some reason, and then just picked it right back up for game 6.
I mean, I know we've had quite a few teams in this particular group matchup that we've been talking about, you guys included as one of those top contenders who at the end of the weekend can potentially be the one hoisting that trophy. And I know it's early, it's groups, obviously things get a little bit more difficult as we continue on in the competition, but you guys look so solid so early on. So how are you feeling, especially after this performance, as we get to see those final moments on screen, about your chances for that match point final?
Yeah, I think all of us are on the same page of that we should be a top 3 team pretty easily in this tournament.
Yes.
And so that's our goal. Right now we're, going for the Fury second. And, hoping that the match point, we can secure that. We definitely, as a team, we believe that we definitely can pull out this championship.
Yeah, that's what it is. I always wait to hear if somebody says they can win or they're going to do pretty well. This is the time. You guys got to take it. You notice your identity shifting, doing nothing, but then it's like, you got to take this game and you make things happen. And I think we've seen historically, and I want to get your thoughts on this as well. Match point is historically, in my eyes, won by a team that takes it. It's a team that somehow just decides this is going to be the moment. There's no particular moment, right? Because any team has probably 5 or 6 moments throughout that entire tournament. So I think, is that something that you guys try to cultivate as you play through your group stages? Is there somebody that you notice, like, kind of, man, we got to emulate that because they seem to have it locked on, and we're trying to bring that into our game heading into match point?
Yeah, I mean, Alliance and Falcons are the 2 main watchers in terms of winning match point. Those guys have done it, and obviously Falcons is the team that everybody's done it on that team
right
multiple times. So we emulate the getting the match point and how they like play the game when they hit that match point. Because some teams, and like we used to do that as well, where we'd hit that match point or like we'd get into that first place spot and then we get complacent, you know?
Right.
And it's like, oh, okay, we hit the match point. Like that was the goal, right? But it's like, no, like with those teams, it's like you hit the match point and then it's like, okay, like we were 80% throttle, let's like floor it.
Yeah.
Like, and then you pretty much just want to play the exact same way as you did when you were getting there and just not change your gameplay. So that's pretty much what we're going to do. So,
well, it's a great start, man. You have a lot of great energy here on desk. It's been awesome having you and chatting with this. I could tell that the vibes are good behind the scenes for Fury, and I'm sure the org very happy with the win here. And that leads us to our overall standings after 2 series so far today. Not Moist. They won the biggest in Group A versus B. 76 points puts them in first overall, but Furia, Keon and his crew right after them with 67 points. Gaming Gladiators in third. Icholo's Laser from South America in fourth, and Notispin Seer. Big start for them, big performance. Can they keep this up? SSG, TSM, Complexity, MKers, NRG
みんな、
rounding out.
本当に関係ないの話んだけど、フナティクのダーク FA になったよみんな。バロの話なんだけど。知ってる？買えるやんけ。
More coming up, though. One more series to play. Keon, thank you again and congratulations on the win, my friend. It's going to be great to see you continue to pull out some of those sneaky crypto plays as well. We've got more Apex Legends action as well. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will finish off our final series of the day and see where it all stands after day 1 in Mannheim. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Take risks to be champ. Blame it on the chemtrails.
50分putang ina.
Classified dinner with the CEO. Jordan's not here because he's still sick.
The U.S. bank building.
jumping off, parachuting, Tom Cruise style.
What is happening?
Hug camera guy.
Whoa, who's that?
What's up?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Good.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again. Yeah. Hi. Hello.
You can say hi to Evan. He's not sick.
Yeah, like my teammate too.
Jersey Max.
Thank you, Jersey Mike's, for fueling up our scrims. We badly need it after that 19th place. This will save us, though. I guarantee we will place better having eaten Jersey Mike's than before eating Jersey Mike's.
2v2, 2v2. I'm flopping it back.
The best spot in LA or Santa Monica. Been here like multiple times. Never disappoints.
And he just got eggs, guys. What else did you get?
Got a blueberry waffle. And I've been cooking over easy eggs at home recently, and I do not look like this at all. Last set of
Oh my god. Holy shit. Well, we have 50 minutes of free time, I guess, guys. 50分暇ですですね。何しよう。What the fuck, guys? I'm going to sleep. Dude, I actually have a meeting tomorrow. 明日結構大事なミーティングがあるんだけど。Holy fuck. Oh. We are fighting Tahima. We are fighting Tahima. Fighting Dreamer. Was fighting Dreamer. 信じるがままにおりおりおりお Just go my way. Yeah, right here, right now. Put tagi take got fire right here, right now. Put bunnies like a dangan right now, but here, right now. 険しいスライド道の中、人の地図を広げてどこへ行く。国際色のカラスなそれは。Bro, I'm actually so 50分やばすぎない？ We are fighting dreamers. Twitch ってカラオケ配信ダメになるって 見たけどマジなんでダメになるの？どういうこと？あれ？カラオケってさ、ダメなるわけないだろ。だからなんか、カラオケってさ、あれ、オフィシャルじゃない。なんだっけ、カラオケの音は、オリジナルの音とか違う。はいね、バラバラバラバラバラバラバラバラバラバラバラバラバラ。一応何でも OK。いや、最近誰もやってないの？カラオケって。忘る人は愛の夢を見ず見てなし、誰も出会いは億千万の騒ぎ。ジャパン。なんだろうこれ。カラオケ感じで撮りたい。でもさ、すべてのカラオケ音って第一箇所からじゃないよ。じゃなねえ。なんかカラオケ配信って誰が詳しいんだ？多分誰も詳しくないよ。なんかカラオケ配信ってさ、多分ただね、毎日 やってるわけない。カナダにカラオケあるかも。ちょっと待って、カラオケでもさ、日本曲ない。日本の曲とかあんまないだと思います。辛いよヤホーFS マジ？まずいまずい。ありがとうございます。逃げろ。まずい。めめしくてめめしくてつらいよー。
Things are going well for TSM, and we know that they're the kind of team when their backs against the wall, they're still capable of this, Vicky. You know, they're not going to shut down and just give up.
Holy shit.
You picking it up for the last one?
We'll see. Unless we get landed on.
Wait, who's landing on you?
I don't know. Maybe Alliance. If they
No, Alliance is not in the group. You're good.
Oh, really?
I don't think anyone else can contest you. At least not that I know of.
We might, I don't know if they...
You'll be fine though.
How are you guys feeling after that set?
Not good. I think it wouldn't be as bad if we were in the same position if we weren't contesting. Just the fact that we are contesting.
お、見えないか。
It's almost like people expect us to do badly enough like finals and then just win finals.
I think it's playing at 10 a.m. The first block, you don't even get to warm up. Like,
well, yeah, we certainly never had this little of a warm up before.
You really don't get to warm up at all. You just like play.
But I don't think that's like. I feel like that's not why we're doing match 4 point. I don't know. I feel like
definitely think it doesn't help. Like, at least it doesn't help me, that's for sure.
Tilted. But should be fine. Act like nothing happened. That's it. That's it. Act like nothing happened. So it's just like, I don't know. It's like we just need to gain confidence and like understand, like, I don't know. We just need to gain confidence. Yeah. And that's it. And we'll play, we'll be fine.
Hey, we're landing on them, bro.
I know. Zinder came and told me. Yeah,
hey, that's easy. Hey, you suck at the test. You guys got that. Yeah?
お、未来の味方。
I have a feeling you guys have some up your sleeve.
We can't have TSM fall down right now. That's our paycheck. This is our paycheck right here.
This is true. Well, yeah, my Raymond has had 4 0-point games. Okay. Yeah. Talking cookies? This guy's outrageous.
Jen, that's fine.
Pathfinder, are you on drugs?
Zone.
If you don't make it, I'm gonna get mad.
えい、やめてね。
Give us good luck. Getting mentally prepared. Not feeling anything right now.
I was thinking that we could score more than 2 points on Storm Point this time. What do you think?
Isn't it like what? How many points do we have? 8?
8. Big 8.
4.
Oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Feel ambitious today.
We've gone through 2 6-game series, and we are upon our 3rd in just a moment to see whether some of the powerhouses like Dark Zero and TSM will make it into winners tomorrow, or if they will face the elimination bracket 1.
Now remember, TSM need a decent series here. Unlike in times past, they have not locked things in by now. They cannot rest on their laurels. If they want to make it to winners bracket, they have to keep going here.
Playing evac down next to the coming. Yeah, coming. Ready? Get take it. Up. Here's somebody in green. I killed one.
Honestly, TSM on the roof, the audience seeing that from a distance, reps cleaning that up. Perfect shots, perfect positioning for TSM to take those shots at LT when they were trying to engage. How getting shot in the middle of this rotate, going right through the zip line.
Stand now, res now. I'm resing now. I'm pushing it.
They got the res, and they're gonna be able to get the reset.
Oh, that's huge, getting held back into the fight.
これ俺の見えなかったやつですか？ぽいな、覚えてないなこれ。
Not satisfied as usual.
気まずすぎるこれ。元カノ見せてるの気まずすぎる。
For whatever reason, we win every fight on World's Edge when we go to Storm Point. We shut our brains off. I don't know what the issue is exactly, but
I mean, we didn't do very well. There's no secret about that, that's for sure. But tomorrow's a new day, fresh slate, winners bracket. We got some starting points, so you know, just gotta show up fresh tomorrow.
Sometimes it just feels like we keep repeating the same story. And a team like TSM, who somehow is always down and out for a while, finds a way to get back into the conversation. Some of you might even be thinking that it's scripted. Maybe it is.
Well, here we go then, everyone. The winners bracket is live. Match 1 is live. And we're straight into Storm Point. And we are straight into a potential potential scrap here as well, and it is going to be TSM. What does the script have to say about this one? That would be my question.
How? ずっと How だった。おーし。いや、マジで気まずすぎる、それ。やめてください。え
Three squads left. TSM technically in it. And he's behind them. Behind Keynotron. They don't see him. Somehow from behind. Burrows takes down Tabby. This opens things up.
Burrows, man. Just doing the best that he can.
Series results. And these are the 10 teams that they'll be heading into that grand final. Look how close it was at the end.
めっちゃ見せてる。
I'm like mentally like tired.
めっちゃ見せてる。
I remember I told you guys that this tournament was gonna be the biggest test for us. I said it. Fucking said it.
We're not gonna say anything, but we know why. There's a lot of reasons why. There's a lot of external factors. I know, there's just a lot of external factors.
We went through. That's what I said. No matter how much adversity we faced, there is nobody else went through more hell than us.
Extremo.
This is the only time in the entire tournament you're not contested. We still have a going for our car though. Go break his chair.
Oh, we break his legs.
You can still play. I got a big old steak and eggs. Take 15 ounces. Big meal, big boy. Big day.
You like your meat, huh? You're like your meat big.
Thank you. In my head, trying to lock in mentally.
Pretty good. Rough road to Sunday. You know, it's time to have some fun. Take home the W.
See the cheats. Where the cheats at? Cheats on here, bro. He's gonna accidentally drop his controller. Watch this, bro. Watch this.
Ready?
You ready? You ready?
Let's go!
Feeling the tingles. I'm getting the tingles. In my heart. In my heart.
Feeling good, ready to win. Ready.
Feeling real good. Real good.
Hello, hello. Here we are.
Feeling good?
Finals day. As good as can be. Feeling great.
Man, chat! 長いこれもっと挿入っぽいなるんだけど I'm fucking playing a game, bro. something. I don't know. Holy shit. Oh my god. 何これ。We are fighting って今何これ。ゼロ。What the fuck? Yo, what's going on here, guys? Bro, 日本サーバーでも誰もやってる。何これ。what the fuck? What is happening, chat? Oh, 8。My god, 待ちした。 think that he might. Oh my god. Apex やってる。Oh my god. What the fuck? Rag!
They neutralized the zone. We gotta step it up. Need to recharge my shields.
これ結構やってる人いるじゃん、このサーバー。
Need to recharge my shields.
No.10月10月10月10月10月10月10月10月10月10月10月10月。
Neutralize the zone. Good choice.
マジか、コントロールでそこ配置してる。マジでさ、なんかなんかバロやった後エイペックス重いな。インプットとか。
Need to recharge my shields. They can't keep me down.
I think that he You go open. Oh my god. 誰のイデアですか、こんなダウンタイムって。やばすぎ。ラグ！もう一回エイペックス。春のお話、春のストーリーずっと見る。
But yeah, I don't know. you guys are gonna, even if I leave, you guys are gonna do fine without me. And like I said, I'm gonna miss you guys, and I love you guys. And who knows what's gonna happen.
Talked about the future. What can we expect from TSM?
I mean, I don't know if I can top five lands in a row, but we can definitely come close, baby. We can come close for sure. I think we definitely have the potential to be like another dynasty here.
TSM will be your North America ALGS Split 1 playoff champions. TSM are your champions!
And what a moment it is for that squad. Raven, the new addition, he brought new life.
What the
Out to my boys for all the hard work and willing to give me a chance and
長すぎる。
Thank you.
Thank you, Raven, for what you've given to this community, also what you've given to these guys right here.
Konnichiwa. Today we're trying out Japanese snacks for the first time ever.
Whoa!
Hello, maggots.
Hello, maggot.
Never doing that again. Pizza's good. Pizza's so good. Yes, yes, yes. Gang, gang.
Ice cream's so good. Ice cream's so good. It's so good.
Gang, gang.
It's good.
Thank you, Jersey Mike. Now I can go to bed.
Oh, I'm ready, baby.
How'd you sleep last night, buddy?
The best I've ever slept.
Oh, he's still asleep. Almost in the middle of sleep.
Overall, pretty fun day, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Dismiss. Man, I'm just so grateful to have teammates that I have, and my coach. I think this is the best version of TSM that's ever made since the beginning of the game, and I'm proud of them. For me, dealing with my BS and stuff like that as a IGL, I just want to thank them because I wouldn't be here without them. Over there.
Yeah.
Be like, oh my god, it's TSM.
Oh, right. Oh my god, it's TSM. Can I have your autograph, dude?
Can I sign your bald head?
Yeah. No. I love you, boys. I love them.
I'm dead, guys. I'm dead. Holy fuck.
2 teen burgers for 2 teens. Enjoy.
My $870 a month Japanese apartment tour.
Have they like spoken?
Jissa. 俺無理やんこれ。なんかさ、Japanese homes for sale. あー、こんな cheap house tour. Ooh, yes.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to my channel. So today I am in Izu.
Izu? Where is that? Oh! I'm not living in Izu, bro. That's fucking... What is this place, bro? What?
Station in Izu. I'm here with the client and we're gonna go see some properties in this area. Let's see what we're gonna find. All right. Okay, so Izu is just gonna stick here for the beautiful. It's a 2-story, 4 LDK house with 171 square meters of living space, and it's a 10-minute walk from Ito Station. This house was built in 1986, but it was fully renovated in 2023. Let's take a look inside. So first of all, check out this beautiful wooden Japanese bathtub. It has access to onsen, hot spring water, although it costs extra to set it up. And in Izu, it's pretty common to have an onsen, but you have to pay hot spring fee. It's like a one-time membership fee. I think it costs about 1 million yen. The rest of the first floor continues to be impressive. Look at this spacious living room with a new kitchen. And next to it, there is a tatami room. Let's take a look at the second floor. There's another toilet up here, and next to it, there's a Western-style master bedroom on this side. And then there is a carpeted room that connects to a spacious tatami room that overlooks...
いらねえよこれ。でかすぎ。
Ito Station, quite a bit of $151,000.
$151,000? What?
Unreal. So what's the catch? This house doesn't come with a car parking space, but that's pretty much it. Would you buy this vacation home in Ito? The second house we visited was this brand new house in...
Guys, Tokyo, guys. Tokyo, Japan home house price. なんか無料じゃない。安いなんか家ね。俺でさ、家に住みに行く。なんかアパート、マンションはね、無理。マンションは無理。これうるさいだし。
And we're back. The team is looking down the barrel of a 4:55 meeting.
Can they turn it?
I live in an area called Shimotakaido, which is about 15 minutes west of Shinjuku on the Keio line, and it's in the Setagaya area of Tokyo. The building that I live in is less than 15 years old. It's got 12 floors, and most of the apartments are for singles, so mostly studios. As you go into the main entrance, there's this system that they call auto lock here, which is just a security system to prevent random people from getting into the building. You've got the mail room, and as well as this box system in case you're not home for deliveries.
おお。
So as soon as you enter, you have this little area for your shoes. And then you enter the main hallway.
いや、足りないわ、これ。この靴入れる場所足りない、これ。
Sure, you have this little area for your shoes. And then you enter the main hallway.
小さすぎる。
This is the kitchen. It's extremely tiny. You get about 2 burners here. It barely fits 2 pots, by the way. Yeah, that's about it. Drying rack here, some cabinet space up top, refrigerator, microwave, hot pot, rice pot. The room is separated by a door. And then you enter the main room, which is
おお、結構いいじゃん。
The closet here is connected to the main room. It's really tiny. It's about 1 meter wide, I'm guessing. So not much room to fit a lot of clothes. So I have to put clothes in boxes and shove them under my bed and whatnot. So this here is the doorbell. When someone rings downstairs, their face comes up on the screen, and I can let them in, and they come up to their room. This right here is the remote control for the air conditioner.
まだですか?
And this is the light switch. A little bit
Dead.
different from back home, but it says what it's lighting up here. So I got the hallway, the spotlight in the living room.
What? いや、これアパートメントじゃないんだ。まあ、俺の予定って、その、ゲイさんとかみたいな、その音で出てないやつ、俺は買う手があるんだけど。Bro, I actually don't think I even want to watch all of this, bro. It's so long. Oh my god. Oh. 何これ。レンタル？あれレンタルだっけ？レンタルもあるらしい。帰った方がいいじゃない俺にとって。買ったら100万。そうなの？何それ。ちょっと待ってさ、レンタルってさ、30万ならなんかfinally ついに。
The action continues here in
Fuck me.
Germany
as we move forward with our series of matches here at the SAP
Nighttime
Arena.
there, bro.
It's been a phenomenal day of competition so far here in Apex Legends, and I can't wait to see what our teams bring to the table yet again to close out our day. We've seen some pop-off performances, some entertaining moments specifically in our last series, and now it's the last opportunity for these teams to put some points up on the board, keep themselves in a solid spot. And you thought the fans might be tired by now. The second EXO shows up on screen, they are anything but. It's going to be another really exciting 6 games of action here as we get prepared on the desk to dive into all of the action. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be hosting now, and this time we've got some new faces here on the desk. We've got Genome joining us. Of course, we have Graceful, and then we have Privacy, our resident analyst here for Team Falcon. So excited to have you here joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me here.
It's going to be fantastic. Genome, you're up here chatting all things about us as well. You ready to talk about some APAC?
Oh, yeah. We've got, look, Guild's back. We're going to see Legends Gaming, who, despite having 2 subs today, have started pretty well.
We've got lots to talk about here, but if you guys are just joining us, the hype is still happening. I respect this so much. Not giving up until our series are done. But if you missed our last show, we have some really exciting moments that we want to talk about before we dive into our next series, specifically Furia. I mean, they were just dominant and went out at the top, but in the most perfect way, Graceful. We finally got to see what that invincible Crypto can really do.
I'm honestly surprised we got to see it this early, and they've been talking about it, and he said they even have a calm. I'm making the play. They didn't know what it is. It was so fun to see. But Crypto being, predominant after the meta change is great.
Yeah, we just saw that clip there from Monsoon. We took the 50 minutes break there to repair the desk after he smashed it, missing that Eva clip.
Listen, it was a little bit of a tough start for Complexity. They were able to close it out strong with that win at the end. And one thing that I think you would be proud of, Privacy, is the fact that when it came to the talent predictions for that second series, all 3 teams that the talent talked about were the 3 at the top. We had Furia, we had Gaming Gladiators, and we had TSM. Give me your thoughts.
That's true. I mean, Furia and Gaming Gladiators in this group, specifically for C versus D, they dominated in their scrims. Furia and Gaming Gladiators were like competing who scores more in these groups. So I wasn't surprised at all from them scoring good points in today. TSM picked their performance in the last week. Before that, they were not scoring really good points, but after last week they played very well and they scored a lot of points. So I'm not surprised of even seeing TSM in the 3rd place.
Yeah, we definitely see that reflected here as we also have those overall standings up.
Fighting Tahima, fighting Tahima.
Surprises here on that second page, Gino.
Yeah, I mean,
don't go my way.
Bracket, but yeah, looking especially down the bottom, Liquid Alienware.
Right?
I mean, that's the one that really makes my eyes pop.
Well, a team that I think our crowd is definitely going to be hoping is doing well here is EXO. Energy has not dropped in any way, shape, or form. They have the jerseys, they have the flags, they have the energy, the signs, they've got it all. Will that help EXO moving forward? Does that help in general, Privacy? When you're at a lane and you can hear the crowd cheering for your team, what does that do for mental?
It helps a lot. It boosts the whole confidence, boosts the whole motivation, and then everything, the vibes. The team wants to show everything they can just for the supporters, and definitely it helps them. I expect EXO to do better than what they started with.
I love that. I love that. And of course, we have quite a few recognizable teams in our final series here for the day. Let's take a look at which teams will be participating, because it's now groups B and D, Graceful. Heavy hitters in this lobby.
Really heavy hitters. And I think also, like we said before, a lot of teams that we didn't expect to be at the bottom are now at the bottom, and they're hungrier than ever, I believe. I think that, like we talked about the support from your fans, honestly, when you're you just want to make everything happen just for them, and
right?
they come here, show up this energized, that's gonna give you energy nonetheless. And I'm rooting for EXO not only because it's my past team as well, but Winnie and the boys and Joe, they got this, I'm sure of it.
All right, Privacy, this is your moment. Okay, obviously Falcons in the lobby. You are expecting big things for them. We were talking about it in the green room. Give me your thoughts about your squad.
In this group, I would expect us to win the group for sure because during the scrims for this group, we averaged really high points, 12 points per game. That was a big gap to the next one, which was a Moist, and a big gap to the third one. Moist was on around 10 point something points per game, and the third one was Liquid, which we hope that they will do good in this one. Liquid were around 7.4. That's a huge gap between the first two and the third, which was a Liquid. And then after that was TSM, because as I said, they picked up their performance in the last week. Before that, they weren't really scoring a lot of points. But yeah, I would expect us to win this one. Hopefully 80 plus points.
I would not expect anything less in an answer from you, Privacy. I think they're going to do well as well. But a team that we heard Gino mention just a short while ago, a very notable team as well, is Guild, with that roster of Jesco, Legacy, and of course, MT. Well, Gino got a chance to catch up with MT before the event, so let's see what he had to say.
MT has been on the forefront and like on the cutting edge of IGLing and how to play the game since the very start.
So MT brings consistency and confidence to the team. Confidence.
Oh my God, Madakayuk!
Our decision making.
I think when someone like MT comes onto the free market, it's crazy not to, right? It's crazy not to.
Holy fuck.
Grab one of the most venerated IGLs in all of Apex esports. Yeah, of course you go for that.
How is it playing with MT?
Where is he? Oh, he's down there somewhere. Hit and miss sometimes, but for the most part, very good.
So pretty much, I stepped down from Moist. Wasn't happy on the team at the time. I was like struggling being away from home. Like pretty much moving to the US, my life became Apex. It was like all I did. I spent some time away from the game, not really knowing what I wanted to do. I think just being able to take like a step back and like reevaluate was like what I needed. And like a lot of people even said like after the 2 weeks break, like Waltzy especially, he was like, you're like a different person now. Why couldn't you figure this out when you're on my team?
I think if someone is going to make the change to move from your home country over to North America, it's not just the play. It's your mental health. It's you're leaving family. You're leaving everything that you've ever known to chase this dream and give your career the best possibility.
I think it's been the right move for him as a person, and you know that sometimes that's more important than Apex.
We had the LA LAN and we kind of looked back pretty objectively and decided what we knew what we were missing, and that was like a disciplined structure for what we should do, because we haven't been in that situation as many times or maybe ever. So then like the option came up with grabbing MT, and it's like you'd really be stupid not to.
I know for a fact when Legacy and Jesco are like on and locked in, they're like two of the best players in the world. Like without a doubt, they're both like unbelievable players. So I'm so confident. Legacy has done some of the he like 1v3'd Moist. That was like one of the craziest things I've ever seen, like straight 1v3. And then Jesco's just doesn't really make mistakes. That's like all you need from like a support player.
I'm really keen to see what MT can do with these guys. When MT came back, you know, all of a sudden they turn into this team that's like, oh, this could be a threat.
And if anyone can do it, I think MT can.
It seems to be the general consensus, especially from you, Genome, is that obviously big things expected out of somebody like MT. So talk to us a little bit about Guild Esports.
Yeah, so this is a team that came onto that. You know, we saw them at that LAN stage, made finals in their first appearance here. And a lot of that definitely was off the back of Legacy and Jesco and the amount of firepower they had there. Bringing in MT, that kind of system discipline they were talking about, and his IGLing abilities. Not to mention, I would say in the last year, he has also improved his mechanical skill quite a bit. Because at one time, you know, his IGL abilities have never been in doubt. But once he really got on that mechanical level, all of a sudden it just felt like he really was one of the best IGLs in the world.
And we'll have to see what Guild is able to bring to the table in this next series of matches. Lots on the line for quite a few of our squads if they want to set themselves up well heading into day 2 of our competition. But another team that we had expected big things out of, a couple of our talent picked them in the last series of matches, is TSM. Well, we haven't gotten a chance to talk with Peeps too much lately, but I believe he got a chance to catch up with Verhulst, so let's see what he had to say.
What up, everybody? We are here at the Player Lounge. We got the one, the only, the human aimbot. We got Verhulst. So listen, I ran into your brothers, all right? How does it feel? And I know I ask you this a lot, all right? But we just saw them in Saudi Arabia, and now they're here in Germany to come to support you. Like, explain that to us.
I mean, man, I love it. I mean, nobody's got a family like me. No one has fans that are coming to every single event. I'm super lucky to have my family, and they're able to actually come to these events. Like, it's such a power up, such a buff for me, and yeah, no, they'll be at all the events coming up too.
Shout out the Verhulst brothers. Shout out the Verhulst family. So listen, I got to ask, you guys finished 3rd place in this group, looked amazing. Some games went, not the strongest. Other games went great. What went wrong? What went right?
I think what went wrong for the most part was our team fighting was just a little bit off. Our rhythm was a little bit off. We kind of, we were just playing them we were playing the fights a little bit too fast. So what would happen is like, we'd fly our drone in and try and EMP a team, and our drone would get broken, and then we'd keep trying to fight them. But like without your drone, it's pretty difficult. So that was a big mistake, and we realized that, and we fixed it pretty quickly. And we're feeling way more confident going into this next set. I think the mistakes we made were really easy to fix, and yeah, no, we should be a lot better this next set here.
I got faith. I'm pretty sure I have you guys winning the next group, man. So prove me wrong, prove me right, please. But guys, that's Verhulst, the human aimbot from TSM. Thank you so much, and we'll see you guys around.
Shout out to the Verhulst family is right, Peeps. They are always a massive support system here for Big E. Obviously, taking a look at TSM, we can hear the chants beginning in the crowd as well. Graceful. They are starting to look really solid.
The thing is I got lucky enough to be with Verhulst on the cab all the way to the hotel, and we talked the entire trip. I'm talking about past stuff, current stuff, future stuff, and the way he sounded like solid confidently is like, we're doing better than EWC. There was no doubt in his mind. We worked on some stuff. It's going to go better. I picked them last game. They almost made it all the way up. So they got it in them to make it happen, and I'm very happy to see him happy. It's a Big E.
Right. Definitely an opportunity for TSM to snowball after their performance in the last series, now heading into this one. But one thing that could potentially impact that performance is, of course, our drafts. Those drops our teams will be getting themselves into. We're going to start pulling them up here. TSM kicking things off with a very solid position at Skyhook West. But as they continue to come through, Privacy, I want to get your thoughts on some of these spots and, what could work for some of these teams who you're a little bit concerned about, etc.
I think this draft will help so much TSM by having SkyWest and Trials. They performed from it well as well in the past. The same will go for, I think, Liquid in this time. They will do good. They play Harvesters all the time, but they will do good because in this times the south map a little bit less congested. There is no team in Mirage. That things will help FaZe as well.
Yeah.
That they lost Mirage in the last group, in the first group, and now they have Mirage free for them. It will be a little bit of a hassle to go into the northeast side of the map because there is team in Survey, team in Epi, team in Frag East. There is a team everywhere. The zones that will be in the northeast side, that will be a problem for multiple teams that are coming from the south side. Us as well from the middle of the zone. But everything in the south, that will be a really good. And then I think the teams like TSM will be scoring way more points from World's Edge.
And we've got a pattern that repeated from groups A and B, and that's that only 5 teams have first picked on World's Edge. Exactly the same 15 teams going for Storm Point first. And if you ask players, they'll say, yeah, because there's only 5 POIs on World's Edge, right? Which is a little bit hyperbolic, but you get the point. The mid sort of POIs in Storm Point are not quite so bad, but on World's Edge, if you miss those first few, kind of rough.
All right, well, now that we know where everyone's landing, let's take a look at those talent predictions, see if everybody is going to be as accurate as they have been so far, because I think we're going to start seeing some pretty high point totals.
Bro, this first game better be fucking hyped, bro. この1試合目、ファルコンが負けたら、この配信終わります。寝ます。寝るわ。
We're going to see a lot more Moist. Me and Dia on that Liquid Alienware train. They're a team that we saw at the second half of our overall standings, very far to the bottom, but a team that's very capable of slaying out and really picking up their performance so far. Graceful, I want to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can see me, I went with Alliance this time. Most people are going Falcons. I like to hit my boys Alliance up because they did a lot better than what I assume everybody expected with Tyler. Way better. They took so many good fights, and I'm just sharing on for that.
12 points per game.
I wanted to disappoint you for your pick. Alliance is averaging 6 points only per game in this group.
Yep, we'll see.
It might change. We will see.
Stats don't lie, and Privacy knows exactly what he is talking about, but we're moments away from finding out just how accurate those stats are because match number 1 is about ready to get underway. Tiff and Dia, let's get into it.
Hey, let's get into it. I did see a nice 143 by my name, so let it be known that me and Snipedown were 3 for 3 on our predictions potentially. As long as Falcons, average those 12 points per game, Privacy.
That's pretty messed up. I'm
torching you, my guy. You're my analyst. What is happening here?
I know. I'm disappointed in myself. You can only imagine how the fans feel. Now, since we're looking at these games, there is the chance for redemption here. I know Glitter was talking about how she and I are on the same page because of the whole Liquid thing, and I am wondering how Liquid will do since you and I returned to World's Edge, and this is the second time that Liquid have prioritized picking Harvester. They're one of the very few teams to be prioritizing a World's Edge pick.
Yeah, and I'm really shocked, right? Because, I mean, that is great for them, knowing that it's a relatively central area on World's Edge, and considering our first series of the day, how many of those zones pulled directly due north? I'm talking Epicenter, Climatizer, and then, of course, the Apex gods favored us by pulling down to Monument inevitably, but I think we could potentially go back. However, we did get some thermal stones in that middle series, and, I really do miss those.
Yeah, the way that thermal zones played out was really fascinating. Getting to
Come on, man.
Sharp transition from Climatizer was interesting as well. I enjoyed our central zone over by Monument, as really every time that we get to see just even a slightly different poll, it gives us a totally different idea of course, how the teams are going to play and how they're best adapting between different series. But it's time for us to kick it off. That first game on World's Edge begins right now.
Yeah, and this is what's going to be interesting, right? We did see the POI draft just ahead of this. Now think of Alliance and how powerful they performed in groups A versus B. They were actually dropping Sky West and had a large majority of that space to themselves. For this particular series, they're going to be all the way down in stacks. And unlike SSG from that first series,
よし、みんなこの1試合目ファルコンが勝ってれば全部見る。
With guilds,
負けたら寝ます。
south, they do have actually a pretty decent beginning. One of the things that they are missing is the chance to actually hit a ring scan. So I'd like to see them rotate pretty quickly out of launch site, maybe a little further up to the north.
今回モイスト全部取られるか取れるか。
Moist are going to be much happier in this series than the one that we covered earlier, because at least this time they're not contested up in Climatizer. We finally get to see them with a full POI.
We do, and we get to see them potentially have a really nice rotate into zone once they get geared up here. I was looking at kind of the series results and the stats for the players just off A versus B, and Moist, it reads as player stats. Moist 1, 2, 3. Waltzy walks away with like 21 eliminations, and their damage differential goes crazy. But just as we say that, I was eluding a nice rotation. Keep an eye on where we're going. Guys, we got to return to Skyhook. It wouldn't be a me cast if we weren't going to Skyhook.
It's true. As long as we don't go anywhere further south than Landslide, Tiff is on the broadcast. And that certainly staying true here. The fact that East is populated as well is going to change the way that this plays out. And of course,
ファルコンクリプトに戻った。ほらなー。ほらなー。あ、いや、ずっとクリプトだったか。
Coming out of the center
終わり
of
ま
the
せん
map,
か。
they've actually got good priority on rotations, and this wasn't something that we got to see nearly as much from them last couple of games because so many zones pulled over to the northeast.
クリプトとワットソンめっ
You look at Epicenter, they
ちゃ
have
い
a
るよ。
survey beacon, they have a ring console, and that's kind of where they landed in that first initial series and kind of keep that going through. You get access to all the tunnel loot, and then you have that jump tower towards the north, which they could use to dive on into Skyhook to really leverage that. Cloud9, though, started out pretty smooth in their second series, their very first series of the day, but the second of our groups that we witnessed here on the stage. And a lot of that you have to think about. This team, Chaotic, Sauce, Naughty. If Sauce believes in his calls and the team kind of goes along with it, it makes me so happy.
And it's something that I know talking to Koljan just before the matches was fascinating to look at was the way that Cloud9 were approaching this tournament as a whole, because this is a very different path for them than for a lot of other teams, knowing that they're already likely qualified for champs. C9 can actually take a slightly more relaxed approach and really focus on this LAN as its own thing, whereas a lot of other teams do have to factor in qualifications for other international competitions during the whole thing. Now, they have mirrored GHS in a way, being the second to take the jump tower, but because they are still very early rotators in the grand scheme of things, they do manage to get first dibs on the train building.
Wow, times are a change, and as we look through our legend picks from this series, Crypto 17. That means we have 17 extra observers in our lobby that could potentially play hide and seek like we witnessed Madness to do. A couple fuse in the niche Pathfinder, of course, but Catalyst, and of course, the one lone Wraith.
The singular Wraith. There's always one. There's always one. Team Falcons making their way up through. Guys are still pretty far north to go, and they're going to be caught up between a couple different teams. Guys are always difficult to make your way out of. Whereas Skyhook seems to be where Bleed have already found themselves.
Look, if I'm Bleed right now, I'm on an absolute revenge tour after my last series. A couple unfortunate things and still performed north of 30 points in that series. But knowing when you need to set yourself up to get into winner's bracket, that this has to be where you turn it around and go north of 50. So setting stop up in market right now, you do have to deal with FaZe, who now a duo. When you lose out on that Newcastle right off the rip, that is pretty detrimental. Sure, you can craft, but not when it's a Skyhook zone and everyone moves in with the quickness.
And we talked about how much forgiveness a pick like Newcastle gives you, so losing that early on really hurts. Synetic goes back for the banner and goes down for it, giving you even less wiggle room.
I told you, Vengeance Tour here, they're not going to let him even try to get that one off. Dropped, immediately picks up another elimination. And knowing that FaZe likely has that solo, should they decide to expend 2 players over there to just go ahead and evict this building, it looks to be so. Arctic on the run, tried to make a move towards Fennel, comes straight back into the building with Bleed. And, well, I'm sorry, but that fortress that you initially set up might be your tomb.
And there's just nowhere to go. As soon as Arctic tries to leave the building, there's no safety to be found outside. There's no other cover. And FaZe go down. That's our first squad to be eliminated, and in really detrimental fashion for their overall standings.
3 points so far. Look, we're already on the move, and as the majority of our squads have made their way here into Skyhook, there's going to be teams that are still rotating out on the edge. Team Liquid Alienware.
Liquid. なんか一人赤馬なんだけど、どういうこと？
It's not too bad of a rotation from that, especially with a lot of information there to go off of, and you come in relatively juiced.
Now, Liquid getting this building, actually a decent spot for the end game. We have seen zones in Skyhook pull a little bit further down to the south and towards this surrounding area. It does, however, look like we're going to be going a little further north, and that's where you can get a lot of value out of.
ファルコン見ようぜ。あ、結構おちん据えてるよね、このアンチ。おちん据えてる。
Try find a Mozambique.
Happening in the on. Ah, we're good. Let's just shoot, yeah, definitely 9 or something.
I know, we're getting enough points, yeah. Okay, all good.
ライオンスは誰かと戦って。
What we'll call disengage EMP thrown at them off of Guild. I think only gives more power to Alliance, though yes, it buys Guild a little bit of time, but they haven't moved that far with it. Tyler, Rocket's on board and should be able to deal with it.
Oh my god.
And Alliance take the first bite out of the Guild sandwich.
It's
in his veins, rolls up, drops the Rolling Thunder, and immediately, without even hammer points, that is how disgusting these Akimbo Mozambiques are. Now, I'm going to wait to see the stats at the end of the day to see just how much damage came from all 3 group series from the Akimbo Mozambiques, but it's so many. Now, however, we can see that energy, or the zipline wasn't energized, which gives that 50% damage reduction, so I was really nervous on that rotate, but just trying to get back towards that high ground for them would be nice.
Alliance do have a rotate to focus on here, so the fact that they've picked up at least the singular kill on Guild is not a bad thing. They should be able to, in fact, stay ahead of the rest of Guild on their subsequent rotate. About a minute left until this zone closes, so yes, they have time, but what Alliance should be focusing on is putting themselves in a good position to gatekeep Guild during future end zones and set themselves up to receive the injection of loot. Find some loot pills for the next zone close, because as the minute rolls over, as zone starts closing, that's when you got to start thinking about getting gold bins, getting access to mythic bins as well.
And you got Hal here. back on Fused, right? Kind of dabbled with the Newcastle pick in that initial series, and they're going to be one of the latest teams making it in towards the Skyhook area. And they originally were pushing to Grandma's house, and from there you can usually make evac plays, you can rotate towards the north and walk it in, but we actually double back towards Countdown and take that choke point straight into Skyhook, which is oftentimes gate kept by a lot of teams on high ground with line of sight, but so far, we're okay.
Yeah, right now, Skyhook is like weirdly not that populous simply because there's a lot of Skyhook in, and everybody's got slightly different reads on where it's going. It lets Falcons, yes, walk in, even though they are pressured a little bit, for the cost of just a tick of damage. Zero does a nice guy, clearing out the fence so that everybody else can slide in right behind him without having to worry about the Watson fence, but I wouldn't worry, because Falcons really have no teams that are actually looking to finish them off. I wouldn't say that they're the biggest threat to anyone right now, because there's nothing forcing teams into each other. It's all about finding a spot, and for right now, for Falcons, for everyone else, it's just about not making a mistake for the next 2-3 minutes.
It really is, and I think if we just kind of let Jen Burton almost just like lock it down, keep the drone up in the air, and look at where everything is going to get all of the information for the surrounding teams, you have to think TSM is the team that lands Skyhook West, and you see where they've set up almost to where the circles are intersecting.
Guildは起こしてる。
is able to get one of their members back on in, which will be nice to get those numbers back up.
And it will still mean that they're behind Alliance, which is a little bit concerning. This rotation up from the south could very well split the teams up, especially if you see Guild wanting to avoid Alliance. It's likely that they actually go through the choke that we just saw Falcons walk through. That is now all the more challenging to access because there are more teams in that area.
And it's true, and I originally had thought the zone was actually going to pull down towards that kind of catwalk area outside of Countdown where you start to enter Skyhook, but that's not necessarily the case. So a lot of teams will still have that area to rotate on in. But for ExoClan, who has such a massive fan base here at Mannheim, Germany, rooting for them, you want to see them do well here in this series.
The fact that the zone continues to pull us even further north as well does suggest that high ground in Skyhook is going to be one of the most important spots. And I know that we say that quite a bit, but I'm not talking about just any random high ground. I mean ultimate height.
Oh my god.
Skyhook, which typically is not that valuable as we get later on into the match. In this particular case, it's stuck around for the first two zones. It's going to be in for the third. It might even be in for the fourth. And that is, it is in for the fourth. It's going to mean that a team like Legends is in a fantastic position. I'll include teams, of course, like Cloud9 and
GHS ってさ、この真ん中の下にいるよね。
How many is it? 2?
Hey, blue. Hey, blue. One back on us.
あ、いや、上か。じゃあ、下のやつらってレジェンズか？レジェンズは中にいる。
On there, and you can see no one is going to go there until they absolutely have to. But you still have
Falcon, EXO.
trials that's going to have to
あれ？
rotate in from the
取
west.
れてるんだけど。
Falcons picking a small fight with EXO. Haven't had the best series of EXO, or rather, haven't had the best day so far. Defensive EMP is not a good sign either, I will say. Falcons are biding their time. There's no rush for this fight, as they've already got a numbers advantage, and there's not a lot of teams looking to third-party this. Yes, we might get a few people poking their heads in here and there, but it's difficult to enter this building, and even harder to identify a good time to do so when the fight's been slowed down by this much, and Falcons are under no pressure to really push the pace. They're looking for openings. They know they've got kills ahead of them.
見えない。
Well, once this ring closes, they're going to get that next information, but this gets them one step closer towards that next EMPs coming through, and despite Alliance having one elimination, we go to an actual pixel of HP for
Unlucky. Falconのライバル。
back towards that high ground, but this is something that Hackis was telling me about coming into this LAN in particular with all of the cryptos in the lobby, north of 15 of them. That's like so much information that we have to fight against, and he was saying that IGLs in particular are going to lead their teams either very aggressively and into with that information, or else they're going to have information overload and not anything.
Fuck me. No.
Guns on the roof, I can maybe break it. Yeah, we break it, free fight. 76, I'm dead.
I'm gonna punch him. I can't.
I'm maybe on roof. Place maybe.
Yeah.
Jen.
Yeah, I'm putting in.
Just heal up.
I have no
Shoot, get
bats,
pushed.
no bats, no bats.
I can
Shoot,
drop your
get
bat
pushed,
here.
Get in drone res easily.
Yeah, well.
That's that shot. Hey, Devo. Whoever killed me as Devo. Look around and drone.
Oh, fuck. No,
They're fuse ulting crates. They're fighting behind us. We gotta go bottom of the sky hill after we reload shit.
大学の下行くしかないって。
They killed bottom mid. There's bodies bottom mid, I think. Unless there's two teams. So.
I'm gonna try loot. Without smoke.
I have 2 cells on one bat, that's it. 40 on that guy.
I got my shit.
うわ
Yeah.
It's a Wraith mid, by the way. They killed the bottom mid team.
Yeah.
Maybe not. No.
Yeah, we gotta make thrust.
I don't know if there's 2 teams mid and top.
I don't know, but we gotta make thrust. I need double
I need
though.
15.
お、行くしかない。
You drop down bottom?
Yeah. I went bottom.
I'm steady shotgun. I'm
I have
8-2.
4 cells.
I'm 5-1.
I'm not gonna wait for double. I don't think we can.
You want me to scan it for you?
We just run it right now.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a Wraith on the second floor.
Go forwards. Go forwards and around left.
He might portal on us.
On me! Put him! Come on!
What the fuck? Eh? What the fuck?
Double.
Copy cells.
Flying.
Holy shit!
Crates.
Eh?
I knocked someone.
They're getting naded there.
I'll get it.
Holy fuck! 気づいたらリクイド死んでた。
Next test, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Any shot?
I need a jam F15.
I don't
I have
have
40.
I'll just drop you.
Looting
Hey,
this box right here.
Still nades left.
I can't carry.
Any jammer.
I need
I
meds.
have
I have fucking 5 cells.
I'm 4-4.
I'm 10-5. 10-5. 10-5.
Sky is 12. Oh fuck.
5-1.
It's scary though. Killed it.
They got EMP'd.
The guy in pit, yeah. I can fuck them when they come in.
I dropped 3-2 here, guys.
Nice, big.
I dropped 4 more cells. 8 cells on the floor, yeah,
I'm
guys.
coming in. I got 9.
The fuck that energy.
You guys have to move now.
They're running in, they're running.
Right on, they're back here.
Peeking?
Is it anyone? Close us? I'm
I don't
getting
know.
joined, but I'm getting joined.
I approach. Yes, we're getting EP'd. I'm down close left.
I reloaded it.
I'm on
Back,
bad.
Left side?
Yeah,
Yeah, I reloaded it.
Passing shit. Bad peek.
On the right. It might be. Okay, no.
Peek here, right? Come from my side.
I'm multi-selling.
There's somebody rising. Rising on me. Fighting on me. Come
またえぐっ。
I can't. Really. I'm not gonna chase. It's a solo.
I'm multi-selling.
I smoked.
え
There's a solo Watson around the corner. Blue armor.
Try to go whack and pull that close.
Okay, I need one of you to come with me.
Then punch the wall. Out. There's an imp. Ultic there.
Is there? I need that.
Yes. With you.
Which one? Okay.
Team might be here though.
I'm with you, guys.
No, pull it.
Oh, fuck yeah. Big so much damage. I'm multi-selling. I'll get hold.
Yeah, we can kill that. Hold on, close.
I'm popping back out.
I have so many fucking nades. We have so many nades.
Yeah,
I killed one.
Okay. I'm picking.
I don't know if it's them though, but...
It has to be.
Okay.
They tried to run around, I think. They tried to run around. They're not here. They're trying to run around.
I'm
close.
No, that's not me! I'm in.
Get it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
Why are we getting fucking aped so hard, man?
That's a good game.
Holy fuck. What the
Down
fuck?
to 6, top 6
Texas fennel fall. We knew that mass exodus was going to cost all of our teams trying to get out of that building. So you look towards that north, the train station. Cloud9 has been there. But something to note is that Striders, instead of fighting with Moist, decided to rotate on in. SSE
やばここデスボックス多すぎ
but have the farthest to go on that rotation. However, something to note, look where Not Moist went. We were on top of Striders, and now we are literally on the other side.
All the way to the other side of the zone, and so importantly, with no one else to worry about. Not Moist and SSE, the only ones really outside, and Not Moist make the really fascinating move to get right up next to this building, be ready to third-party a fight, and importantly, keep all sight lines away from them. It's very difficult for SSE to mess with Not Moist, and the win condition for every team in this train station is going to be being the last of the fight, something that each solos should have in the bag with the height.
まあ今のはファルコン悪くないけど
Each solos come out swinging and put up one of the most massive games we've seen thus far, and you play high ground on this. You've got the fences outlining it. This is going to be crazy, and the mobility that Kirev on the Pathfinder locks in for them. If we kick this off with another win for them, maybe we can get another second. But the fence lines, we told you, SSE X-Ray, they can take angles from here. High ground is key.
And that is really not good. It opens things up for Striders when they should never have had a shot. SSE should have controlled so much ground, but they get picked off from high ground, and it is just over for them. They are taken down with now 4 squads left. It's Striders who are in control of the lobby.
モイス強えマジでクソ安定する
Another South American win we're casting in our first game on Worlds at 2.
It really could. They pop over the fence, and Kirev just lets the Nemesis go. The Mozambiques from this distance at the Akimbo will be a more difficult connect, but Moist is already looking at cleaning up some of Striders, but now everyone just full sends, and you're just kind of waiting. You don't want to be the next team that starts this fight, because that means you're essentially going to go out for maybe, what, 1 or 2 eliminations, but you want more of those placement points from
Jib, it's good.
It's all about who's dropping and when Watson fences are going to be essential here, and C9 are just waiting for their chance to go down, but they cannot jump straight into Not Moist, and now it's E-Solos to take matters into their own hands, jumping down with the Newcastle wall. Brutus stays alive with the mobile.
Newcastle 強あいや良くない
A wall to protect him, but it ain't enough. E-Solos lose 1, lose 2. It's down to Korev, and they go down.
Oh my god.
Moist come in, but they get cleaned up, and it's C9 from the middle of that train station sandwich that take game 1.
Hey, I'm feeling it. Chaotic naughty sauce. Look how pumped Alex is there in the back. That is what we're talking about. Trust in...
Fuck happened? Alright, what's the points, guys? Alright, chat. I'm fucking going to sleep. Oh my god. Oh. Alright. クソ疲れたから。明日。Oh my god, bro. ポーズなしで頼む明日。Alright, chat. お疲れ様です。また明日ね。Jesus Christ. Man.